everyone is playing, you're not yet. EWC Play is your all-in-one platform to compete in fantasy, pick'em, and quests for a grand total of $300,000 in prize pool. Build your dream fantasy team in 5 different games and track your score with live results tables. Predict the winner of every game, every group stage, and every tournament. Complete daily and weekly challenges to earn boosters that help you climb the global leaderboard. Got what it takes? Join EWC Play now.
Do you genuinely believe that you are the greatest MLBB player of all time?
Do you believe your teammates let you down at EWC 2025?
Do you think I'm overrated?
Hi guys, I'm Carl TC and I play for Team Liquid PH.
Hi guys, I'm Kyrie and I play for Onyx Esports.
The Esports World Cup wanted us to ask some of the internet's most asked questions.
But to make sure we tell the truth, we have connected ourselves to a lie detector.
So if we lie, everyone will know.
Do you genuinely believe that you are the greatest MLBB player of all time?
Yes.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, he definitely is.
I think maybe because of all the achievements that I won.
Yeah, fair enough. He won everything.
Do you consider me your biggest rival?
Yes. 100%.
Straight away.
Nice.
Does it bother you that I have more followers than you?
No.
Ooh. I think you're testing me there, aren't you?
No, I'm telling the truth.
Do you ever look up how many followers you have?
No, not really. Because I don't really care.
I think he does care about how many followers he has and his fans.
Do you believe you are the best player in Onyx?
No.
I think you are the best player. You believe you're the best player.
I think I am one of the best players. I mean, I think I am one of the pillars of Onyx. Is there anything I do better than you?
Yes.
Which things?
In Assassins and also the face.
Yeah.
I'm happy to hear that.
Would you ever join my team if you were offered the opportunity?
Your team. Oh no. No.
Why would you wanna join Team Liquid?
Yeah, I think if I play with you, a lot of things would be much easier.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Who's the weakest link on your team?
I have to answer that?
Yeah, you have to.
I think right now
You
is
can just lie.
Teddy.
Okay.
He's not lying. He's telling the truth.
Sorry, Teddy.
It's understandable because he's a rookie, right? Yeah.
Do you believe you would beat me in 1v1?
Maybe in some heroes. I think right now I would lose to you in 1v1 just because I always see you 1v1 on live stream.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll be remembered as the 2 greatest players?
Yes.
Yes.
Wow!
Ang nagsisinungaling pare. Do you believe you will finish your career with a greater legacy than me?
No.
Wow, humble. Why would you think that?
Because I think your achievements are very hard to achieve and yeah, it's just being consistent is very hard.
Good.
Do you think I'm overrated?
No.
Thank you, Carl.
I'm just surprised with the questions. Do you feel more appreciated by Indonesian fans than Filipino fans? I see.
If I... okay. Yes.
I think you love both of your sets of fans.
Good fans in both countries and there are also bad fans from both countries. Do you think you will still be a professional player in 5 years?
Yes, but I think maybe not in Mobile Legends but other games.
Oh.
Yeah, I was seeing a pretty big reaction there, but that's because you've been in other games.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Do you worry that you will eventually fall off?
No.
I think you worry about it.
I worry that I might get tired. I've been playing non-stop and maybe getting a bit of rest is good. Is there anything about my gameplay that you wish you could copy?
Yes.
Which gameplay?
I won't tell you because you might use it against me.
Okay, fair enough. Who receives more unfair criticism, you or me?
Me.
Yeah.
Why?
Because I have already won a lot and I think they're still comparing us.
Yeah.
He's doing very well, isn't he? He's telling the truth.
Yeah, he doesn't lie. Straightforward.
Have you ever sent a negative comment about me to one of your teammates?
Yes.
What is it? Can I know?
I always used to say that I'm better at Assassin's Creed more than you, but they would always say, you're better than me overall.
Do you believe your teammates let you down at EWC 2025?
No.
In which part did they let you down?
After losing, it's just I see the flaws of my team and I just couldn't help but compare my teammates to TLPH. Yeah, even though I trust my teammates, but yes, you just can't help it. Do you think your team this year is stronger than last EWC?
Yes. I think I know why.
Febby?
No, not Teddy. I think, kind of Teddy, and I think also because of our new coaches. They improved so much.
Okay.
Do you believe this is the year you win EWC?
Yes.
Why?
It's because he's not on your team.
But there's also a lot of strong teams, but I do believe that we can win.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Last question. You need to focus, Carl.
Yeah, let's go.
Do you consider me a friend outside the game?
Yes. Those questions were not easy.
I'm glad it's done. It was very tough.
The echoes in the land of dawn continue to resound. The champions who once ruled have fallen.
Team Liquid Philippines will not move forward in MSC here at EWC 2026.
As the throne stands empty once more, a new era has begun to take its shape, and a new king must rise above. Team Vamos. Their journey seems far through trials and scars, yet they believe they will rise above all stars. Team Vitality. The dream they chased has led them to this stage. A new chapter for Indonesia begins on this page. Pro Esports. They defeated the champions who once led the way. The world will see how they earned their place today. Team Spirit. Through every setback, their spirit grew strong. They will carry the dragon's crest to show where legends belong. Yangon Galacticos. More than teammates, they are a family forged through the fight. They chase for glory to make their nation proud for life. Team Falcons PH. The trophy slipped away, but never their fire. Now they return to reclaim the title they desire. Onyx. Their road is tough, with new challengers across the lands, but they'll face every battle and make their final stand. Aurora Gaming. The world has begun to speak their name. This is Aurora Gaming's time to reign. 8 contenders remain. Some fight as the new hopes of their nation. Some fight for a glory that was almost within reach. But all 8 paths lead to the same legacy.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
We booked Esports World Cup.
Oh, come on. It's not that bad. Oh, I mean, look, I'm not remotely sad about that. I couldn't
Now
care
you
less,
feel
actually.
how I feel. I started with TL, they got eliminated. Vitality next, they got knocked out yesterday. And now I only have Onyx, and they're up against Aurora of all teams.
Some would say that you might be the curse, actually.
I mean, guys.
She could be. She could be. Look, I mean, we're into one of our last days. We're losing 2 more teams today.
Yes.
First game coming. I mean, look, there's some really tight games. We are very much at the latter stages of the tournament now, aren't we?
Do you think it's going to be Vamos? Do you think it's going to be Team Spirit?
Oh, I don't know. I'm kind of feeling Vamos. I'm riding that wave a little bit, but I also think
What are you doing, Chris? Chris!
it would be really funny if Aurora did it, though, wouldn't it? Let's get into one of the last days here at the MSC at EWC.
What?
In the past, we were always in Asia. This year, we came to Paris. What stories are still left untold?
Kami sudah membuktikannya, tapi ini baru permulaan.
Tiada siapa akan ingat siapa nombor 2.
We need the win.
Bukan sekadar keinginan, tapi tekad. Hindi ang pag-abot sa top ang pinakamahirap. Ang Corona ang mahirap ipagtanggol.
What happened last year became fuel for us this year.
This time, we bring it to Paris and finish it.
A new lineup, new chemistry, new fire. Once champions, not settling for podium finishes. World champions, defending MSC champions. As the final boss of MLBB, can anyone stop them? Names have been made, stars have risen, but now they need to show the world what it takes to rise above. This time, the world is bigger than ever. Like every year, new challengers step on to the world stage. Some carry the ambitions of 2 continents. Some fight for the pride of home turf. Some have never stopped chasing the throne. So who will finally rise to clinch the title? This is where unresolved stories find their ending. A new shot at glory. One more chance at redemption.
We are back. Kali ini sekali lagi Unggulan atau tidak?
Pareho lang ang chance namin.
No one is untouchable.
Let's fight.
Bigyan ako kalau bisa.
2 champions, 1 game. Paris breaks through limitless possibilities.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, those here in the building at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet at EWC 2026, and those online, welcome. It's MSC. We're in day 2 of our knockout stages. We've sent 2 teams home yesterday. We're going to send 2 more today, but that also means on the flip side, we're sending 2 teams to the semifinal, which not only guarantees you $150,000, but a chance at club championship points and 1 more shot, 1 step closer to glory in MLBB. I'm your host, Rain Day. I'm going to be with you all these days with the amazing, talented crew here at MSC. We were lucky to work with Renmar and Mirko on panel, joining me for the first part of today.
Yeah.
Looking good, wearing the pin, and we're excited for another knockout game.
I'm feeling good today. I slept like a baby. I went to bed. I had some sweet dreams. I feel amazing this morning. Don't you guys? Don't you?
It's all right.
It's all right?
It's all right.
What, did you not get your coffee yet, or what? What's up?
I got my coffee. I got good breakfast. Yeah, but it's all right.
All right.
It's
all right.
It's all right.
Cool.
It's all right.
You know, energy drinks are coming out in the next couple of days. He's getting ready. We're conserving Mirko because he's got a lot to do. Unlike Renmar, though, I didn't sleep like a baby. I slept with a baby. My daughter's actually here, and so at this point, she kept me up for about 3 hours. That is neither here nor there, though, because we have the energy for what is upon us, guys. Let's break down what happened yesterday in our STC Rewind, because it was a day full of challenge, of opportunity, and yet, of course, there was also some domination.
Ooh, domination. Yangon Galacticos, what they did to pro esports. You can put that up in a museum in terms of asking why or how can you dominate MLBB in this fashion. I didn't expect it. I thought it would be much closer. It really didn't feel like we got to see pro esports. We saw more of Yangon Galacticos.
Absolutely. Then in our second match, we saw Vitality stop Falcons, going to the semi. Oh wait, that was in my dream. My bad.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, wake up, man. So you did sleep a little. I guess you did sleep.
You know, some good sleep. Got that deep sleep to get that sweet dream. Unfortunately, very far from reality. Haji, this man right here, really dominated Vitality a lot of those times with the Selena picks, and I think we're going to see a different prio. I think it's the same for Yangon and Pro, right?
Yeah.
We're seeing a shift in priority. We're seeing a shift in gameplay as well. Teams that just stick to their identity, rely on their strengths instead of trying to play the meta game all the way, find more success so far in the knockout stage. So I'm wondering now if day number 2 of knockout stage will be a similar, you know, routes for a lot of these teams. So again, rely on their identity, or do they still try to stick onto the meta?
Yeah, day 1 of knockouts really proved even more my theory for this meta, that you have to be very creative. It's good for you to have your identity locked in with the idea that you just have enough flexibility to keep it within what you know, but leave some surprises for your opponents. And Falcons definitely surprised Vitality, especially Haji. Performances on the Selena, the Farsa, a hero we thought that couldn't make it in this meta, showing up. Oh, crazy. You can see the reaction of Brigadier Gideon right there.
Oh, man. And you know what? There's a lot of things that we got from yesterday, from the Barat's first pick memes to all of the surprise that went with Philippines continuing on in this tournament. Many people doubted Team Falcons PH coming into it because they were the 2nd seed. The 1st seed, Team Liquid PH, had gone out, but look at that sweet, sweet revenge. They crushed the keys of Team Vitality, who came into this being looked at as the stronger squad. But that means that there is still one last representative from Indonesia who will be playing today, and the Philippines move on. The implications, though, guys, were much bigger for that, because if you look at that chart, congrats Navi so far, but Vitality in 3rd, Falcons in 6th. When you look at those 2 teams, and even Aurora Gaming in 8th, who we'll see later on today, the implications are huge, Renmar, especially for that last one, Vitality going out, and now Falcons, Aurora Gaming may be able to climb.
Yeah, they have a chance to make it into the top 5. I think for Falcons, they even have a run for making it within the top 2. Yeah. If they win this tournament, they could even end this week with top 1 in the club championship rankings.
Well, this is a great showcase. Thank you so much, Aramco, for these club championship power rankings. We had a chance to catch up with Chris a little bit after that.
A small club championship update from myself after what happened last night on our stage. Now, it got seriously interesting, didn't it? Between, of course, Vitality and Falcons in a huge, huge moment in the club Championship. We're going to have a little look around at the totem and just see how things are going. But as far as things are concerned, throughout the rest of this week, we have some big games for Falcons specifically. We're talking about Street Fighter, we've got Overwatch, and we've got Call of Duty. So not only did they beat Vitality yesterday, it's put them in a good position now to potentially overtake them and maybe see themselves on the top spot. They are favourites in 2 of those games that we have going on throughout the rest of the stages. Let's see what they can do. Right now, they're sitting in 6th place. They are less than 1,000 points behind. So a couple of wins here and there may well propel Falcons to the very top. Teams like Navi, who are very much sitting in that first place spot, don't really have too many more games. Have they potentially peaked too early? Falcons are the team, though, that potentially could get themselves over the line and into first place for the very first time. Let's see if it's going to happen. It's a big week in the Club Championship. We'll be keeping you up to date with everything we possibly can throughout the next few days.
Well, the beautiful thing is, those fans as well, very beautiful. We've had so many great fans over these last days, guys. It's been awesome. The energy has been electric here, and I cannot wait to continue to see what today provides. That last match today going to be incredible, but fans already filling in pretty early in the morning, and Rinmar setting the scene.
Yeah, it's always a great vibe with all the fans here around. And you really think of MLBB as a European game, but the Europeans are showing up here from everywhere in the continent, and it's great to see.
Yeah, a lot of Filipinos as well. It's just
we're everywhere.
And they're coming here to support Falcons again, doing such a good job at it as well, especially as they won yesterday.
Yep.
I just got to keep reminding myself.
Yeah.
I did. I know.
Won.
Yeah.
Over Vitality.
Yeah, Mirko had some tough moments accepting that key crush. And here it is for one of the teams. Yangon Galacticos took down Pro Esports, who made a great run, but it would be Yangon who would really show their dominance in that set and make a claim for being one of the strongest teams here, undefeated so far. When you look at this one, Mirko, I mean, Vitality, obviously on that side, but to be honest, Falcons from the very get-go showed that they had a better pace and understanding of the meta so far.
Yeah, I think all the way from the group stage as well, right? They were the ones actually dictating the tempo of the game.
Yeah.
It was just Vitality who were able to beat them in the later stage of the game.
Yeah, Team Falcons, PH, and Yangon will face off. This will send one team home. That is not going to be an easy match. Yangon, again, undefeated. They look like one of the strongest teams, I kept saying, in the galaxy, because Galacticos, how can I not think that way? But now we go on the other side of the bracket, gentlemen. It's Team Vamos versus Team Spirit to kick us off. You already saw some Team Spirit fans in the house, and we also have Aurora Gaming versus Onyx. That is going to be an incredible matchup as well. And I want to remind you that if you think you know who's going to win, we've had some upsets. This has kind of been the MSC of the unpredictable. Make sure to get your pick'ems in. You can earn your share of $300,000 and the opportunity to just say you were right. I mean, which is, I think every human being wants to say that as well. Also, another thing, before we get started, it's still Rhino Day. This day continues. It keeps on going. Make sure to get your emotes. If you don't get your emotes by now, you just don't deserve them, because we've been telling you every single day. It's Rhino Day. All right, gentlemen, let's start talking about this matchup, get into these players, because, of course, it's Team Vamos and Team Spirit. They arrived earlier in the building. Rinmar, what's your take just heading into this one?
Well, I'm looking more at Team Spirit and asking them, have you rediscovered yourselves? Was the GZG and, of course, the loss to Vamos the wake-up call that you needed to get you back in form so that you have a shot at solidifying yourself in the top 4 and maybe making a run for the grand finals? Because Vamos look like they're just a team that completely know who they are and how they wanted to play heading into MSC.
And it almost just seems like after seeing their chaotic team fights, after seeing their weird identity, their awkward style of team fighting as well in MPL Malaysia, that they wouldn't do well in internationals, right? Going up against these teams who are just so good at controlling that slow tempo game, playing it disciplined, but then the patch hit and everything turned around. Even for Vamos, they felt the confidence. They played on scrims. They have their own identity now, and it's so weird to see because it's such a big contrast compared to Team Spirit, who again, coming into this tournament was also favored. Everybody thought about, all right, how is their discipline style going to work out? They're going to probably dominate the group stage, but they didn't. So again, seeing that matchup all over again, seeing Spirit's very slow macro build-up up against a team that just wants to constantly pick these brawls and bring it onto you, I'm excited. I'm excited to see if, again, like you said, Renmar, if Spirit have actually done what they need to do to adapt.
Yeah, it looks like they're doing some unique new things for setup. It's like they're testing their reaction time.
That's a Sawo influence.
Yeah, I wish we get to see more of these with our players, although Sunset Lover with that. Hopefully he can catch that. For Vamos, the unpredictability and creativity, I feel like you can also amount it to their head coach in Coach Bakbet. Long-time coach in the Philippines, he was always a guy that we called one of the drafters of the universe, because he would show up with some things that are out of this world, out of this galaxy, and then make it work. And I think that suits Vamos very well in this patch, which is why we see them excel, why we see them being able to translate how they want to play in the game with their drafts, and it's been a beauty to watch.
Yeah.
But with them, there always needs to be a balance.
Sure.
If they lean too hard towards one direction, that's where Team Spirit can pounce.
Great preview of these two teams as well. Coming into it, Team Vamos have some of the most electric stars that you will expect in MLBB on stage. And of course, I'm talking about Error 404, Sapat, Klakun, Zekeef, and Natko. This squad is ready to make a dent here at the MSC bracket, but will they be able to go all the way? SRG out for Malaysia. It really all relies on Team Vamos now.
So firstly, Team Vamos started at season 14 MPLMY, and then we qualified to M6. When I left, they never qualified to international tournament anymore. I'm joined back to Team Vamos middle of season 17, and we made it. We go to MSC right now.
For season 17, Team Vamos is a last-minute roster, right? For me, I think going to EWC is a miracle.
So when we qualify to MSC, I'm so happy and also proud for my team. We expect that Team Falcon Mena will be a strong team also, because they make it to the main stage and we just focus on our strength.
We will not underestimate them. We treat them like all other teams, and we will give our best.
Just keep improving in our practice. Yeah, bring a new meta.
SRG always get the podium, right? In top 3 in every tournament. Number 2 of Malaysian team need to step up to become like them. If we doesn't have SRG, then Malaysia is like nothing, right?
Keep improving and keep climbing slowly. Just prove them that we can be a strong contender in this tournament.
In the grand final of MPLM Boys Season 17, we are losing to SRG 4-0, and that time Error 404 was crying. I feel disappointed with myself because I think I can do much more better. I always had a dream to help my mom, especially about money, right? So being able to be here at EWC is like dreams come true. The prize pool is so big. I think that is big enough to help my mom.
So just keep believing us and pray for us also. Love you.
Sapat talking about helping his mom there. It's an amazing story, and I think that you could tell there's so much energy around Error 404 in this team, whether it's the highs of the emotion of qualifying, whether it's the lows of crying and finding stability with his teammates. That's an amazing journey. But when you look on the flip side of things, they're going up against Team Spirit, and this is a different journey, a team that had an identity but lost it after they faced a few tough matches earlier on. Hopefully, some of the changes that they've made to allow Kid Bamba to do what he needs to do. And Zaur Egoist, who is the youngest player in this entire tournament, hopefully in the jungle, they can find a way to fly.
Team's still winning, how can I flop? On the rise and it just can't drop.
I joined Team Spirit in the very first season and in MCC, and then we won 5 seasons in a row.
Bridges burn, tables turn, highs and lows, gotta figure it out.
So in this MSC we have Zaur Geist in jungle and not one shot, and I think Zaur is just a young talent like Donk in CS2, and he have better communication with team. His mechanics are also great, so we trust in him a lot.
It's not that we didn't want to work with him earlier, it's just that it so happened that everything came this way, and he's only in the team now. But obviously the good thing about him is that he's 16 and obviously very talented, so I have high hopes for him. It's really going to come down on how he's going to feel in the game.
Onyx Philippines and a heartbreak for Team Spirit when they had the lead. I mean, if you've been watching MSC up to this point, you know that even if you have a 7, 8, 10,000 gold lead, a game can still turn around.
It's very sad to lose like that, especially in the last game where we had a 10K gold lead and then...
To the rest of the world, we have been known as a team that's more concentrated on their micro, more on fighting. We tilt, we choke, that's the opinion of the other teams. But this year, this tournament, we have new goals and we really have been working on our attitude to get better in game and outside of the game. So I really hope that we won't let the fans down and that we're gonna give a good show.
This MSC, we hope to prove that we can beat Tier 1 teams in South Asia.
In a way, starting from zero, but also in a way, knowing from your past experiences and trying to improve everything.
We're always confident, but this time it will be better results and not only words.
Well, on the side of Vamos representing Malaysia's last hope here and trying to make sure that they can move on to the semifinals. On the flip side, Team Spirit from EECA recently, in just the last several years, able to compete here at MSC, now trying to figure out if they've moved past the title of gatekeeper and can now enter the gate. They've been, unfortunately, locked in themselves, locked out themselves by the Philippines or Malaysia or Indonesia. Will it be the same story here today?
Well, I'm pretty sure that's the biggest chip on their shoulder, that they definitely have to get past that hurdle, especially since last year their loss was shocking to them. They haven't made it to top 4 at MSC just yet at EWC. And this has to be it, especially after the loss that they suffered against Vamos in the group stage.
Yeah.
This is the proving ground. This is the time to really step up. And as Hiko said, put action into the words.
Yeah. Hey, they had the Vamos run in the group stage, right? They were the ones that actually went undefeated last year.
Yep.
They were the ones who chose Onyx Philippines, and that's why it hurt so bad for them that they lost earlier. I mean, we saw the clip, Bomba, devastated by that loss.
Yeah.
Against Vamos this time around, they're coming in as the underdogs. And I always feel like for these regions, Spirit, Aurora even, and Yangon, they do better when not a lot of people are actually thinking they will win. Not looking at the votes, though.
There are a lot of people who think Team Spirit are going to win. 73% of you think Team Spirit is going to win. Why do you think that is? I mean, you mentioned yourself, Mirko, Vamos coming in. I would say Vamos seemed to be the stronger team coming into this.
Same. For Team Spirit, they went through that journey of, okay, we are this, but then they went down. It's a journey of self-discovery. Meanwhile, Vamos has been consistent. Now they're at that point where they're innovating.
Yeah.
Our Spirit now at that point where they can match that, because if not, then they're going to be falling behind in the drafts.
We are so lucky to be able to see a meta like this evolve. We reached 70 unique heroes. I think 90 is the number we wanted to reach. We still have a few days, and we'll see how many games this goes. Yesterday's games were quite short, but today, do you think we're going to get to our final best of 5? Do you think we're going to see some 4 or 5 game sets here?
I think so. I think especially for our second match, right?
Yeah.
This match, it really comes down to who gets a tempo. I feel like if Vamos stomp Spirit game number 1, we might be on track for a 3-0. But if Spirit were able to, again, slow it down, then we can get those 4 or 5 games in.
Yeah, and you know what? Also, I think Zaur Egoist and Air 404, we talk about this. Who's going to take over? Because initially it was Hirara, Ling. And now that conversation has completely changed, Renmar.
Yeah. It's going to be a little bit more difficult, I feel like, for Zaur, because now you have to keep up options for utilities open. Air 404 has just been on an absolute tear, incredibly talented. But I'm looking more in the gold lane. We need to feel some Hiko mania up in here so Team Spirit has a chance. I feel like take him away from the Claude, put him into faster scaling gold laners.
I agree, putting him on a winning matchup, put Zaur on a hero that can capitalize on that. We were talking about it yesterday about those picks for Young Galacticos as well and for Pro. So right now for Spirit, it's the same thing. Set your side lanes up for success and capitalize with an assassin.
We've been focused so much on the jungle and the EXP because that's kind of the natural symbiotic relationship. But the gold lane has proved to be the answer or the problem. Which one will it be for Team Spirit and Team Vamos? Both teams coming in with a lot to prove. Let's kick it over to the stage and begin our Series 1 of the day.
Dude, Milosh, Mirko.
Are you okay?
No, bro.
Is it?
It's
Oh
vitality.
no!
Yeah.
Who gave him the vitality key? What?
I think he stole it outside. He's
You-
the
My
biggest
goats, bro.
vitality
My
fan.
goats. That's
It's-
my goats, bro.
We know,
It's okay. It's not, look, they'll be so much better. M series, right? It's a few
No,
months.
they won't, bro.
Oh, wait, are you talking like vitality?
No, you can't say that.
I'm sorry.
He's
I'm
already
sorry, I'm
heartbroken. No, they'll be okay.
I'm sorry, I'm
It'll be
sorry.
fine. It'll be.
Look at my goats.
Wait,
Dude, I
are you
thought you'd be
record-
used to it by now.
Look, you can't do that. This is a private moment. Yes, my friends, heartbreak, tears left on the cutting room floor, and that is only the beginning of our knockouts. Yesterday, day number 1 sent 2 teams home, and what a way to say goodbye to Team Vitality. The Bees have buzzed away back, and on the other side, oh well, YG, they had a hell of a day, Rose.
Yes, indeed, Milosh. But today, we will find out the last 2 semi-finalists that will be competing for the grand finals ticket tomorrow. Today, 2 best of 5 will unfold here at MSC at EWC 2026. 2 keys will be shattered and 2 will continue their journey.
It's the beauty of the tournament here, and it's a beauty that we have so many, well, pretty much every single rematch that you could ever ask for inter-regional, and that's what makes MSC so damn special. But we got our day ready to go.
Yes, indeed. So, for our first matchup of the day, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Malaysia's finest, Team Vamos! This is what they call a last-minute roster who now carries the hope and dreams of Malaysia on their shoulders. They have defied the odds by taking down favorites and showing the world what they are made of. But can they continue flying? Can they win the matchup they asked for? Will Hala Vamos come out on top?
It's a big ask, but if anything, we're getting the best part of it all because their opponents are ready to roll. Please join me in welcoming Team Spirit! They've made statement after statement in MLBB, but failed to stop the Vamos rising tide in the jungle in our group stage. The Dragon, my friends, hungers for victory. The Egoist yearns for a second chance. And revenge? Oh, it smells like Team Spirit, all right.
You know what, Milosh? Will the gatekeepers gatekeep or will they be gatekept? Only one way to find out, boys. You may place your keys and take your seats. And of course, to our captains, don't forget to meet in the middle for a little handshake, fist bump, or maybe nothing at all.
We'll see what we get out of it. They asked for this matchup. Respect between our teams, gatekeeping, slay queening, and they're ready to get into it.
Only one will head to the semi-final, and the other, he's crushed just like their dreams. So who will come out on top? Only one way to find out. Let's head over to the Land of Dawn.
The first half of MSC and EWC 2026 knockouts delivered a story of revenge and redemption. Day 1 opened with 2 long-awaited rematches. First, with Yangon Galacticos denying Pro Esports revenge, securing Myanmar's second top 4 finish since MSC 2022 without dropping a single game.
And just like that, Yangon Galacticos remain undefeated. Vicious win, a sweep in the quarters.
In match 2, revenge was served as Team Falcons PH eliminated Team Vitality. Now, Team Falcons PH are just one step away from returning to the grand finals.
Team Falcons, after losing the first game, will now make it to the next stage here in the knockout stage.
Our story continues into day 2, first with Team Vamos versus Team Spirit. Team Vamos were the first to choose during the draw. Can their gamble pay off, or will Team Spirit make history by breaking into the top 4 of MSC? Then comes our match of the day, Aurora Gaming vs Onyx, a rivalry that started in MSC 2025. While the MSC 2023 champions still haven't found redemption, Aurora Gaming stands as the tournament favorite to win it all. 2 teams will rise, 2 teams will fall. Who will rise above?
I didn't realize what it smelled like until Milos said it, like Team Spirit. That was a good one, my man. We were listening to some jams as well. Shout out. Nirvana and shout out what they will be feeling, which is exactly that if they can get a win. Either side stands to gain so much, but also stands to lose it. EECA and Malaysia, Team Vamos and Error 404, can they continue the dominance? They saw that matchup against Zaur Egoist go the way of Error 404 so heavily that they need to do something about it this time around, Mirko.
Maybe it was because they were behind in the meta, right? Because for Error 404, they were able to, again, lock into Hiraras, play around these comfort picks, these heroes that are just purely strong. Now that we're seeing it, I mean, in day number 1 on the knockout stage, Ling completely disappear.
Yeah.
I think that could have been kind of like a misread of the meta for a lot of teams in the group stage, picking up the Ling and doing well with it. Maybe because of placebo, just thinking, oh, Ling's good, dude.
Yeah, it seems like teams really read into it because Nolan's even more of an option than Ling now. Teams are willing to completely just snub Ling, looking at the other problem heroes instead. Let's see if that will still come into effect, considering that the matchup is Error 404 versus Zaur Egoist. I just want to point out, again, ever since we got here, it's been that overwhelming feeling of, I can't believe MLBB brought us out here. Who'd have thunk we will be in a live audience filled with a bunch of people cheering for Team Spirit as they go up against Vamos. MLBB brought us here, bro.
It's a beautiful thing. And what EWC has done this year, I mean, just incredible. Being in Paris, the quick transition, I mean, how hard must that have been? But it's all led to these little things. And we talk about the little moments, right? The little decisions. And I know it's kind of a meme from yesterday, but the Barats is also a big part of Team Spirit. And Kid Bomba is a big part of making this team be the success that we know they can be. My question is, after seeing yesterday, having gone 3 wins with Barats and no losses, do we see the same prioritization? Does that become an Achilles heel that they play into, or do they go, wow, let's pull back?
I feel like as long as they don't stretch it to its limit, maybe for a game or two, if they want to prioritize it, sure. But the moment it stops working, change your priorities. We were talking about it with Vitality yesterday, and Shogun, he was fantastic on the Barons. But eventually, Falcons read into it, and it became even more demanding for the EXP laner to pull off properly.
You see, there's one thing about utilizing these flex picks, right? It's great if you can actually utilize it well. If you don't, it just becomes too one-dimensional.
That's right.
If you look at Vitality, the way they utilize the Barats pick, it was first pick, but it was never played in the jungle. So it was never a flex pick in the minds of Falcons PH either. They were like, all right, the Barats gonna go straight XP, especially then with the Paquito, right? They just kept on putting in jungle. The one game they won, it was in gold, but then after that, it was just, again, kind of a habit for them to pick up the Barats, but always put an XP. So now if we want to see Spirit pull up those flex picks, we need to see it in more roles than one. They need to be able to utilize that flexibility of the pick.
Yeah, and I will double down on that if ever Spirit want to make this a little bit more difficult for Vamos to read out the draft, then first pick that Barrett and then shock the world by putting it into the hands of Zaur Egoist. You're not gonna expect that at all.
Wow.
No one expects
that. Goes the only Indonesian gold laner still competing in the MSC 2026 knockout stage. Wow. All right.
One of the 2 Indonesian imports over there on Team Vamos. Oh yeah,
we do have an ID team in Onyx, but I guess not an Indonesian gold laner.
Yeah, at first I was thinking, no wait, they have an Indonesian gold laner in Onyx. Wait, no, that's Kelra. He's Filipino.
He's Filipino.
So Vero was part of this lineup last year, but no longer. Natco's been amazing, by the way. I just gotta say, in MPL Malaysia, mechanically, even in MPL Indonesia, when he played for Evos, mechanically he's always great. It was just the decisions that he would make in the lane and in around these team fights where it was just too bombastic.
Yeah.
I love that. This meta really rewards bombastic, really rewards taking those gambles. So, hey, love the Natco playstyle so far.
Yeah. So we're actually having a little bit of a delay in the draft, so we're going to come back to it when it's ready. You might have seen a couple of hero shots. We will let you know when it is all set. One of the interesting things about these teams, when you go into the statistics, and you mentioned flexing, Paquito has been played in gold twice, Team Spirit. Hiko has won both games. And so if you use, really, I think Paquito a little bit more in this matchup, Bryn Mawr, do you open up a lot more options for Team Spirit to catch the edge.
Exactly. If you pick up the Paquito, you have options to flex it if ever. Right now, though, we're probably not going to see it in this specific game.
Yeah, but you're cheating. You're cheating because you're looking.
No, but we gotta.
Yeah, but we don't know, though. The audience doesn't know yet what's happening, so we're just creating questions.
Yeah, no, it's okay. We read it out.
There we go.
There we go. Finally.
Now you guys can see. We can see here, but not for you guys. So here we go.
Okay, we didn't know that was actually banned out. So even Vamos was considering, okay, the Paquito as an option for Hiko is way too good, so let's take it out. In Spirit, I feel like this is smart. They take away the Freya, but it is quite questionable to me as why they would ban out the Valentina in the first place and why they're willing to give the Atlas without a direct answer to it. That might come back to bite them. But as you look at the bans, even Vamos respected the Barrett's capability, and Sawa was great on the Marcel up against Ignite. I am always a big fan of Guinevere coming out early, and Vamos might be able to set tempo with that high crowd control row mid trio in the beginning.
Yeah, they have really crazy crowd control. If they're able to actually land those skills onto Team Spirit, it's going to be troublesome. But again, usually when you go for these combos, you lose out on a bit of that counter matchup, right? And it does feel like Team Spirit are already going to be building towards that. Those strong side laners. They pick up the Esmeralda. The Paquito and the Barats were already banned out earlier. Now they get rid of the Arlet. The Freya was also taken out. I feel like the Valentina ban was more of respect to Clockhood. He's been having phenomenal games on that Valentina. And again, for Spirit, it's all about enabling Bomba as well. They ban out the Melissa too, trying to give Zara Egoist more space, Bomba as well, to really penetrate through this front to back that Vamos seem like they're building for Natco.
Interestingly enough, some of the pre-show talking points, Paquito banned, as Renmar mentioned, Barat's also banned. One of the only games we saw Marcel played and won, that was Team Spirit. So they banned that one out. That's not too surprising. Moskov coming in late alongside the Melissa, focusing on the gold lane. So we probably won't have anything crazy. But one of our only games we've seen Atlas let through. So 3 really strong heroes to start off. Claude joining the roster of Team Spirit. Ooh. And a Brody response.
It's really looking like Vamos just won across the board. High crowd control, row mid trio that could give a lot of difficulty for this Assassin Herrera early on. The Brody into the Claude. They might have already just won with 4 out of the 5.
Wow, that's how strong you feel it is.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, what can Spirit do here? Hiko still has that final pick.
Yeah. Gold lane's already picked up with the XP. Now it's all about the mid lane. So,
what about a Eudora?
At this point, I don't think the Eudora is not against the Guinevere and the Atlas right now. You're going to have to go for a little bit more poke, maybe range as well. It wouldn't be too crazy for them to actually play with the Yve, but the Bene should stop. Wait, that's a Khalid. Never mind. We've been seeing this, by the way. Benedetta Khalid. Wait, so is that is Benedetta? Because the name is Benedetta, the image is Khalid.
Yeah, it looks like it's Benedetta.
Okay, it's Benedetta.
No, you know what's funny? This has happened a lot.
It happened yesterday too.
Yeah.
So we're looking for mid guys. I think could be. I mean, we saw Farsa showing up really well.
I was thinking of Farsa or Yve against the Brody, but the Benedetta should already stop that, and that's why they're gonna have to go with the safer choice in the Vexana, try to peel away against the Atlas and the Guinevere.
Yeah. All right. This Vexana pickup, I feel like, was the great balance of it all, but then you have to pick up Purify, which means you won't have the flicker, but at least you'll have the counter engage with the fear right up in front and then the knockup from your ultimate. I still feel like we're gonna see Vamos take control of this game. That Roman trio is deadly.
If the team fights are all AoE and if Vamos can force those 5v5s, I agree. But if Spirit can utilize those lanes and punish them before the team fights, they can do it.
They've been punished in the lane before. We saw Kimbamba sometimes lose that start. But if he can get it, is Team Spirit the team to beat here? Team Vamos comes in as the favorite, but you think it's going to be Spirit. Let us know in the chat again if you think that's going to go that way as we kick off for Series 1, Game 1. And it's going to be, I believe, Leo and Trex.
Hola and Privyet, everyone watching from all over the world. This is the opener for Day 2 of Knockouts. Team Spirit facing off against Vamos. It's Trex and Leo at your service.
I am extremely excited for this series here. Yesterday we had some fast ones, a 3-0, a 3-1. I got a feeling this one could honestly go the whole distance, Leo.
I'm glad to see that despite the rocky road that Team Spirit had to go through in the groups, they've evolved. The past 72 hours since we last saw them in action has seen them evolve their drafting patterns, which I our panel actually did well to point out, looking at the emblems right here. Did you see this Vexana coming through?
I mean, debatable, but this is one of those picks that we saw one before. It has worked. It has given some options, especially against something that wants to kind of more walk towards you or dash towards you. It's not the most, and the non-flicker mages are kind of coming back too.
And she is forced to flicker here, given all of the straight lines that Vamos are drawing through. The heart of the lineup, Sepat on that Benedetta. Error 404 on a Guinevere that can literally find you wherever you are. And of course, Zequif, who could just find massive Fatal Links, who can only really be purified by Kid Bamba and Hiko. Looking at this matchup, Nako versus Hiko. It's weird that this long in the tournament, we haven't really seen Hiko Mania take off.
We haven't at all. And even last World Championship, I feel like we haven't really seen Hiko in that prime state. It's been a couple tournaments, for me at least. The Hiko that we once knew that was extremely aggressive. And I don't know if it's just Team Spirit taking a more passive route. We had that interview with Bamba not too long ago where he was like, I just want to go even in my lane. I don't even need to win it. And I think Team Spirit is trying to get that discipline. But I think right now what we need to see them is the aggression. They need to know when's the right time to push it in.
Even 2 minutes in between these two teams that we expected a lot of aggression from. The turtle seems to be a fragile dance. Sepat gets spotted up by Sawa, pulled out off camera. Sorry, egoist.
A very clean off-cam pick, and I think it's a good trade. When you're able to get some traction in the gold lane, sometimes it can be worth giving up that turtle. Zar, though, he's going to take a little bit of damage. Should be able to get away from this. He's on the Harara, nothing major. And Team Spirit, even after losing the turtle, take the gold lead. Zar with a quick gank down. Nako tries to get away, but the Retry gets the slowdown and helps secure that first blood.
2v1 with Team Spirit getting a 500 gold lead off that exchange. I still can't say it's worth it. I can't with my whole heart say that that was a worthy trade, but looking at EXP diff, this puts him up by almost a full XP bar up. Zarigo is off to a great start. Sawa still not at level 4. Zequif has already reached it. So this is something that I think we have to consider. Zequif can just jump in, grab these two since Sunset Lover does not have one. Oh, massive Requiem!
Beautiful knock-up. Sawa goes down. A little bit more damage with Fatal Links as Vamos just tries to get away. Kid Bamba with the rotation down. It's actually surprising. He's out-rotating the Benedetta right now. He's winning out in lane as well. Team Spirit making some plays in the map.
Contrary to what he mentioned in an interview, you said he just wants to go even. This is not even at all. He's literally bullying Sepat, moving faster elsewhere, and I think that's what allowed for that 2v1 down bottom. There was a lot that Vamos was dealing with on the other half of the map.
But now, with that kill into Vamos' hands as well, things have kind of evened out. Sepat, this is the first Benedetta we've seen in the XP lane so far. We haven't seen a Benedetta picked up.
We've seen it a lot in MWI.
We definitely did.
Whoa!
Another knockup, another Violent Requiem. Sepat lands the time after time. Sawo continues to be the target of the time. He flickers away, and Zarigo is able to respond with a kill of his own.
Brave Smite. Mind you, this is not a revitalized Belleric. He just went up, punched him straight in the face, stole some life, and flickered back. The godfather of MLBB and ECA showing a lot of wild. Cocoon
goes down. As Vamos scrambles, Team Spirit going to be able to get a little bit of a placehold on this turtle now. Air 4-4, it's not even a contest for it. Vamos knows they have to back off. This is the aggression we were looking for. Team Spirit finding plays on the map.
All right, throughout the group stage, I figured that one-step conversion was the key. And how's about this for one step? One misstep, a failed bait, a pickoff straight into a turtle take means Team Spirit now, everything they're building up to is worth it. I'd say 1,000 gold. That's enough evidence to say that the first 5 minutes belongs to them.
What's amazing about that last play too is Sawo willing, knowing, I'm going to hang out just a little bit.
Whoa.
Another Violent Requiem though.
Into a Purify! Kid Bamba might survive this!
Well done. He's back onto the tower. Should be okay. Able to get away. Very clean. And this is what we were talking about with Kid Bamba up in the CXP lane. Just dominating down on the boss side though. Hiko with a nice blazing duet. Zequif forced to go back onto the tower. Nako wants to try to get involved with this as Clocken walks up as well. Team Spirit though got what they came for. They cut the wave. They're back on the map.
Approaching 2,000 gold mark. The Dragons are soaring towards a strong mid-game berth. Treks throughout the group stage. Team Spirit has had a love-hate relationship with the Claude. It's a good hero on Hiko, don't get me wrong. It's just they've always paired it with a weird Ling or a lineup that's always dead on the other half of the map. But this time, I'd say with Kid Bomba finding his new footing, getting a little more of that Bomba swag, I think the Claude is doing much, much better for them.
Yeah, and I'm just happy to see Hiko on a marksman again, honestly. A nice pick on Sawo. Sawo will be okay, but the knockup in response to the Eternal Guards. Zakif forced to run away once again. Vamos continue. Oh, but wait a second, from the bottom. Somebody comes in with a beautiful blazing duet from Hiko as well. The kill on Nanako secured.
There's gotta be some part of Vamos that thought, let's not put purifies on our heroes. We're gonna be the aggressors, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, I don't think they expected Team Spirit to be this aggressive. Looking at this lineup, you're thinking, hey, Hiko won't be as in your face. Sunset Lover will be keeping himself scarce, but that's not what's happening. Team Spirit has picked up the pace. This is not the same Team Spirit we saw in the groups.
Yeah, and it's like they see every single attack coming before Vamos can do it. Here comes Kid Bomba, though. Sawo as well with a nice Wrath of Druid. On to Nako and Sepa. Sepat unable to get an angle in, but Sawo taking a lot of damage. Torn apart memory, secures the kill onto Sawo. Now Hiko comes in, able to find Sepat. Air 4-4 as well. Will go down. Zakif holding back as Team Spirit loses the turtle, but comes out on wins and kills.
1 for 1, I'd say a roamer for an XP laner, 9 times out of 10 is a good trade. Team Spirit now up 3,000 gold, pushing top lane in tier 1, I'm pretty sure it's gonna go down. Bottom lane as well. Look at how well Spirit took this fight. That one pickoff, that one trade, the fact that Sawo got his ult right where he wanted it means Team Spirit was gonna go where they wanted and get that conversion. Top lane falls eventually.
Team Spirit not only winning out in gold, but winning out on the map as well. And as I was saying, it feels like every time Vamos wants to make a play happen, Team Spirit knows it's coming and is so quick to respond. From about the second fight we saw happen where Saw was able to get that flicker away to down in the bot lane, when Zaur shows up in the nick of time, every time Team Spirit is right on top of it.
So far, Hiko is just everywhere. Needs to be in the neutral objective pit. He's there. Double waving. He's there. Natko, I can't say the same. Again, taking this down to the fact of it's hard for them to get vision, and it's hard for them to get the engages that they need to, since they're both thinking, we need to find the perfect fatal links, and we need to threaten Sunset Lover and Hiko. It's just, Hiko has a purify. Sunset Lover will be hiding himself up until the very last moment. It's hard for Vamos to play the same pace that they did in the groups to be able to be the #1 team out of all of the teams. Fastest games, cleanest record. They're trying to repair that now. And it's going to start off of Zakif. I think if Zakif can, for some reason, pop the purify on both side laners, then that's a start. It can't be off of Sawo. You can't do fatal links on Sawo to start off a combo.
It's very true. I think they definitely need to find those targets, but how do they even get there, right? They don't have huge... I guess you got to get the knock-up from Air 404. Someone needs to bait it out.
It's him and Sepat.
Yeah, somebody has to make it happen. You do have the Petrify as well from Sepat, so there is ways to combos, but it's definitely a lot of checklists to start off these team fights for Vamos.
Lord has spawned, lower quarter. Team Spirit are up 4,000 gold. You see a majority of that currently sitting in the jungle. Huge, huge difference. About 2,000 gold. That's a full item. They find one!
Nice falling Star Moon, and Clocken goes down to Zaur. Zakif just watching as his teammate falls. Sepat into the backside as Team Spirit claims over the Lord Pit.
It's difficult because Vamos are, again, trying to find a way to pop those purifies. Side laners are calling the shots. And Clockun and Natko can't even begin to figure out what to do. Natko just built his Sky Piercer about a minute ago with 0 stacks. His flicker is more of a finisher and more of a panic button. These two aren't starting anything until they figure out that silent situation and Ziki finding the perfect entry.
It's a tough entry at that.
It's a grocery list of to-do things against Team Spirit right now.
Got a whole chore list right now. Get everything done, and then you can have some fun after. And they're not able to make it through. Lord coming down the bottom side. Vamos, and another big problem with this lineup is because you have this more burst marksman, a little bit of a slower attack speed, it's going to be a little bit harder to shred down these Lords. You don't exactly have a big answer for that right now.
Lord marching through bot, big chubby wave escorted by Hiko. Mid lane, slowly worked on by Sunset Lover. Oh, I think that's it. They're going to commit Grand Theft Orange. Oh, who they put it on. Oh, Arrow 404 still gets it. Good use of retribution. So Vamos aren't taking this line down.
Yes, they're definitely able to at least defend something, but Team Spirit do such a great job of layering these waves. They take the top tier 2, bottom tier 2, mid tier 2, should fall next as Kimbaba zones away Vamos with that falling Star Moon. Sawo keeping vision as well. Luckily for Vamos, they do keep their inhibitors up, but Team Spirit not quite done yet.
Oh, even Ziki can't stand under 2 seconds of Hiko's basic attacks. In comes Bomba.
Bomba to the backside, maybe a little too deep, but Sawo jumps in and Hiko follows it up with a beautiful blazing duet. Arrow 404 is down, and next will be Sepot and possibly Kakun. But Team Spirit decides to back off. They got what they came for. They take the inhibitor.
3 for 1. Part of the trade, but the fact that Team Spirit are already inside the base, Sour looking for more. Iframes perfectly used, a mid lane, Holy Shield still standing. What is Team Spirit looking to do? Are they just holding Vamos hostage?
Are they looking to end possibly?
Whoa!
They're gonna move in, a lot of damage from Hiko onto Sapat. Zakif comes out though. He does have the Fatal Links, could be bad. A flicker from Sunset Lover, but he does get grabbed and pulled back. Sawo tries to come in to at least zone Vamos away, but in comes Sapat, able to get the kill.
He's burning!
Now into the backside, Arrow 404 gets the dash as well. Sapat back to base to get some health, and Team Spirit finally decides to get out of town.
This is the first time they actually caught Sunset Lover. One might think the fact that there's an extra body compromises Clockun, compromises Ziki. No, I think that was more of just Team Spirit overstaying their welcome.
Yeah, I think there was the hope that maybe they could end, maybe there would be a big mistake. But Vamos was able to hold it together, and now Team Spirit ends up losing a bit out on that. They could have reclaimed some space in the map. Sunset Lover goes down. Nako getting that kill as well, which is something they need right now because he's got those Sky Piercers. But look at the damage on a Nako. A nice knockup with the Violent Requiem, and down goes Hiko. Arrow 404 able to slow them down a little.
So with Hiko off the map, traded out for a roamer, this is one of the first few jabs that Vamos has actually put up against Team Spirit's chin. I don't think that's enough though to stop him from actually starting up a slow but dominant Lord dance, which is something I love. In the knockout stage, we started the dance again.
It's definitely been a slower pace, especially even in the groups. We had a little bit of that here and there, a little bit of the macro play. Right now, Vamos does have to worry about that long lane right now. Team Spirit can take it slow. RNG not in the favor of Vamos, with the Lord spawning up on top side and that bottom tower going down.
Yep, long lane in control of the Dragons of the North. And Zar Egoist here just doing his darndest. All they can do really, Vamos, is send the Sepot. He's the fastest rotator from the team, besides maybe Zakif. He can try that too, but oh, Sawo looking for the conceal, finding the engagement, 10 seconds off of it. Requiem already?
On a Kid Bomba, but they do buy the time. Zawa able to get the Lord, but a lot of damage lands on a Bomba. One more shot, and Nako able to get the kill. Eternal Guard comes down, but Sunset Lover finds a Keef as Hiko looks for an angle in. Vamos still not giving up ground just yet. Team Spirit might want to try to push in. Zarugos able to get a lot of damage down, but into the backside Sepot.
Oh, he forced a flicker, but he went it too deep. Clockun! Crimson Beacon back. Hiko finds him.
A nice blazing duet, able to get some nice damage, but Air 4-4 not giving this up, will get taken down for his sins, staying too long. Team Spirit now looking for the push back in.
3 for 1, massive win for Team Spirit, holding that 8,000 gold lead, waiting for that Lord to spawn. Kid Bomba will be up, Flying Clouds will be a boon to Team Spirit's final push. This could be it, Trex.
Team Spirit, one big hit. They don't have a wave on the top or mid though, so it's all gonna have to come from the bottom here. Sawo comes in. The Purify does pop, but the damage is too much. The Keef goes down, and Lord is getting closer as Zaurigos takes Nako down to about half health. Sunset Lover low, so he's forced to back off. Zaur in the backside, able to find Clockun, and the Lord connects. Immortality pops. Kid Bomba there as well with falling Star Moon onto air, but they're locked on the base, and Vamos still can't defend. The Lord does finally go down though, and Team Spirit just can't end it yet.
Wave gets cleared out. Sepot is the only hope. And a Benedetta might be the only explainer to be able to do this. Zarigo is escorting that wave. Top lane inhibitor falls. Arrow 404 and 7 holding on. The base up next.
Team Spirit clean it up for game number 1. Very well done at this point. Ending that game with about a 7,000 plus gold lead. Vamos scrambling through most of it.
So Narmastad, winter is here, finally. The Dragons of the North showed their teeth and are on the board against Vamos. What a game. I'd say what? a good 80% of that, it was up to Team Spirit.
Completely up to Team Spirit. A few moments where Vamos were able to at least fight back, fall even in team fights, or even a few moments that Team Spirit messed up, like when they stayed a little too long in the base there.
Just to punish.
Just to punish.
And they were trying to finish. So far, this is the best shape we've seen Team Spirit in MSC 2026, even against Guangzhou in their clincher. They weren't this clean. They figured out who they are in this metagame, in Scarlet Embers 2.0.
Very well done by Team Spirit. So where do they go from here, right? Does Vamos have a big answer? I'm sure they'll break it down more later, but taking a look at this game, Team Spirit, you said in the very beginning, they look different, not just in draft. We got to see a slightly different variation of the way they want to come into this game in draft, but even in their gameplay, we wanted aggression from them. Once they smelled blood in the water, they were on it. They continued to fight back. Every time Vamos looked for a pickoff, Team Spirit was there with an answer.
And this gives me thought for or two. I think our panel should be able to break this down. What's going on with Vamos? They're usually the team, again, that plays the cleanest. The easiest equation, 1 + 1 is equal to 2. They took so many steps to try and figure out how to take down Spirit. Next thing you know, they're doing high algebra. All the while, their base started to get taken down. I'd like to think that there's a lot for Vamos to figure out. We'll leave it to the panel to break it down after game number 1. Rain Day, it's all you.
Thank you, Leo and Trex. Wow, some emotional stuff there. You see Kid Bomba's mom and sister in the crowd reacting to his big win on Team Spirit, as they should. What an incredible start there for them. And as we continue on in this game, the answers are going to now have to be found by Team Vamos as Spirit come out swinging. One of the questions we had, Renmar, Mirko, was, will this Claude work again? What can we do to see Hiko Mania? It was a late game pick, they said, but in just a few minutes, that game was a 7,000 gold lead for Spirit. Claude didn't seem very late game to me there.
Yeah, Spirit decided to expedite the process. They gave up the first turtle and then ganked the Brody, meaning that Hiko was comfortable in the laning phase. That simple little adjustment made huge differences for Spirit.
And it was also just subverting the expectations, right? When you pick up a Claude, it's weak side automatically, the Brody on the other side. You wouldn't really expect Team Spirit to be ganking that lane. Instead, you'd be expecting Team Spirit to actually go and contest for these neutral objectives. So really good eye, really good vision and decision from all of the members there. Because again, even up against the Guinevere, we've seen multiple teams try to double down on neutral objectives against Guinevere, and it doesn't pay off.
And it's not that Guinevere is the guaranteed win on an assassin right now. We know Era 404 can do so much, but we have seen more success with the Harara, and we have seen more success with these different choices. And now it's kind of gone back to it where you see that given to Zaur Egoist, and he has a fantastic game. But break down these stats, guys, because across the board, it was Team Spirit from beginning to end, Mirko.
It really was, man. All the way from the start, it was just fantastic by Team Spirit, the way that they were able to stay away from those team fights. Because me and Renmar, we identified it earlier in the panel, right? For Vamos, they have a great composition if they can force the 5v5s, if they can force these brawls to happen together. Spirit, they use that lane dominance, and I really got to give props to that Esmeralda first pick, right? That lane dominance hit over in XP that literally just took everything away from Vamos. He was able to rotate faster, he was gapping Subpot, and there was no other choice for Subpot to choose in the XP unless they wanted to completely sacrifice the team fights. Because again, they pick up the Benedetta, they wanted to layer another form of CC with already the Atlas, right? They couldn't do it with any other pick. Say if they wanted to go Dairoth to just counter the Esmeralda, yeah, you would counter the Esme, but then you would lose out completely on those team fights.
Yeah, Vamos had the right thought process, but in the end, because of Kid Bomba being able to dominate the lane, have his presence felt, that alleviated the pressure from Sawa and Sunset Lover. That once they got through that first layer of, okay, we got past Kid Bomba, now we go next. What are we up against? High taunt, high crowd control, Belleric, where of course Sawa was definitely feeling the hype. And then you walk into Sunset Lover's distance, you immediately get terrified, you get comboed, and then you get punished for wanting to dive. We saw that once on the Benedetta. He really wanted to go after Sunset Lover, but Sunset Lover literally stiff-armed him, said no, and then punished Sepat on the Benedetta.
Yeah, it was the MLBB version of a stiff arm there. The big problem, at least from what I saw, was that they had a game plan that they knew was coming up. Team Spirit just said, we're going to avoid giving you any opportunity to come in and Fatal Links with the Atlas. And if you do, you're only going to get our Purifies. So you're not going to be able to do it. You've got to burn it twice. And that was obviously an issue, Mirko. Break down what you saw in that game one.
I need your help, Mr. Red.
All right, I got you, man. I got you.
All right. So for me, I'm just going to go quickly in the drafts, run this through because Renmar will, kind of talk about everything else. So firstly, I really want to talk about this Valentina ban that we saw earlier as well, right? We were talking about it. Renmar was like, oh, why did they ban Valentina? I'm very interested. And after the game, I guess now we understand.
Yep.
They really wanted to trade either the Atlas or the Belleric. And if you leave these two heroes open, you need to ban the Valentina just because, again, whoever gets their hands on the Valentina plus the Atlas or Belleric, you're going to have another ult to play with, the other side, right? So it's either, let's say, Vamos get the Atlas here. Oh, they get the Atlas here, and then the Belleric gets picked up by Spirit. If it's another Valentina, it's going to be that layer that we were talking about. Atlas plus the Wrath of the Dryad. Next thing, it's also just the Esmeralda pickup right after they saw the Barats and the Paquito ban, right? Insta-prio in XP. Not a lot of matchups, and they ban out the Arlet straight up in that second phase. That was the only other guy that could be the layer to help this Atlas Guinevere. Because again, right now, Atlas Guinevere, you're playing around that cycle of Purify. If the Purify is baited out by one, that's cool. But the thing is, as you also pointed out, Mr. Rainday, it was also them just splitting up. Every time you go in, it can only get one Purify.
Right.
Best case scenario, you get two Purifies. Bait it with one skill, but they were always so far apart. Then after that, obviously, it was just the subversion of expectations in the game and their execution to really bait out the Brody to walk forward, Esmeralda getting tempo and all that.
Yep. Well, it's going to be my turn now. Give me a second. All right.
I got you.
All right. Thank you. You're going to have to also hold my mic over there.
Teamwork.
All right. It's just, how come I made more old man noises? My age is showing.
I don't know why.
All right. This one. Okay. So we're going to start off with this play here. This is where our two casters, Leo and Trex, are pointing out. You don't always just want to keep going after the Belleric. You're going to have to choose differently. This is the harsh reality towards Vamos where, okay, you can try to combo one, but you will get punished later. Because here in this map, we're going to do a quick little... I'm trying to look for my zoom in button. Oh, there we go. Okay. Give me a sec. Bam. All right. So you watch where Zara Egoist is going to be coming from. We're going to play this play out through the map instead of just the little micro decisions. Team Spirit were happy that this happened because they knew Zara Egoist would be in a position to punish Vamos. And then once they finally realized that, oh, wait, they got no one. We're good to go. You see members slow, and you see where the Brody is. That was the sign for Zara Eagles to go ahead and jump in. That's how they were able to get the second kill here onto the Brody, with the other one coming in from the laning phase after they gave up turtle number one, and then they decided to just gank the bottom lane. So that was a great call by Team Spirit, and meanwhile for Vamos, a little bit desperate. Wrong target, not fully respecting where the Hirara could be coming from, and then they got punished for it. And then the second one would be how Team Spirit also handled this. I love where Sao and Hiko came from. They decided to conceal from the bottom side of the river, and then with Vamos already set up, again, this is what they want to do. Their formation wants to fight. So they had full setup for the turtle. They didn't know where the Belleric and the Cloud was, although they could surmise that they could be coming from the bottom lane from an opposite side, which is why they put Klokun over there to potentially sense. But at that point, Sao was just going to ignore this juice in. Doesn't care. So he'll be able to get a great taunt off. Meanwhile, Hiko locks in into Klokun, and Hiko does a really brilliant BMI trick here. He goes in, he BMIs. Because the Benedetta sees him, Sepat sees him, he decides, you know what? I'm about to go down. Kid Bomba is absolutely destroying me on this Esmeralda. Let's see if we can get this Cloud out here. Force out his Purify. Just a bit. Hiko, bang. Gets out safely. Vamos was scrambled. They decided to just focus a little bit more on the heroes. Arrow 404, as you see, did not even get to use his retribution over there. So that was an easy, clean take for Team Spirit. They got turtle buff. They get some more kills. They get some more fights. Even though Sabo goes down, they get to win the trade overall. They get more kills. They get the objective, and that's a big win.
And Nako's irrelevant. I mean, you circled in on the retribution, but you also saw Nako back there, full health. 0-2-0. And on the other side of things, you see the impact. Hiko is not only fighting against Klokun, gets him to half health, so Zushin can't poke in on that fight and contribute any CC or any damage, but then comes back and almost kills her again after he's been effective in the turtle fight. So both of these things, to me, like, those are great points you guys pointed out, but I think maybe the biggest thing was clearly winning that side lane and putting Nako in a defensive position, not being able to use a matchup that should have been in their favor, right, Remar?
Yeah, it's difficult too for Vamos. I understand their frustration because even in the team fighting, there's like, they're coming from the sides. Where are they coming from? Some unexpected angles of entry by Team Spirit.
Yeah.
I think that's the game plan here. They're keeping Vamos on their toes and making themselves really difficult to read for team fights.
Yeah, I think, again, if we go back to that point, I mean, the Brody pick now just feels so off, right? Because if you look at the composition again, it was made to team fight. It was made to just basically get tempo around the map, play around the Atlas and the Guinevere, and you don't really get that with Brody, right? In the side lane. It's usually when you pick up the Brody or even the Clint, you wanting to rotate into that lane, pick up a turret, then have the Brody rotate around. So it's about setting up the Brody for that strong side, then getting structures, capitalizing on that.
Yeah.
So again, you can't really do that though. On the Guinevere, on the Atlas, you gank a Claude, it's an instant purify, and then it's free objectives on the other side of the map, which is already the strong side for Spirit that they established very well on.
Well, we had a chance to take a moment to talk with the coach of Team Spirit, Cold Star, to see what he thought about this. Some great adjustments in Game 1.
Hey, Turner here now with Cold Star, Coach Cold Star. Welcome, Coach.
Hello, thank you so much.
How are you feeling coming to this next match?
Great, feeling great. Full energy, ready for a competition.
Ready for competition, ready for revenge?
Exactly, for sure.
Exactly. So I'm getting the vibes that you're very confident today.
Yeah, very confident.
Is that the same sentiment to, the players as well?
Of course, yeah. We are feeling super confident today. We're going to show Bahamas that they made the mistake that they chose us. So,
okay.
Yeah.
I like that. What made it different this time?
You will see different team spirit today.
Okay, a different team spirit today. I'm quite curious to see that. And obviously, we do want to talk a little bit more about the struggles that maybe Team Spirit had faced in the group stages. Could you share a little bit more about that?
The struggles during group stage? Well, I think that there was a moment, something with preparations. I think at some point we maybe didn't prepare enough. We made some mistakes in draft, in preparation, in our strategic approach.
Okay.
So we changed that. We fixed, worked on our mistakes during those days. I think against Guangzhou Gaming, we already fixed things and adapted well to that series. And of course, during these days of the break, we had an option and had time to fix the mistakes that we had and work on closely what we're going to do today.
We're getting a lot of information from players, from coaches as well, that it's always a lack of preparation. Is it the meta that's causing that, or what's going on?
Lack of preparation? Well, it depends, of course, and especially when the tournament is very short. I mean, kind of short, comparing to M Series, for example, when you have more time during the tournament, more matches, like when you play the Swiss system with best of ones, you have more time, more days, more games. And of course, when it comes to one game, it's not only about preparation, but also about mental state of the team at exact that day. So I think, well, there is a lot of things, when it comes to a competition of the highest level, it's always about, small things. The smallest things matter. So that's why it can come to preparation as well. And lack of preparation obviously will make it much more difficult to win, but also it can be some sort of mental thing. Maybe some teams underestimate the others. For example, like maybe Team Liquid underestimated other teams, and that's why they made their mistakes, and that's why they're out in group stage. So I think it depends on the team, depends on exact situation, and we never know what happens inside the team, so only them know. So yeah.
What about your players? What about your babies? How are they like? Is it something about underestimation? Is mentality a problem as well, or is it just more so just gameplay and strategizing?
It's a good question, because I think that for the group stage, the match that we lost against Bahamas, everyone made a small mistake. It's like a little bit from everyone.
Okay.
From me as well, from players, so a little bit from every side. So, and as I said, when it comes to the highest level of competition, those small things matter a lot. So that's why I think it happened.
So we're expecting a collective improvement from Team Spirit today.
Indeed.
So maybe do you have a message to your fans back at home, the EC fans, just the international fans in general?
Of course. Thank you very much for cheering for us, for rooting for Team Spirit. We are going to show great performance today. Keep cheering for us, guys. We're going to show great performance. Let's go.
Thank you so much, Coach, for this interview. Good luck for your next match. And we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Thank you.
An emotional performance, an awe-inspiring performance from Team Spirit. EECA, like I mentioned earlier, only a few years of being a part of MSC as it's expanded internationally, and now you could see what it has done to the fans. And that fan right there, Kid Bumba's mom, just really emotional after that first win. You could tell how much has gone into this, how much pride is on the line, how much it must mean to see your child on stage at this moment.
Yep.
And then coming out on top.
You got Kid Bomba on stage, you got Mom Bomba and Sis Bomba.
I like that.
Triple Bombas.
Yeah, they're very proud, and they're very sweet. They came up to me yesterday after the games, and I thought, oh, what did I do? Am I in trouble? I don't know them. It's like, oh, we know you. I'm Kid Bomba's mom, and then introduced me to the sister. They're very great people, and I'm very happy to see them here. Of course, if I'm not mistaken, this might be the first time they get to watch Kid Bomba in a major international.
Yeah, I mean, live for sure, and a
live
event for sure. Yes, like a Moonton MSC M series or and it's so good. You can already see, I guess, the morale boost. I mean, the Spirit fans are everywhere here as well. Yes, I love it. I love the support for Spirit. I love that it actually boosted them as well. And just like Cold Star said, that positive energy, that mental state coming into the series, everything's looking great. They even called it. You're looking for a great show.
It could be one thing, the tiniest things, Cold Star said. So we'll see what tiny adjustments they make. On the side of Vamos, they say, we're not going to play the Belleric Atlas game.
Yep.
That makes a lot of sense. I think you have way more preparation, stuff to study from, stuff to learn from in this tournament with Belleric and Atlas. Maybe on the sidelines or only one of them available, and they decide to do that. Go back to the Valentina ban and also the Esmeralda ban in order to prioritize the Paquito, which, guys, could be a flex here.
Yeah. See, I'm actually more of a fan of this, right? If you go for the Barats or the Paquito, you go for the Paquito first here just because you can flex it 3 waves. Especially considering Spirit don't really want to play Zaur Egoist on a Barats jungle, right? So even if they pick it up, you know for sure it's going to go on Bomba, not on Zaur. This is a good one. Bomba's amazing. Hiko has 100% win rate on it. We haven't seen Zaur on it, but it's going to be good as well if they are able to just, again, establish control early.
Yep. So many options, especially with a Valentina, Atlas, Esmeralda taken out. It's perfect choices for a Paquito first pick. But Vamos does something surprising. With the Barris, it's flexed, but they paired up with a Jushin right away.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised here. They go for the Hirara again. We know Zaur wants to go on those assassins.
And he didn't get it last game, which is important.
Now for Spirit. Do they want to go Uranus? Do they want to go Uranus straight up, right? Against the Barats. Thing is, error on... Yes, they do. They're calling in the bluff because I think it's similar. Again, from yesterday, the Barats pick. Everybody knows it's not going to go on Nile. It's going to go on Shogun because Nile wants to be on carries. Here as well. You look at error, you really think he's going to go utility Barats? Guinevere is like... That is the limit of how utility is going to go.
Yeah, because even Guinevere, as utility as it is, it has some sort of carry factor that we mentioned with Ling disappearing. Here comes Nolan. So it's not Hirara Ling as we were placeboed into believing, as Mirko pointed out. It's Nolan and Hirara as the actual trade. The Barretts and the Uranus being open, honestly, from Vamos was quite unexpected. A little bit disappointing.
I thought they would just go Uranus there, you know, with the instead of the Barats pick after seeing the Paquito and how it could be flexed to 3 lanes. And Spirit didn't even need to bring it into the second phase. They were like, oh, you're revealing your cards early, so we're also just going to counter you.
Well, you know, you could see Hirara and Nolan picked up again. It is the second game, to correct myself earlier, on Zaur for that. But Nolan, probably a lot more comfortable here for Arrow 404.
Absolutely.
And we've seen Nolan rise in just value generally in this tournament. Melissa banned out as well from the side of Team Spirit, so she won't make it through yet again.
I think it's going to be the same matchup now for Spirit. They should ban out the Moskov as well. Try to force Vamos on a Claude. They even... the Clit was a pretty good answer yesterday as well, to be fair, against the Paquito. I thought they were going to ban out the Moskov, so they forces the Claude, but this is a very similar thing, right?
Yeah.
Moskov Claude, you can still bully him. It's just that it gets really annoying with the Moskov Spear of Misery. Gord actually gets banned out, which is quite interesting. Trying to take away that... It doesn't really look like a Gord comp to me, though.
Bit of stun, bit of damage.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, they can just trade the long-range poke mages instead. They didn't even think of the Gord because they're so mobile. Yeah, like Eve with the Valentina gone. I think we go back to like Eve Farsal trades. Oh my God!
I'm about
so
Marcel.
Used to seeing this guy not show up in draft. I did not realize he wasn't banned.
It's just usually auto ban, man.
Yeah. Oof. Oh, maybe Spirit also overlooked that.
Yeah. They're gonna hide their last pick, gold lane. For Vamos, Spirit are going to have to reveal all their cards. We know already where the Paquito, Hirara, and Uranus are going, so it's about the mid and roam right now. To deal with the Marcel, to try to get control early, what do you go on mid and roam? That's the question. You need to go for Prio. But is it Cho? Do they really want to go Cho?
I've always been a guy to say don't pick Cho into Marcel, even though it is very skill-based and players have gotten better for it.
Eudora?
They can pick off.
Matilda.
They can, Matilda.
Yeah. Wow. The Eudora, pretty solid against the Nolan. Going to be very annoying. It also enables the Hirara quite a bit. The Matilda's there, and they still go for the Brody. Okay. You can deal with the Paquito somewhat in lane.
Yep.
But that Matilda, if everybody just comes flying by at you, dude, it's going to be a rough game. So it's all about early game. It's all about that Turtle 1. It's all about snowballing for both.
And maybe they have the answer here. Obviously, the Marcel has been one of the most dominant picks when let through. Just alone with that, are you liking Vamos' draft a lot better?
Well, I really like the Marcel, but it depends on how they are able to pull off that early game. I can see some angles where the Marcel could give a lot of difficulty for Spirit, but equally, Spirit might just not even care about the golden hour.
All right, well, we'll see. Is it going to be golden hour here? Marcel let through yet again. Will he continue his dominance here at MSC EWC 2026? Let's send it over to Leo and Trex for game 2.
Back in the land of Dawn, we're going into game number 2. We're expecting Vamos to equalize, given that they are going to die on this hill. They're once again playing the Brody and the Zushin.
Let's see if it works better this time. I do think they have a little bit more of an engage capability with this Marcel. That's the trigger finger, right? They also have the Barats on Sepat. It's definitely a very different lineup around the Brody. You have some way to make space for him to actually move around in these team fights.
And you're winning in the jungle. Again, the Nolan into the Hirara is a slightly more advantageous. Oh, G-Keef taking a bit of damage here. As I was saying, a bit of a more advantaged head-to-head against the Hirara, which Zarigois has to figure out, but one must consider he has momentum on his side. He's, again, just playing the same hero, pressing load game.
And we already see the momentum that he's trying to create, even his routing there. Instead of just going straight to orange, he makes a quick pit stop in the mid lane, looking for some possible pressure. They're able to get the Litho Wander, so Team Spirit already showing after the momentum of game 1 that they want to keep on attacking.
Yep, Zikif here, escorting Error 404 for a little side lane small camp action. Popping Bomba, putting him at half health. And I think this should be a successful small camp steal.
Arrow 4-4s are not unable to get there in time. He's already used his retreat. But the attack onto the top side, Sawo getting space. Both teams, though, still taking it slow. Zauer going to try to take a camp of his own now. But a lot of damage. Lands on Error, but actually gets back onto Team Spirit. He's going to move back onto his campus. Sawo continues to harass here.
If this was anyone else other than the Matilda, it would have been a difficult situation to try and clap back. Maybe just a Minotaur with a motivation roar would have topped you off from the burstiest hero on paper in Mobile Legends. This is an equal turtle dance that we're starting up. Looks like Zauer might go for his purple first.
Nice Deadness welcome. Sawo able to flick back though, but still gets pulled in. Sunset Lover looking for the engage as well. All of them brought back in. Vamos. But look at the damage from Bomba. Arrow 404 goes down. Turtle goes into Team Spirit's hands as well. And it's hell for Vamos right now as 3 members drop right when they thought they had it.
I'll take that deal any day. Twice on Thursdays. Sawo for 3 and a turtle. Let's see that again.
All right, everyone gets brought back in. A nice play, and Vamos feels like they have it, but Kid Bomba in the midst of them, continuing to get damage. They're just too grouped up.
All right, triple stacks on the Ionic Edge, I think, is what did the job. And I think just Sunset Lover getting superconductor stacks on everyone. Sawa says it's worth it. Oh, okay, so top half of the map, again, different story from game 1. Can they get it flipped over on the bottom side? At least it's a better situation for Natco. Natco did not die in the first 2 minutes.
Natco hasn't gone down, but just about everyone else has. Sakif takes a lot of damage. Vamos, how do you recover from that in a fight where you just felt like you had it? And it's the same as X Story's game number 1. Vamos creates this engage. They almost get it, but Team Spirit always responds better. And you mentioned it last time, who do they keep on targeting? Who do they keep on getting the kill on? Sawo. But it just doesn't matter, and it's the same as X Story's game number 1.
40 seconds till the turtle spawns, and Sawo is everywhere. That's just what you get off of Wilderness Blessing, and of course, just the sheer mobility that a Matilda brings, which some way, somehow kind of counters what a Marcel does in breaking your formation and what Klokun wants to do with a Zushin to try and get you closer in. Team Spirit can reset over and over again, which explains a majority of, even in the neutral, even when fights aren't happening, why Spirit get to do what they want. Another small camp steal here from Zar Egoist. He is up by about a level, a full XP bar from Error 404. I'd say Vamos still have to be very cautious about taking this next objective. Spawns in the same spot.
Not only that, but Sepa takes that long rotation down to boss side, and now he just makes his level 7, almost starts, but he's falling behind Kinbaba once again. Vamos, they're rotating around, but never really making a play out of it, honestly. But there's a nice Detona's welcome. Does land down, and Sawo falls. This time Vamos doesn't pay the price for it, at least not yet, but no, he goes there to make sure they get the counterattack. Zaki falls. More damage comes out from Nako in the backside as Sepak continues to hold the front line. Team Spirit looking for the re-engage. Sunset Lover continues to drop the beacon down along with Klokun.
Impressive reposition by Hiko, looking for potential targets. Air 404 holding onto the brush. Turtle out of 4.
Hiko into the backside with a nice 1-2, forcing Air 404 away as Team Spirit gets the second turtle. Team Spirit don't have to force this. They already got what they came for, but they do seem to want to present the attack. Vamos back under the towers, losing another turtle and falling behind more and more.
Deja vu. Might not have been as bombastic of a trade, a 3-for-1, but a kill onto Sawa for everything else that Team Spirit walked away with, plus a conversion into a tier 1 up top. This is Team Spirit finding their footing. This is them playing comfortably in the knockouts, while Vamos, again, by picking 2 out of the 5 same heroes, are ending up with the same issues. Once they've used the Detona's welcome, once they've come in with Air 404's Kitten Burst. Oh, another one, Detona's welcome on a Uranus.
I don't think they're going to have enough damage for that, but wait, everyone does pile on top. Consecration does pop. They're going to walk right into Zard here. Tower will get away, but still that's, oh, in the mid side, Hiko finds Nako, and this is the constant response that Team Spirit brings. Every time Vamos drops a test, Team Spirit has the answers. Now they're going to move on to this purple buff as Vamos is kicked out of town, forced away out of their own jungle.
Oh man, even the purple buff is in jeopardy, and Zaur just yeets that out of Error 404's hands. They're propelling up to a 5,000 gold lead, the flicker in!
A lot of damage on a set pat. Nice golden hour does come out from Vamos, all of them trapped under the tower, but it also stops them from taking tower shots. And that's going to help them succeed in taking that tier 3. Arrow 404 on the run. Team Spirit on the chase, non-stop throughout this game.
That's 2 full levels that Zaur is ahead of Arrow 404. And Trex, correct me if I'm wrong, it took about 7 minutes for the first significant golden hour to be cast. It could have been perfect. It could have been perfect underneath a tier 1-2, but now Zkeef is running for his life, canceling that circling eagle. Natko might be one more casualty, but all while this was happening, the final turtle goes to Team Spirit.
It's looking rough for Vamos at this point. Team Spirit consistently has the answers. I got to point out Hiko as well. He hasn't always, I feel like ever since the Gold Fighter really became popular over the past year or so, Hiko hasn't really gotten to shine on one, and this is probably one of the best games I've seen on him on a fighter in the gold lane, the Paquito. He's been finding angles, he's been outputting damage, he's performing today.
And it's what you need with this kind of lineup. Again, the forward momentum, catching the Vanguard, flanking from the sides. Even Arrow 404 is scared of the Paquito. Hiko's getting punished here by Zkeef, but the advantage is just so powerful. It's huge. Kid Bomba chunked down to half. Purple here, still denied out of Arrow 404.
He hasn't seen a purple for about 2 minutes now. Maybe more. Vamos only getting 2 kills on the board so far, losing towers, haven't taken any objectives from the side of Team Spirit. They are smothering, and don't get me wrong, with a heavy frontline lineup that Team Spirit has brought, you kind of expect this power spike in the 6 to 9 minute mark. But Vamos has not been doing a good job at responding. They haven't been doing a good job of finding answers. They've actually been forcing fights sometimes when it's not even their time.
This is a clear sign that you shouldn't be. Because in that little moment, the sequence down bottom, when they pushed tier 2, Hiko was putting fist to face against 3 with very little punish. He was doing that with impunity. Sure, Sawa was in the vicinity, but what does VMS do here? Vamos, they're looking to again get stacks on Natco's ult, stop them all with the perfect golden hour, and then Aero 404 to clean up. Like, that's the perfect picture here, with Sepat being the engagement. That is, for now, again, deja vu, the grocery list of things that Vamos has to do to maybe cut this lead in half. I'm not saying even get a lead of their own, I'm just saying to staunch the bleeding.
I mean, Vamos trying to do exactly that right now with the staunch the bleeding, with cutting lanes. Aero 404 finding his way down the bot, finding his way to the mid. But I don't think this is a fight they want. I think at this point you just give up this Lord. Sawo unable to be caught by Marcel. Team Spirit having so much movement on the map that Vamos just isn't able to keep up in any way, not even in the macro, but also in the micro, in these small fights. Normally Zakif wants to run in on a Marcel, get stuns on everybody, but all they're ever landing on is Bomba. Oh, Team Spirit looks for this orange now as well.
Even the orange will be denied from Vamos. Now at an 8K gold lead. Putting myself in Malaysia's finest boots, all right? I'd say that little dance, or an attempt to dance, was more of just to stop Team Spirit from even pushing off lane. Because even the long lane is under the Dragon's control. Mid lane gets taken down. No more big turrets outside the base. Even an ideal Flare will do nothing, because Team Spirit is literally 2 or 3 tax brackets above Vamos.
Oh, they tried to go for the pop before the Lord connects onto that inhibitor. They weren't quite able to get it, but still down to nothing but inhibitors. Team Spirit could try to really break this down. Another wave comes in, waiting for the top side. Team Spirit builds up as the bottom crashes as well. Aero 404 taking orange buffs just to try to maybe recall and get back involved in this fight with a little bit of something. But look at the damage on Zakif. Hiko takes him out as Kid Bomba jumps into the back line. Zaur there as well, able to get a big kill. Glaucon bursts back, but Hiko under the base. Team Spirit want to close game 2 out just as fast as game 1.
They refuse to give anyone over. They're backing out for the mere fact that there's no more wave, so they can take their time here. Bottom lane does have that chubby wave, taking care of that tier 1. And I think Team Spirit will continue to play Hunger Games. This is where they continue to just deny everything away from their opponents as they push mid lane inhibitor.
Oh, another pick by Kid Bomba. Nice golden hour. Vamos trying to output some damage. A nice Detna's welcome. Brings it back under. Sawo does go down. Aero 404 able to get the kill. Bazaar still there, taking out Natco. Hiko falls. Vamos trying to defend. It's 2v2. And Aero 404 able to pick it up. But Sunset Lover still stands until he finally drops. It's Glaucon left over. Vamos defend the base.
A Pyrrhic victory for Vamos. They risked life and limb. Look at all these corpses lay about. And they were moments away from losing, but again, did they die? No, they didn't. They're still in it. Game 2. The base still stands.
And with the game being just past the 12-minute mark, about 30 seconds for the Lord, Vamos could bide some time to start to scale. Team Spirit, though, do you think that was an overstep? Do you think they should have tried to end it there? Do you think it, you know?
All right, if you're gonna ask me, I'd say the smarter move would have just been to back off, wait for it. But this is a Team Spirit we know and love. If they can see an end, then they will try to find that end. Truth be told, if they stay there 2 more seconds, free hits on the base, it would have been over. So I don't blame him for finding and trying to end it right then and there, but still, who's to say that this isn't over just yet? They're up by about 5,500 gold. Vamos looking to contest. Team Spirit secures the Lord. That's a golden hour started up.
The beacon comes in as well. Golden hour unable to help Vamos stop that Lord or pause it all. But Hiko gonna get pulled back in as Aero 404. Gets the connection, but Hiko still doesn't go down. Natco finally takes him out. Team Spirit forced to back off. Lord goes down. Zaur looks for the re-engage along with Bomba. Vamos down about 70% health amongst all members. Asawa looks for an angle in as well around the backside. Able to get the knock up. The rest of the team split up. Vamos.
Let's go. His triple all gets found out by Zaur, and Kid Bomba between 3.
Will go down. Double kill for Zaur. Sunset Lover just hanging it out. Team Spirit now with an opportunity to fully end this. Now with an opportunity to finish what they started last time. And Zaur in the backside gets the triple. Looking for the Maniac. Can't quite get the final kill. But he doesn't have the ego right now. He just wants to end the game. But in comes Air. A Maniac for Zaur. Zakif under the base. Zauer wants to go for it, but he just can't connect. The base goes down, and Team Spirit take game 2.
The Dragons of the North are at match point. Game after game, they have pushed forth, and they have not denied themselves the play style that we have known them for years. It's now up to Team Vamos to figure out how to rope their way out of this 0-2 slump.
And that's a long road ahead. It's a best of 5 for Team Vamos to do this. We're talking 3 games in a row. And the way they've been looking, the way they've been playing, it definitely seems like a hard road. We've seen some moments of clean play, even in that second to last base defense. Some ability to turn things around in a team fight. The big problem right now has got to be the early game. And even here in this first 5 minutes, looking at some of those highlights, you see them try to go for plays. How many Detona's welcomes did they land? And it just bites them in the back end, you know? It just completely reverses onto them. And it's the same exact story as game number 1.
Looking at the math, 3 out of 5, Team Spirit was still winning the lane draft equation. 2 out of 5, and again, in the small moments where Sepat was able to find an ideal Detona's welcome, even an almost perfect missile expert displaced the formation. The math just doesn't check out. So now, Vamos has to go back to the drawing board and revisit how they ran a perfect run in the group stage, because they gotta get back in that position to try and claw their way out and maybe hopefully get a reverse sweep. Let's throw back to our panel with Rain Day.
Thanks, guys. I mean, you gotta respond. You gotta fix the hair as well, Mirko, of course. I'm coming to you on the jib, man. But you gotta also respond to the emotion. You know, I would say if you saw that clip, you'd think the series is already done. But what we know in MSC, despite how good it looks for Team Spirit, is that you have to expect the unexpected. We have seen upset after upset, but guys, Rinmar, Mirko, Rene back on the desk, it's really hard to think that Team Spirit is gonna let this one go. EECA having a great performance.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna start it off like how we started off yesterday. It seems like Spirit really just learned from their loss against Vamos, getting pushed to the limit by Guangzhou Gaming, having to reverse sweep that team just so that they'd make it to this point. Vamos look like they're just absolutely shocked about what kind of team they're up against now.
Absolutely, man. There's so many moments in that game where I just had my hand on my head, and that's why I gotta fix it real quick,
it back.
dude.
Yeah, I can back that up. Yeah, definitely. That's what happens.
Bomba has an unkillable buff for some reason. Again, could be the family buff here.
It's the family buff,
It's
man.
for sure the family buff, but my goodness, 2 times now, right? In game 1 with Esmeralda, game 2 with the Uranus, he gets away from a 4-man gang. This time, chomped down, and Nolan comes around as well, and he baited the entire team. And that, I think, was the big push to the snowball for Spirit.
Yeah. There's actually so much. It feels like so much prio in-game from Bomba's performance, but not in draft. They're not like, hey, let's first pick this and just leave everybody else to figure something out. Esmeralda was open, so they took it. Uranus was the 3rd pick for them. They're not giving anything away to get these great picks.
It seems like, funnily enough, even though Team Vamos did everything they could to diffuse Kid Bomba in their first meetup in the group stage, now it seems like they're overlooking him too much.
Yeah.
I feel like, again, for Vamos, they're really taking these picks a bit too fast, and they're really afraid of those flex picks from Spirit, right? Like the Paquito came in and they insta-rushed the Barats. I feel like, again, this is going to be a very good thing for teams who actually have utility jungles in their composition. Error is not that guy, bro. No. You don't want Zauer, you don't want Error to be on the Barats. So when you pick up the Barats, it's just basically revealing your cards early. And that's why they got the Uranus insta-counter. They revealed all their cards, even though they had a flex pick in the Paquito.
You were exactly right. And we talk about the little things, which Cold Star mentioned, the coach, earlier when we had an interview with him. That is a little thing there.
That is a very little thing that they maximized all the way. And it was just those little things that built up in the game as well, right? It was winning those lanes. It was Hiko taking Quantum Charge instead of Lethal Ignition as well. Massive change. It's such a small change, but it changed the way that Team Spirit's composition could play in these fights. With the Lethal Ignition, you just expect, all right, insta burst, go in, get out. Here, he went in, he backed away. So many times it caused so much confusion for Vamos because they were like, all right, we picked up the Juicin, the Marcel, and the Barats for these longer fights. but Team Spirit are never committing. So it ended up being Vamos having to use those abilities for nothing.
And I feel like that sums up the story of the series so far for Team Spirit. They've been getting crafty with it. They're really pulling out all the stops to make sure that their idea is, we know we're up against a team that wants to go all gas, no brakes. How about we're the ones who set up those little roadblocks, those little checkpoints? Just make them go through the journey a little bit slower. And Spirit, they look comfortable with that because they know that they're outsmarting Vamos in every team fight and in every big rotation around the map.
When you're from Los Angeles, where I live, you know of a couple canyons, PCH, Topanga Canyon. The twists and turns, you can't go full speed. You have to know the difference. And sometimes the benefit is when you know the area versus you don't, you're comfortable in that. And it feels like Vamos, and this is just my thought, look a little uncomfortable in this stop and start.
Exactly. Yeah, they're used to just going all out. They're not used to having to recalibrate a little bit of how they're going to be fighting. And then it goes back again to what their performance was like in MPLMY Season 17 in their grand finals, where it felt like they were just up against an SRG that once they realized, hey, we're up against a team that really want to take it into the fights heavily, let's try to outsmart them. We'll try to find those little weird angles. And it hurts for Vamos because they acknowledge that this is what they went through in the grand finals, and now they're up against it again, and they still can't deal with it.
Absolutely. And again, it comes down to, again, for Vamos, their strength is also their biggest weakness, right? Their biggest strength is their biggest weakness. They're very decisive. They're a bit too decisive, right? When they want to go in, everybody does. But when teams get the hold of that, when they download that gameplay and then find ways to counter it by, again, forcing these longer team fights, going back and forth, forcing out those abilities, it puts Vamos in such an awkward spot that we thought they would be able to capitalize on with this meta. But again, with the drafts, they've really kind of relied too much on that decisiveness. They've leaned too much on their own strength and forgetting about how it could be a weakness that could be exploited as well by their opponents.
Team Spirit take the second game in this series. Rimar, let us know how.
All right, so one play I feel like encapsulated a lot of what happened in the early to mid game and why Team Spirit just ran away with it. This looks so good, right? Oh, wow, they get one. That's the Mathildas. That's the Roamer. That's perfect, guys. We're setting up for the turtle. Zoom out. You get the Eudora. That's just right there. Sunset Lover is rubbing his hands together, feasting. Oh, I see 3 members of Vamos all together. And look what happens once they start the play, once they decide to go for it. Sunset Lover gets a 3-man stun right away, which will set up for Kid Bomba. And again, this is early game. This is first turtle. There's no golden hour just yet for Vamos, but they're fighting as if they already have the golden hour. And Kid Bomba coming in from the wings. It's now his turn to rub his hands together and start to feast as it becomes the story of the little creeping realization that we may have just overcommitted way too early. We don't get a full vision yet onto where Czar Egoist is. Yes, we took out the Roamer, but this is early game. This is where you don't have the damage and items just yet to really pester a Uranus. You took down the Roamer, but the true frontliner is here. Error 404 has to drag out this fight. Vamos has to drag out this fight in the hopes that they'll at least get a turtle out of it, because I feel like this is where they now realize we're probably gonna get punished and lose all the bodies here. Might as well try to get the objective. They try to hold on. Error 404 already committed the dash inwards, meaning that he didn't have the dash out. Czar Egoist got a kill, Kid Bomba got a kill, and again, another brilliant stun by Sunset Lover to finish it off. That is what started the big snowball already for Team Spirit. Because we already saw in the highlights, and it was replayed as well, Turtle number 2, once they had the golden hour, Hiko was right on the money. He saw the Rome Marcel, he saw Zekif, and he decided, wait, I'm up a Quito. I'm actually a really busted hero. Let me full combo this Marcel. He took the Marcel out, even with shields.
Man.
A reminder, again, how brutal a Paquito with the gold lane is.
Yeah, and that's why I gotta go back to the drafts again and think, all right, it's just so strange for Vamos to see that kind of composition and go, all right, I want to go ban for ban. I want to go fight fire with fire when again, in the group stage, they didn't do that. They went for these team fights. Yes, if it worked out in the early game, that's going to be good. But they would always leave Natco on heroes like even the Moskov, something that could just give them insurance for the late game, say, if plan A doesn't work out.
Yeah.
It really seems like here, again, they are doubling down on their main strength, but not accounting for their weakness by picking up the Brody all in on early game.
I think that is a very strange thing that needs to be adjusted. 2 Brodies in a row. Again, it looks bad if it loses twice.
Yes.
It looks good if you tie it up, right? So they took the risk. Now we probably need to see something different.
And that's the thing, right? When you pick up Brody, again, game number 1, it should have already given them the idea of, okay, what we need to do if we lose out the first neutral objectives. We play around the Brody. We go and take these turrets. We let the Brody play around us, and therefore we get a 5v5 with the Brody already ahead.
Yeah.
They didn't do that in game 1. We thought that was a mistake that they could have fixed. Game 2, they did it again.
And it's clearly what Team Spirit are doing so well. That, to me, is kind of the key to this whole thing. Yes, Team Vamos are out of sync, but partly it's because of the way Team Spirit are forcing them to play their game. Team Vamos want to play differently. They have not been able to do that. The Atlas was not available in game 1. Now you're seeing the Brody 2 games in a row get behind, and the Paquito shining in gold lane. Team Spirit are dominant, but can they stop it? We still got more action. Game 3 coming up in a moment, but before we go to that, we want to make sure you guys know that you can be a part of EWC. You can co-stream and get your journey started here. Again, I mentioned everybody on the talent team, MLBB, doing a great job of streaming, posting, making content. You want to be a part of that and earn prizes as well, not just gain followers. Well, join our creator program. You might be able to get all the way up that list because of the watch time you get. So you never know. Could be the start of your streaming journey. You certainly have some great competitions to be a part of. Scan that QR code and join us. As we take a little bit of a respite before Game 3, I also want to let you know that there is a new way to play We Fly Together in Acecraft. It's a co-op mode, so check it out.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse! He thinks he can come in here and play my game! He knows nothing! Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy, half from blow the house down! This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Greatness certainly does deserve a stage, and we found it. It's the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, where the prize trophy, MSC, is up for grabs here with MLBB at EWC 2026. Rain Day, Renmar, Mirko on the panel as we get ready for a third draft that has a lot. Here's the story so far. Team Vamos came in as the favorites. They put Team Spirit down in the earlier stages and have the upper seed here, but it was the Malaysian squad that would suffer the very first loss to Hiko and Team Spirit, who had a new plan thanks to Coach Coldstar and Kid Bamba, who would jump off to the races in the EXP lane, not once, but twice, and put the EECA representatives up 2-0. It is now the final game. If they can do it again, it will be a clean sweep and the farthest we have seen this team go at MSC. And if not, we will have another game with Team Vamos maybe getting back on track. But Mirko, all that stands in between them in that game is a better draft. How do they do it?
It's by setting up those flex picks, it's by picking up those prio picks, it's by understanding the fundamentals of the current meta better. And there's no way around it. Again, for Vamos, they revealed their cards super early, even the group stage, right? You're talking about these picks, the Eudora, the Hirara, the Melissa, all in the first week before MSC. And they revealed it all the way from the start. After that, it really just felt like they stuck through that, but they didn't really evolve. I think it's the same for Pro, it's the same for my goats, you know?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, we saw you crying earlier.
Exactly.
We saw that.
Spirit. They improved. They adapted through those losses, man.
Yeah. Because again, they had to rediscover themselves. They had to ask themselves,
you're right,
how do we actually play MLPP again? How do we team fight? How do we handle the macro? And that's a bold prediction.
Bro, this guy
he wrote that after they won game 2. Yeah,
no.
I'm kidding.
He got it. He got all the way from the start.
I mean, it's looking like it's going to be the case unless, well, to credit Vamos are looking, they still look light. You see the members of the coaching staff still being able to share laughs with the players. It looks like they know that, hey, we still have a chance into this. You know, it's all about the mental now. While Team Spirit, knowing Team Spirit, they don't want a first round exit at the knockouts again. They're gonna want to go to the second phase. They want a chance to either get revenge against Onyx and what they done to them last year, or get a chance to face off against a team that they are always facing off against when it comes to scrims, when it comes to improving in the region in Aurora. I know they're going to be going for the throat. I think you throw out the calculated decisions here, you play decisive.
I think right now, Spirit, they're also just thinking about winning the whole thing. If they get past this stage, top 4, I think it's anybody's game. Anybody can win this tournament. I think especially after the favorites all got knocked out, the S-tier teams. What is even an S-tier team at this point? We have teams and that's it. We have contenders and that's it.
And right now the lights are so bright that any little thing, we've mentioned it, could be the difference. And so the drafts, all the way from the bans to the final pick, are going to determine if this is our final game of this series and if we will see an EECA representative in the semifinals of MSC. To start us off, Freya, Valentina, Paquito, Barats, and Belleric taken away. One more ban before we get our first pick, gentlemen.
Ooh,
Spirit needs game 1.
Yeah, Spirit need to watch out though. Because the Belleric is not going to be available for them if they give the Atlas.
Yep.
So it's going to be a different roam pick here. I mean, the Versailles can still dig deep. If they want tempo breakers, they get Badang. That goes up against the Vamos playstyle so hard.
They got Hirara. Whoa, they let go of the Fanny. So if you go Atlas, Spirit want to go for the Fanny and possibly the Cho to beat the Atlas.
And that could be an opportunity. They take the Fanny instead, making the Atlas Cho less of a valuable pick. They could still go it.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's going to be very difficult to lock down that Fanny.
Yeah, it's going to be the Atlas. I think the Eudora should come through as well. Then they're going to go for the Red 3 Moskov, and I think they have a crazy composition to deal with the Fanny already.
It'll be very demanding for Error 404, and that means Vamos would have to build around it incredibly well. You still have heroes such as the Esmeralda, Uranus up on board if ever they want a presence that could potentially get into the objective first to get vision, and that would require a lot of resources by Spirit to take them down. You need a really tanky front. They rushed the Melissa.
I think you pick up Eudora here. I think there was not enough value on this mid. I think they felt the presence of that stun. And I think it's smart to take that away. And to play devil's advocate on Vamos, guys, I know we're reacting to this, but that Atlas did not work. That Atlas did not work for Vamos. And I think they are okay not trying to play around a Fatal Links anymore because Team Spirit already showed that they struggled it. So for me, I think Vamos are feeling okay. And now they take the Esmeralda.
Right now, it's going to be confusing for Vamos, and that's why they don't go for the Eudora, right? Because there's an Atlas on the other side. The Eudora, notoriously horrible against the Atlas. The Melissa pick is so good against the Fanny. They pick it up early, and it's going to be good against the Harriet, too.
Yeah.
So right now, what Spirit need to do is, it's either they again set up for Bomba, or they have a crazy pick for later, right? They save it, and they just pick up a jungler now. Because the thing is, oh my god, is it too crazy to say that they can go for Baksha?
The jungle?
I was going to say Baksha for the Esme and the Harriet, but instead they go for the Harley, trying to capitalize on that Melissa winning lane.
Marcel's still available, guys, again, if they want to try to go back to it on the side of Vamos.
Yeah, with the Valentina gone. Yeah, they might be able to run it back this time around, but the Marcel with the Harriet, it has never been a great combo. Marcel against a Harriet, yes, but teams haven't really been able to crack the code of how do you layer their skills together so that you don't waste the Zaman force of the Harriet.
Fair enough.
So if you're Spirit now, you ban out the Cho. That's one.
Yes.
Vamos. What do they ban in the XP or mid? That's the question. What if Dora?
I'm thinking if it's crazy enough for Spirit, even though they're gonna be slower in the EXP lane, a glue would mess up the lineup.
If I was Vamos, would still respect the Farsa. I know the Farsa isn't that good against the Fanny, but you have a Melissa right there with a go-away, could plant it down in these front to backs, and then the Harriet's going to struggle, but instead ban out the Eudora. That could still come through. It's going to be very, very good to deal with the Fanny on top of everything they already have.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday against Team Vitality. I think Farsa definitely warranted. I'll ban it alongside the Eudora, and then whatever mid laner that Sunset Lover is going to end up with, it might be another thing that you can expect, which is the last time we saw Melissa with a Vexana for Vitality in the group stage against Falcons. That worked out well. They might be able to play into that.
He's already played it before. In game 1, she came out. We also have the Valentina banned, so you can't see that. Zhu Xin still available, which we have seen Vamos try to rely on. It hasn't had the same impact. However, you might be able to argue that that's because of the other heroes selected. So maybe feeling a little more comfortable here, going back to that and still available.
They banned the glue, expecting that it might go into the roam role. I think Team Spirit are trying to signal to Vamos, like, we know what options are left for you. We know that the Badang might look good.
Is Spirit setting up for a Phoveus pick? Is that why they banned the glue?
That's a possibility too.
Against the Harris, against the Fanny.
Yeah.
It is still around. It hasn't been, picked up at all in the knockout stages. Last time Spirit did pick it up, that was when they lost. It was Zekeef who held them down with the high-lows. But this time, if Spirit just hide it all the way to last pick, it could just be great.
Yeah, might have been overlooked. Yeah, they banned the Vexana as expected.
So they should be Farsa. And then if they go Farsa, I think it's confirmed Phoveus to peel in the back with the Melissa.
Yeah, but Vamos will have a gacha option for them in the roam. At least they'll have a little bit of a revitalize.
Whoa!
This is Selena.
This is not the first time Sunset Lovers picked up the Selena in a while. Like, when was the last time you saw Sunset on Selena?
I don't think we saw it this tournament.
It might have been last year. Yeah, not in this tournament. It might have been last year, maybe even earlier this year in the world stage, but no, this is a rarity.
Wow.
Team Spirit, they're proving my theory that they're just going to go in for the throat. They don't want any calculations. They just want to go tempo, aggro.
So with that, I think you scratch the Phoveus, right? Now it's Alice, I think, that they might be going for.
Alice would be fantastic. Not a lot of answers for it early on. That would force Vamos, if ever, once the Harith is already ready for Turtle 2, Turtle 3 to come out, putting it in the danger zone of Team Spirit being able to take it down during a team fight. Meanwhile, Vamos will be able to lose it. Kacha does get picked up, and then they go for the Lilia just for some semblance of poke and control in the center.
A lot of bursts from Lilia. Might be able to get a pick early. We know they like to fight early. Vamos going to be okay with that, but just setting themselves up to be able to match the mid pressure that Eudora had brought or the Roam had brought on the side of Team Spirit. So now the final pick.
What beats Esmeralda in lane? Oh, they go Ruby instead. A little bit more lock, and I mean, it's a very good way to deal with the Fanny and the Harith. And you don't lose against the Esmeralda, it's just a dead lane.
Yep, great pickup here. Early fights, we look at Turtle 1 and Turtle 2 again and how these two teams handle it. Whoever wins those with extra kills will win the game.
It's going to be hard to get a pick on that Fanny, but Error 404 came in as maybe the star so far at MSC in the jungle role. Can he find a way to take on this jungle matchup and win against our Egoist, who has been dominant so far? Team Vamos, one more chance. And for Team Spirit, they are in the semifinal. If they win this game, there's one more opportunity to change history. Let's see who takes it.
Victory will be earned through blood, and I could not agree more with our panel. Thanks, Rende, Renmar, and Mirko. It's Trex and Leo taking you through game number 3 in this best of 5. They mentioned that whoever gets more kills wins, and I don't think there's any other way. You gotta kill before you convert.
And that is exactly how these past games have been going. Team Spirit, we were worried they were going to take it slow, but instead they were willing to hit the gas. They were willing to go for the kills and use it as conversion. Not a slow-paced game, not something where we just play for objectives and never try to take anyone down. They always want to kill first.
Yep, quick recap. It was off of Hiko's Pakiro and Uranus on Kid Bomba. That was just forward facing all the time that led to this match point situation we see Team Spirit in. So now Vamos is trying to close that gap, and I like how they're not pulling any punches. Look at the damage profile and, of course, the speed that Vamos can go through. Renmar usually often mentions this, it's gatotable, and this is when you want to say it's gatotable. You want to find an easy way to get Hiko, compromise his position, and force an early get away from him. So at least they're fixing that now. Vamos, I feel like this could be the pivot point.
Yeah. For me, the most important thing for Vamos is don't die first. You know, don't be the first one to go for the attack, and that is what they're going for here. If you do, don't mess it up. Don't fall for the Sawo bait that's been happening over these past 3 games. Zakif taking a little bit of damage. Zaur able to get the deadly magic off, but just showing presence, not exactly going for kills.
10 seconds before the turtle spawns lower quarter. Again, one more way you could say that for sure Vamos is trying their darndest to survive in this series is look at the amount of purifies. 3 out of the 5 confirmed that they don't want to get touched by Sawa. They don't want to get compromised by that Ruby. Turtle now on 10th.
Ooh, Zakif into the backside. Air 4-4 able to steal the turtle. Kid Bomba taking a lot of damage as well. They do get stunned up. Air 4-4 back to the backside, looking for Kid Bomba. Kid Bomba still able to survive with a sidestep. Air 4-4's got to get out of there, but Vamos will move on to that tier 3 and get some nice gold plating. A little more damage in this purple buff jungle. Zakif taking out first blood over to Sunset Lover.
All right, quick tally of events. Yes, Vamos did yeet that turtle out from underneath Team Spirit. Oh, Clockun! A lot of damage out of Sunset Lover. Black Shoes! He should be fine. Major objective goes over to the Malaysian squad, but Team Spirit, we mentioned the opening seconds of the bout. Whoever gets more kills, and they took down Zakif with very little fight. I think at some point Zakif was like, yep, I'm in too deep. This is, guys, just make something else on the map for me.
Yeah, just a little too committed, but I still got to say, with the gold plating that they were able to get on that bottom tier 3 with the turtle, still feels like a good direction for Vamos. This is the first time in 3 games they've had a lead in the beginning. Was that a steal from Air? Did he get that?
Yep, a small camp. And that
wins
should
a
put
win.
him up about maybe close to 1,000 up. So we saw a little bit of the action in the XP lane. Gold lane, though, the fact that Hiko was able to like leave a little bit, join a little bit in mid, and then jump over means he should be close to at least where Natko is right now, but it's close that it's clear that Vamos are on a different tempo now. So at least that decisiveness, that maybe even to a fault, over decisiveness shows that they have a plan, and now they're finally trying to get to it. Deadly Magic's put on the Clockun. He should be fine. I think up to this next turtle, about 20 seconds up, is where we see the 1,000 gold lead broken here by Vamos. And Sunset Lava underneath tier 1! And he gets away with it!
Right in time with the blade of Heptases. Beautifully done. Arrow 4-4 getting a kill on the map right before turtle as well.
And I don't think it's for a lack of things to do for Team Spirit. Look, they have Sunset Lover, they have the Selena, they have Kid Bomba, given he was down in the bottom lane dealing with Sepat. Sawo couldn't exactly get a confirmed freeze, or I don't think you're going to waste an ult on a Fanny from underneath tier 1 like that. So I think Vamos have found the perfect speed. This is the Goldilocks spot for them. Not too cold, not too hot, just the right amount of pressure to be able to get to that 1,500, maybe 2,000 gold lead up leading into Turtle 2.
And it all started with the draft, I feel like, them taking that blue side instead. Up on the top side, though, Air 4-4 gets the solo kill on to Zaur. Finally punishing back.
And this is what we're talking about. Vamos have a plan in their head. They have a winning image. And sometimes it doesn't have to involve the major objectives. It sometimes involves just stepping on your opponent's neck and stopping them from moving. Zakif engages, in comes Error!
Error does get knocked up, pulled up by the Fatal Links, but Clawkun still able to get the kill on to Stunset Lover. They're going to move on to this turtle now. Azauer is nowhere to be found. No way for Team Spirit to contest this.
As mentioned, the award-winning film Whiplash, this is to my tempo. This is Vamos just rolling that drum to their beat, taking a turtle too handily here. And Team Spirit, for the first time in the series, are on the back foot. You'll see here, minute one, Trex. Minute one, they've been trying to condition Team Spirit to take those fights underneath tier 1, and we saw, I believe, an ult Arasawa to try and punish that dive from Air 404. It wasn't enough.
So where does Team Spirit go from here? They do seem to be slowing it down a little bit. Unlike when Vamos was losing, where they would kind of over-engage even when they were behind, Team Spirit isn't exactly looking for fights, but Vamos is closing in its grasp right now. With that tier 3 down on the top side, we're going to be able to start seeing Nako getting involved in these fights. They're going to go for the rotations around the map. It's not just going to be a 3v3. It's going to be a 5v4, something of that nature.
More than involved, I think Natko will start fights. Sometimes even with just a rogue Zaman force, because that's how ahead Vamos is right now. Just to put it into context, Sepat hasn't been in the bottom lane for maybe 30, 45 seconds, and that's enough for Kid Bomba to try and equalize, but look at where the turrets are. Literally. Air 404 can just visit, maybe sneeze on the turret, and it would fall. That would be permanent damage to Team Spirit's potential to farm, because top lane has already fallen. So this is what we were looking for. In the early days of the group stage, this is what the meta demanded. Easy conversions, kill for a turret, quick take, and then it snowballs. That's what's happening. Sepat jumps in.
Nice. Falling Star Moon does come from Sepat, but the damage starts to come out from Hiko. Nice pulling with Fatal Links, but this Bond Force drops down, and Vamos doesn't run away. No, they engage more. Team Spirit loses Sawo. Hiko continues to get free shots off, but Vamos not giving up on this push. Able to take that mid tier 3 down to about half health as Sepat holds down the front line. Team Spirit looks to re-engage. They dive down, and Hiko gets the kill onto Sepat. It's 1 for 1, but Vamos still holds the lead.
Oh, Error walks in to that brush, holding her 404 Zaur. So close. I believe the window is closed. Trex, Zaur Egoist can no longer threaten a single member of Vamos, not alone. It cannot be off of his back. This is where I think we've seen over the past 2 to 3 months the heyday of, I hate to say it, the utility Harley. He has to just either be cleanup or just the gap closer to take these objectives, and then he goes from there. He has to use his space escape to try and push waves, because right now it's all off of Hiko. Hiko might be the only hope for Team Spirit to get a good mid-game berth.
Sawo, though, going to look for an engage, even with Team Spirit being behind Air 404. Able to get the turtle. Jumps onto Hiko. Hiko does have to go away. It might not be the right target. He's going to move off. They're just controlling lanes at this point. Little poke here and there, but nothing too major.
And this is all Team Spirit could do. Make sure that the damage dealt to their side lanes doesn't extend to mid. So they see this big fat wave down bottom. They're standing Kid Bomba. Top lane, it's Zaur who's going to clear that up. And Vamos, all they're doing is finding that next big fight. Finding where Sawo's willing to fade the links, where Kid Bomba might think, oh, I'm offended here. But they know that Team Spirit is short on damage. They know that they can't fight toe-to-toe just yet. So there has to be a crafty way for the math to side over to Team Spirit. Because Vamos right now, look, they're just taking it slow. This is a clear sign that a team knows that their damage is on point. Oh my lord, a single swing puts a third out of Hiko's life down.
A single swipe. Hiko might not even have time to hit the go away if he's not careful. It's getting to a point where we'll have to preemptively do it when these fights start, because if anyone jumps on top of him too quick, he's going down.
All right, fortunately, Hiko has been getting some farm, and that's speaking relatively, because look at how well Vamos is freezing these waves. He's just butt down maybe 500 gold away from Natko, and Kid Bomba gets caught!
Keith able to set up for Nako. Nako able to get the kill on Kid Bomba, and Nako keeps it going. Jumps on to Zaur. Sawo trying to come in and help out. Does have the Fatal Links. Able to pull one in. Purity does pop for Nako.
Sabat able to get away. The Deadly Magic brings down to about half health as Team Spirit doesn't really want to force a fight. They just don't want to lose a tower at this point. But Air 4-4 does want to force it. Jumps on a Sunset Lover onto the tower with the cutthroat. Gets him, takes him out, and Vamos moves on to the mid side.
Nice and easy. Vamos was corralling Sunset Lover. I think they were just cajoling him to say, all right, you could do this, and then says, psych! Throws him underneath the bus. Just like that, the lead has grown to almost 6,000 up. I don't think Team Spirit should even contest. This should be a free Lord, but wait, Sawo, what's he thinking? He doesn't have a Fatal Links.
Sawo doesn't know how to not contest at this point, no. It's just vision. But Team Spirit maybe should be using this to take a tier 3 up top side. Do they really want to go? They don't need to go for a Lord right now. Use Zower to play the map right now instead of forcing Vamos into a fight that you might not win.
I agree. Use it as if like a baby Fanny, like a baby Ling.
Baby Fanny.
Yeah. Fanny at home. But it seems like Team Spirit, despite the 5,000 gold that Vamos has on top of them, want to keep him honest. So, which I get. Because look at this lineup. Look at Team Spirit's lineup. None of them can clear waves as easily as one might expect. So maybe they don't want to defend out of the base. But also, now that I'm thinking about it, an I'm offended inside the base would be lethal. That could be a turnaround that Team Spirit can play off of. Maybe a singular wipeout, but that's neither here nor there. Maybe if you can just slow it down here, right now, in the Lord Pit, they'd rather take that fight. They take their chances here.
Speaking of I'm offended, can Kid Baba land something now? He does get vision into that side bush. Team Spirit don't want to give it up. Maybe they do. They finally back off. Someone makes the call of, this is not the play, guys. Let's play the map. Let's let them have it. Let's go for the defense.
And guess what? You can't purify the map. That's the thing that Vamos is thinking right now. They have layers upon layers of insurance. Playing the map doesn't force them to use their Purify, which is almost single-handedly the one resource that Team Spirit are struggling to deal with. Because Sunset Lover, I hate to say it, is a non-factor right now. His arrows are landing a little too far off. Zkeep comes in.
Heck, I'm offended, lands on his Zkeep. Nako with the re-engage, drops him on force. The damage still just too much. And Team Spirit doesn't quite have enough. Hiko does drop the goal away. Look at the damage. Nako still gets away. One more shot. He gets the shield and he survives. Team Spirit just can't luck out in this game.
Oh! But he still goes down. What was that? He walked into a trap.
Is that what happened?
It must have been the only possible explanation. So Sunset Lover says, Leo, who's not a threat now, but that's not what we were referring to. We were referring to Purify's getting popped. What? The damage on Sunset Lover, we underestimated. The possibility of a late game Selena turning things around like that.
I mean, he had like 10% health.
The damage will less than. It was like 4 or 5% with a shield.
A trap, I feel like that's fair game. The trap got the kill.
Oh, where was it? Somewhere around here.
Had to be in mid-brush, yeah, mid-river brush, something like that.
Okay, so that does keep the Lord push very manageable.
Yeah, they still have their tier 2.
The inhibitors standing, tier 2 in mid. But that doesn't stop Vamos from staying up. And look, you got to respect Aero 404's diligence. This is him saying, we're not so sure just yet, so let me build RGM. We respect that, Selena. I'm offended. Kid Bomba throws his shot out. I think if we get past the 16-minute mark without Team Spirit losing, you might be cooking. Seppat here in the middle of 5.
That once again taking so much damage. Not going to be able to survive this one. Deadly Magic will lock in, but no. Seppat still lives. And Zkeep jumps into the mid of all of Team Spirit. Kid Bomba forced to use a flicker just to get away. Vamos hanging on by a thread in every fight.
XP laners, the vanguards of their squads, this close to death. All this while, Aero 404 just wanted to commit Grand Theft Orange, so they're continuing to choke out Team Spirit, playing for this Lord, spawning in about a minute lower quarter. Looking at the items, wow, it was just 2 items. Trex, it was literally just a book and a glowing wand.
That's all it takes. The burn. Okay. The burn, though, a little bit of damage, plus the burn, double burn.
Natko had 0 defense. So he was just going to take that either way. Looking at the gold lane, again, just about 500 gold between Hiko and Natko. And Hiko hasn't died yet. So I'd say as long as Team Spirit can keep their inhibitors healthy, can at least venture out of their base, maybe, 10, 12 leagues out, they should be fine.
I mean, honestly, the fact that that first Lord wasn't able to bring everything down to inhibitors and not even take possibly inhibitor means it's already going to be about 14.5 minutes. 15 minutes by the time this first Lord goes down.
2-minute counter.
It's going to be hard. Team Spirit could honestly just play defense here.
That's what I'm saying.
They could let the Lord come at them.
Whoa.
They should be able to shred. Sabo doesn't want to play defense. Zakif getting pushed away. Into the backside, though. Air 404. Able to get some nice damage down onto Zaur. Kid Bomba as well. Team Spirit, like I said, they could play defense. They probably won't lose off of one more Lord push. And then you're in mid to late game at that point.
Passive push up top. So this dance has been beneficial to Team Spirit. Still cannot deny the mechanical and momentum-based gameplay of Aero 4-4. Dodging a couple ults. Big knockup. Lord of 10.
Saved by the Lord. Saved by the Bell. Kid Bomba takes the Lord, though, with the steals to keep on the backside. Able to make sure he goes down as Seppat moves on to Hiko. Sabo with the Fatal Links. Able to pull 2 members away. Nako able to get some free shots back in response. Team Spirit back to base. They have a Lord. They have a defense. And now they have an advance.
A Lord for 2. That's a bargain. Again, looking at Team Spirit's lineup, it's not a lineup that can defend inside the base. Wave clear isn't a commodity they can go off of, but look at the trade. Look at how well Kid Bomba just dug underneath. That Zaragoza was too far off, so that was a Hail Mary play.
And it pays off at this point. They do defend. They lose their mid-tier 2, but still inhibitors all stand strong. Vamos has to rethink, and we're getting to that goal. We're getting to the spread. We're getting to 5-item territory at this point. It's going to be another, what, 2 minutes till we get another Lord, or a little more?
Yep. And I think we've crossed the point wherein I'd say Team Spirit can contest that Lord. This last one, I didn't expect for them to steal it. I was expecting them to, just draw it out. But the fact that they stole it made this, again, canon moment in this game a little more possible. And here we are now. They're threatening the push in mid. Massive AOG!
Does get the knock up on the 2, but Hiko still has to go away. Air 4-4 unable to connect onto any. Zakif keeps getting caught. Yes, he's able to get that AOG, but his health was too low before that fight started. Team Spirit continue to make him a target.
I'd say it's worth it, the fact that they were able to protect their tier 1, because that's another point that Team Spirit has to put pressure on. It did not come for free, yes, but he didn't die. Couple of battle spells, yes. Key battle spells, but the fact that mid lane tier 1 is still standing makes this Lord all the more harder for Team Spirit to contest for. They will contest, yes, but it's not as ideal, not as viable for them to convert elsewhere. So Vamos still has more tricks up their sleeve. You can see that Aero 404, 17, 80 minutes in, is still dodging. AOG point blank!
Once again, able to get the knock up onto Kid Bomba. Kid Bomba doesn't have to go away, but a nice Fatal Links does land from Sawo. Seppat taking a lot of damage from Hiko. Hiko unloading right now. Zarugis being the next target as Aero 404 finds him. Will he go for the re-engage? Sawo is low. Aero 404 trying to turn things around, but he decides it's not the optimal strategy.
2 for 1. Still a good trade for Team Spirit, but they lost the Retribution holder, so it doesn't immediately convert to a Lord. Here now we're seeing how perfectly Team Spirit, their patience is paying off. Fatal Links into all of them linked up to Muddles. And Hikomania starting off about 17 and a half minutes in. Aero 405, I think, is the linchpin of this lineup. The fact that he's taking care of the map, the fact that he picked off Zarigos when they needed to, means this Lord wasn't as free for the Dragons.
Do they try to burst it down here? It's a few seconds for Zaur on the map. Gonna look for position. They do take the purple buff. Did he take purple? No, it's still there.
Oh, he might have just left the baby.
That's what I'm wondering, if he just let... No.
No! Well, I think the fact that... All right, vision-wise, Team Spirit has it in spades. They can just leave traps around. Sawa can flush him through. So I think that's what Air 404 was afraid of. He wasn't sure where the members of Team Spirit were. But now, Spirit, they start up a dance.
Hiko is becoming a problem at this point. There is no answer to this man. Once the go away comes out, he can just unload. Even Seppat is getting shredded down. We saw it in the last big Lord fight. Arrows coming out from Sunset Lover. Vision gained by Team Spirit. Vamos now are at a point where they need to find a way in.
Lord, at a third of its health, gets soft reset. Sawo playing footsies toe-to-toe against Zakif. Zariguis clearing that wave up top again. Due diligence. Long lane is in the Team Spirit's advantage. That's impressive. How they're able to do this dance this well.
Lightning Truncheon comes down for Falkland. in these grouped up fights could make the difference. Ooh, as Hiko continues to play Zauer, able to lock down onto Clockun, pops the Daddy Magic. Clockun will survive with the black shoes. Arrow comes out, but that is one big utility down on the side of Vamos.
Another soft reset for the Lord. Ults spent on either side. Zekiev here has an immortality already, so he can use his body as a shield. Can engage. Lord at half health.
Man, the way that Hiko is consistently pressuring this Lord means Vamos can't take the risk of playing the long lane. They can't play the map right now. They need a full reset. Step out on the backside. Look at the flicker in, and Sawa finds error! Sawa will pay the price for that. Vamos without a jungler have to make this play happen now. They have to change something, but Team Spirit isn't gonna let it happen. Hiko will not let it happen. Sapat's on the run, Clockun's on the run, and Kid Bomba won't let him get away. The mid, Zekiev with the AOG back to the base. Team Spirit take the win and take the Lord in that fight.
A sequence out of order. The lead is gone. They've evaporated the 5,000 up they've been sitting on for the better part of 10 minutes. Hiko underneath the Lord at point blank range. Lifestealed his way to bullying 2 to 3 members of Vamos out. Kid Bomba now forcing a black shoes out of Clockun.
Kid Bomba doesn't have the I'm offended anymore, so they should be safe, but he's never gonna give it up. Sepat there as well. Lord slowly marching down top side. This is the only advantage that Vamos has right now.
Lord is going to be evolved, so as soon as this makes it into where fights happen, Team Spirit is going to be calling the shots. That's a Spirit Lord.
And at this point too, Vamos, they have their tier 2, so that's at least one advantage in this push, in this defense, I would say.
They can slow the inevitable.
They can slow the inevitable. Big wave in the mid side. Air 4-4, because of this slow push on the Lord, he's able to kind of play the map a bit, but Team Spirit doesn't care about the other lanes. They want to Hail Mary it down this top side.
Okay, a lot is on Clockun right now. He's going to need his Purify in 20 seconds. Zari goes put down a third of his health.
They got him offended from Kid Bomba though, on multiple members, followed up by Fatal Links. Air 4-4. Forced to wing away. Zekiev will drop next. Immortality does pop. He doesn't have the AOG. He's not able to get away with it at least. And Lord breaks through as Team Spirit close the distance. Arrow 404's got to get in there. Sapat's got to get in there. They got to clear the wave, but they can't. Team Spirit lock on the base. Revenge is served in quick fashion. The Dragons, Team Spirit, will go on to the semifinals.
Harosh, Team Spirit, despite the grueling climb through groups, it seems like knockouts are the Dragons' nest. 3-0, taking Vamos out.
We came into today thinking that Vamos were the favorites. We came in after their big wins thinking they were going to be a challenge, but Team Spirit shows up on their first round of the knockout stages and shows that they are still a force to be reckoned with.
This last game in the series, Game 3, the match point bout was a testament to how well Team Spirit prepared for this mentally. They did not tremble. They did not trifle with what ifs. They played to the late game. As soon as we crossed the 16, 17 minute mark, Trex, they were a different beast. They knew that we know how you play. Arrow 404, there's only so much you can do to guard your flanks. Clockun, we know you can clear waves this well, but look at the rest of the map. Bottom lane, that was all them. They penetrated with very little effort. That was a lost lane where Team Spirit wasn't even fighting.
They were able to just buy time, even with that one Lord that Kid Bomba steals. Even before that Lord, when they get the kill onto Natco and slow down the push and stop Vamos from being able to take that tier 2 in the mid side. Every little piece mattered, every small trade to get them into the game where Hiko was just unstoppable, where the team was just unstoppable. You could see the scale slowly tipping in favor of Team Spirit as that game went on and on and on.
And I don't think it's for a lack of conviction or for forward momentum from Vamos. It seemed like in 1, 2, 3, Hala Vamos was going to come online, but I guess it's just guarding your sixes. Late game, is where Team Spirit comes alive. We forgot that throughout their career, throughout their run, dominating the ECA, they are capable of things like this. And I think, look, even Air Force was thinking about how do we defend, how do we clear. 20-something minutes is what it took. And Team Spirit gave no quarter. Ladies and gentlemen, you see the celebration on stage. Let's go to them now and hear a word from our winners.
The Dragons successfully gatekeeps the semi-finals in a clean sweep up against Team Vamos. And on stage we have Kid Bomba from Team Spirit. Wow. Kid Bomba, let's go straight to the point. They were the first team to pick in the draws and they picked you. You successfully won this rematch up against Team Vamos. And there are so many supporters in the arena cheering for you, shouting your name. And I heard even your family is here who kept on crying and yelling throughout the match. How are you feeling right now?
Feeling amazing. We knew that we would win. We knew it would be a 3-0. They didn't do the right choice choosing us. We just played bad the first time we faced them. Now we show them the real team spirit and we send them home.
Oh, wow. Kid Bomba, you said you knew it would be a 3-0. How did you know?
We're just good like that.
Oh, period. He's just good like that. Now, of course, let's talk about what happened, In the group stages, Team Spirit, a lot of people were saying you guys looked shaky. A lot of people were saying you guys might actually not make it to the knockout stages. But this knockout stages, Team Spirit looks so different. What happened in the 2 days break that we actually had? What did you guys do?
Every team here knew that we are a really good team, We had really good scrim results. Every team here knows that. Every team knows we're a threat. We just had a rough start into the tournament. Now we're back to our prime form, so everybody can be scared of us.
Oh! What preparations did you do for this matchup?
We really studied them better this time. We didn't underestimate them. And 3-0, that's the result.
Yeah, I really do think that underestimating is the most important thing when we're in a tournament because anything could happen in the Land of Dawn. And of course, heading into the semi-finals, congratulations on that, by the way. Your next opponent will either be Onyx or Aurora Gaming. If you got to choose, who do you think will actually make it to the next round?
I don't care. We have a clean record against Aurora in International and we beat Onyx the last time. I'd rather face Calderay again to send him home as well, but let's see.
Oh, it is getting hot over here on the stage with Kid Bomba. And you know what? I know that there's so many people here in the arena, and I'm sure overseas, internationally sending you the love. Is there anything perhaps that you'd like to say to them?
Thank you for supporting. Thank you for coming here, and keep supporting Team Spirit. You're not going to regret it.
Anything you want to say to your mom?
Thanks for coming and watching.
Aww, so cute, super duper cute. So now, are you ready to crush some keys?
Of course.
All right, Team Spirit, come on over. My question is gonna be the biggest question of the day. Who wants to crush Team Vamos' key? Oh, Hiko volunteered. All right, let's go. Hiko went for it and he said, me. All right, Hiko, you may head to the front, to the key crusher, and push on the lever. Yes, push on it. Push on it, Hiko. There you guys have it. Team Spirit officially eliminates Team Vamos in MSC at EWC 2026. They have destroyed the dreams of the Malaysians, but the Dragons continue their journey. With that, let us throw it back to the desk to break down this series.
The emotion is so real as a parent, but more just as a person. You can tell what it means to see the success from mother, sister, to son, from region to EECA, to organization, from the coach all the way down to the gold lane and Hiko. It was Team Spirit all the way with a 3-0 victory to move on to the semifinals. $150,000 at least secured, maybe $200,000, and of course still fighting for that major prize pool, $1 million on the line at the end of things. What a journey, guys. Welcome back, Renmo, Mirko. After an amazing set. It was dominant again, but this sent a different message, I think, than yesterday's Yangon Galacticos win.
Yeah, I think Team Spirit, this is a proclamation and an announcement. They're back. The Team Spirit that we expected to perform from the beginning of MSC. They had to rediscover themselves. They had to be honest with themselves. Even Kid Bomba said, we just knew we played bad up against Team Vamos when we faced them in the group stages. We've gotten better. We fixed that. They said they were confident it would be a 3-0, and they delivered.
Yeah, it wasn't just the match against Vamos. It was also back-to-back matches after that, Guangzhou Gaming as well, where we saw that shakiness of Team Spirit. But it was through that hard run in the group stage where they learned, where they improved. And I think we are seeing a pattern right now, except for Yangon Galacticos, right? They're the only ones that went through undefeated in groups and then just popped off. Spirit, Falcons, adjusting, adapting, improving. All that through the losses, through the fact that they got reality checked early.
And maybe that reality check is the reason that they were able to come into such confidence, such clarity about how they wanted to play this matchup. We said they were the gatekeepers, and that's true. The reason why is they kind of are the limit test for teams to get into the knockout stages. But what about them? Them holding out the gates, but not being able to turn and walk through themselves, often stopped by Malaysia, the Indonesian teams, the Filipino teams. And now all of a sudden, they have taken down the last hope for Malaysia. They have turned this into a story about EECA. And they brought some EECA trash talk as well, which was, as someone, you know, as outside of MLBB and loving being a part of it, it was kind of a welcome thing to see.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we fell in love with Kid Bomba and the boys from back then. It was Deus Volt. Now with the banner of Team Spirit, of course, they love to bring that reality to the exchanges, to the social aspect of it all when it comes to esports.
Yeah.
I mean, for us in Southeast Asia, a Southeast Asian dominant game, we're not used to it. We're used to humility. We're used to being humble about it. Good luck, have fun.
Horrible. All of that horrible. We want more of this. I want to see one of the Western teams start winning because I want to see some personality up on stage.
Yes, and it's not a critique, it's a difference, and it's something I learned, but it's also something that when you have a stage like Paris, where the world is gathering, where Europe's gathering, you get to see these different voices that in MLBB maybe didn't have the loudest megaphone, so to speak, and now they're starting to speak up.
Yeah, and not only talk, they walk the walk. They deliver the how their personalities are. You can see it in game. Again, Spirit is back.
How'd you like that matchup call out with Kelra? Send him home.
Oh, dude, I mean...
Send him home. I mean, Onyx got to win, but I mean, you know.
We just love the personality. I mean, even for Lunar, right? Lunar, a little bit of a diss back at Kelra. You said you were going to get revenge the first time at group stage.
What happened?
You didn't. I love it. I love how Spirit played this game, though. Again, we saw how dominant they could be, winning an early game, having plan A go smooth. But I think the real question mark for Spirit would be, what would happen if you were put into the same position as that group stage match against Vamos, against Guangzhou Gaming? What would happen if you lose out on plan A, right? They, through the group stage, have never really been able to stay composed like the previous Spirit iterations of rosters. This time, they showed exactly how good they can be with Sour Egoist. I love that Hiko already kind of teased it to us in the interview before the match. He's like, Donk. Hey, Donk won a major in his first international, in his first major with Spirit. Now, if Sour can do the same.
Yeah. Whoa, I was going to ask about legacy here. It's maybe not too early to begin the conversation. Certainly still a lot of, but you know, question marks, but a win at MSC after debuting at 16, coming in, that's a big setup there.
And to think about the storyline, because just last year, he couldn't play in the wild card because he was few months away from being 16 to qualifying to play at MSC. It's so sick.
Yeah, just when we thought we knew all the stories, we knew all the narratives, we're reminded yet again, wait, there's a little bit more. There's a little bit more the Spirit and other teams could show up with.
I'm going to say that I thought this was definitely a mom and sister buff for sure. Front row.
For sure.
Seeing your mom crying. I mean, you're going to play your best anything at that point. And obviously, Kid Bomba delivered. On the other side of it, the story up until now had been Team Vamos and Error 404. There's no doubt even in that final game, he showed his prowess, his ability technically, mechanically, and his will to win. But it was unfortunate because he was not able to get the job done. We have an exit interview with Error 404 to hear what he has to say.
We are now backstage with Error 404. Error 404, how was everyone handling that loss?
It was quite hard because we're expecting a win today because we beat them right in the group stage. So yeah, it's quite hard to take the loss.
Is everyone handling it the same way?
I'm not sure about them, but for me, yeah, because this is my first experience on a knockout stage in the international. So yeah, it's really hard. So I would try to take it as a lesson.
Take it as a lesson. And despite everything, I think everyone is saying that you are a potential jungler that will go to many lengths in the future. Do you agree? Are you satisfied with your performance?
I feel like I could do more, but I think I try my best. So yeah, for the next tournament, I think we'll do better, we'll improve more, and yeah, we'll promise a better result.
I'm feeling a little bit of like overthinking on something. Is there something that's bothering you? Was it the last game that we saw?
No, I just think that we made a lot of mistakes, like not like our usual gameplay, because we're normally very disciplined, but today I think everything went wrong. So yeah, I think just we lost because of our mistakes.
You lost because of your mistakes. Did you feel like Team Spirit were a different team in this match? Did they study you too much, or?
I think they're just the same. It's just they maximize our mistake and they know how to punish us. So yeah, they're the better team today.
So what happened? Was it your preparation, or was it the adrenaline that was happening on stage?
I think it's just the consistency of us. Like, we're not really consistent, so that's a thing to fix.
Okay, so in coming future, you're going to take that lesson with you?
Yeah.
Error 404, what's next for you?
We'll just try to win another tournament, and for MPL, we'll do our best also, and we'll come back stronger.
You did amazing. Thank you so much for your participation here.
Thank you.
Is there any final words that you want to say to your audience, your viewers?
To all the Malaysian fans, we're really sorry about the loss, and we felt we could do better, but I think we tried our best to reach here, and I don't think anybody expected us to be this far, so thank you for your support, and see you next time. Thank you
Come
so
back
much.
stronger, vamos. Thank you so much for this. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
I mean, we might have to stop calling them exit interviews, start calling them therapy sessions at this point if Eterna asks any more questions when somebody is that down, because they're processing. It's like grief processing right there. No doubt about it. Great interview. Again, consistency, took advantage of the mistakes. Team Spirit take the win 3-0 over Team Vamos, and that was Error 404's reasoning as to why. A lot to be discovered. Coming up, it's Aurora Gaming and Onyx, the big match of the day. I know many people online, many people in the building have been looking towards what many consider the new final boss here in Aurora Gaming. Gonna have a chance to prove it. Before we go, guys, I know we're switching off the panel, so just any final words before we switch off. Renmar, Rico.
Congratulations to Spirit, and I'm excited to see Aurora and Onyx, because Spirit is saying that they're ready for both of you. So let's see if they can put their money where their mouth is.
Yeah, I'm happy for Spirit. My goats are out, so at this point, I'm just enjoying the show, bro. I'm just enjoying the ride.
All right, they're settled in. It's been a great panel with them. We've got more coming up as well. On the flip side of this, we're going to hear about all those teams, Aurora and Onyx. But for you, if you think you know who's going to win, make sure to get your pick'ems in. That's right. Earn your share of $300,000. Pick who you think is going to get the victory. I believe it was Team Spirit who actually had the lead in this one for the majority. So you guys are right. Will you be right about Onyx? Will you be right about Aurora Gaming? We'll find out after this break. And pay attention, because we've got Renmar's confessions. It's your turn, buddy.
Oh no!
Have fun, bro.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This is Renmar's confessions. He doesn't know we were doing this.
Chris, what you guys dragged me out of the green room. I was chilling.
Beat
I was
machine
watching.
in immediately. Just having a nice Saturday morning.
Okay.
I'm not going to ruin it too badly. These are not as bad as I thought they were potentially. Okay. So, Renmar, we've not known each other for very long, so I would just want you to clarify. Would you rather be called Renmar or a prehistoric animal?
Renmar would be good.
So not Reptar, no?
No, that's my old name. Yeah.
What was the theory?
The what?
The theory behind that.
Why Reptar?
Yeah.
I think Oh, I know. I remember because someone in a work group chat wanted to type out my name, and they typed out Reptar, and they said it was a typo. But I don't believe it because there's no way you can typo Reptar typing out Renmar.
No, it's completely
The letters from the keyboard are too far. So I think they just called me that on purpose, and it stuck.
You don't like that anymore, no? We've moved away.
I still don't mind getting called it. It's like a throwback.
A throwback, okay, okay. I'm just checking if you'd spilt anything on your clothes today.
Wait, what's going on?
I've been told you are a clumsy boy.
Yes, I am. I am a clumsy boy. That is actually very true.
If you'd spilled coffee today, you'd have been fine.
Exactly. I think that's why I wore brown today subconsciously. I was like, okay, I feel like I need extra coffee today.
What's the worst thing you've spilled on?
Not on myself, but on a coworker back in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Hot soup.
Oh,
30 minutes before broadcast. Makeup had to spend a lot of time drying it out.
no.
He smelled like hot soup for the rest of the broadcast. But
I mean, if it was good hot soup, then that's fine.
It was.
Okay. Someone has dubbed you as the most likely to fall in love with a stranger. Could you tell me why that is?
Was it Eterna?
I don't know.
Why do I feel like this was Eterna who said that? I am a very proud, hopeless romantic. Not so hopeless now anymore.
You are in the city of love, though. So, I mean, you know, you've been any lonely walks, you know, like taking a book?
Not lonely walks, but like I had the day where I walked like 25,000 steps around Paris.
Nice.
Yeah, it was sweet. Yeah.
Nice. Anywhere in particular, a little romantic stroll along the next to the Eiffel Tower?
Nothing romantic. I did go up to Sacré-Cœur.
Yeah.
Where John Wick had his final duel.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was really nice.
That's cool. There's loads of spots like that. Like we got spots like in Call of Duty. There's a really famous spot that we got in Paris. There's lots of things happen in Paris in gaming, actually.
Yeah.
Come to think of it.
Very true.
Come to think of it. So what was your actual like esports journey been like, considering you may never be able to escape Rennie's shadow?
My dad? How do you know my dad's nickname? What is going on? Hey! No, I feel like when it comes to my dad, I feel like I've never really been under his shadow. He was a lot of guidance from him, considering that he's also...
It's useful.
Yeah, he also worked in radio, so... He just gave me some general tips at the start, but at the beginning he was like, he didn't understand what I was doing.
At least he didn't like get you the job and everyone was like, this guy's just got the job because of that.
Yeah,
that's a good thing.
Like, not at all. When I told him, it's like, Dad, just imagine I do what you do, except it's not delivering the news, it's talking over video games as a sport. That's when he was like, oh, okay, I kind of understand it. You're behind a mic, I get it.
That must make it really cool, though, to have that, like, to have that guidance, that kind of thing. Because my dad just worked in a factory, so he was. My dad still doesn't know what I do. He's like, you working for Call of Duty? No, Dad, I'm doing other things. Doesn't get it. So at least your dad knows.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I think it's a basis of just like broadcast. So
yeah. Okay, that has been Renmar's Confessions. I'm going to actually ask for harsher questions last time. You're fine.
Please don't
worry.
I'm good.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
It's Turkey A versus the defending champions of 2023 MSC. If they lose, that means we will for sure see a new MSC champion coming up at EWC. So excitement for this second match of the day. It's going to be Onyx going up against Aurora Gaming, and we have so much to talk about. I'm Rain Day. Welcome back to the panel. As I want to introduce you to who we've switched out with. It's Brigitte and LaFell. and it's starting exactly how I would have thought. At least you're not quacking today, Brigitte. How are you?
Not yet.
That's actually true. Not yet.
Who knows what kind of sounds we'll be making?
I mean, like, here's the thing. Rain Day, you probably didn't notice, but me and Brigitte, we're more calm today.
Yeah,
Our
you're
energy
relaxed.
is a bit lower.
Uh-huh.
We're just having a vibe,
subdued.
right?
Yeah, we have to.
I'm worried. Guys, I'm actually afraid of what this panel is going to look like. At this point, we have to get into the Crunchyroll story of the day, which is an important one because we look at Aurora and we have seen Final Boss go down again and again and again. So maybe you don't want to get labeled the Final Boss because we've seen so many favorites fall from SRG to Team Liquid PH. But is Aurora Gaming the new Final Boss? Brig, I'll start with you.
I'm not sure how Midnight feels about us labeling them as.
I stole one of your
Knock on wood, right?
Okay.
I stole one of your cards, but it should be okay.
Hey, I don't think that's fine. But yeah, I don't think anyone at this point wants to be labeled the final boss, considering what has been the outcomes of whoever gets labeled the final boss in the past 2 international tournaments.
I mean, like, you can't spell Aurora with a R, am I right?
Ooh.
I mean, like, here's the thing.
Or with that aura.
Not only do they win, but they win convincingly, right? So I think Onyx is like the greatest team ever, and I think they're gonna win this hands down 3-0. Like, to no contest?
Brig, you want to answer?
I'm not sure how serious this is about this because I am expecting this to be a really close one.
So is everybody else.
You always say that.
I think Indonesia.
Hey, this is... come on.
I know, this is funny because both of these teams have come in with different approaches to it. Onyx representing Indonesia, one of the top 3 regions in MLBB's history. We also see Europe having its moment, and this is specifically a moment that Turkey is having. Istanbul is where the M Series will be held later this year. And one of the amazing things about that is that Aurora Gaming from Turkey have a chance to not only set themselves up for a win there, but a win here leading into it if they continue to be on top of the meta. And that's why this is such a dangerous team, Break. They have so much to play for. They've got such a great story, but also no one's been able to really figure them out yet.
Yeah, and I feel like that is why they are going to be considered, if not like the final boss, the team or one of the teams to beat really here, at least in MSC, just because of the fact that even for the teams you expected to come in the strongest have not really lived up to expectations. And yes, they may have transitioned from being once underdogs to now actual contenders, but the way that they've really introduced themselves and maintained that kind of domination in every single series that they've been through here in MSC really is a statement for them. I feel like they've had more dominant runs than any other team we've seen so far.
Rain Day, let me just say, I am ready to just throw away the script.
Wow.
This time, I'm so ready for a non-Southeast Asian team to become a champion. Right?
Right? Why is that coming from us, though?
Yeah, no, you were the one that says, I don't want any Southeast Asian teams to become champion. That's what you said.
Did I say that?
Yeah.
Now that Malaysia's out, you seem like you're pretty okay with letting that go.
No, this is all the pent-up aggression that I've had. Like, even since morning, Brig has been messing with me. And she just kept on doing that.
Well, I think it's going to continue, and we'll see if LaFell actually picks up that note card and you see it in his hands later on, because there's a lot of stuff written on there, and if he really leaves it, I'm excited to see how that goes. But let's mention Aurora Gaming, because this is a team that has shocked the world. Maybe they had it in them all the time, but coming into this tournament, there were other teams that we had our eyes on, from Lunar to TNZ, Rosa, Pagu, and Siggy Boom, who I felt started this tournament with a bang and continues to try to be dominant. It's interesting to see if Aurora will be able to keep surprising their opponents. We had a chance to catch up with TNZ, their jungler, before this.
Hırslı ve kazanmaya aç bir oyuncu olarak tanımlayabilirim. I think TNZ is very obsessed with the game. Is very obsessed with like winning. He's always trying to be the best. He likes to gossip a lot. Yani ailemin dediğine göre 2 yaşımda bilgisayardan Spider-Man oynuyordum. Ben biraz böyle Spider-Man hayranı olduğum için 6. sınıfta ya da 7. sınıfta ortaokulda bir arkadaşımın önerisiyle başladım. Orada bir tane karakter vardı, yani Spider-Man'e benzediği için sırf. Yani çocukken çok heveslendim, öyle başladım, oynamaya devam ettim. Önce e-spor olmadan önce başladım. O zaman e-sporcu olmadan önce böyle E-spor hakkında çok bilgim yoktu ve e-sporcu olacağımı da düşünmüyordum. Yani normal bir çocuktum yani. Diğer çocuklar nasılsa öyle bir çocuktum. E-spordan sonra değişen, yani ilk seneler çok değişen bir şey olmadı. Çünkü Türkiye'de o kadar e-spor gelişmemişti. Evde oyun oynuyordum. Sonra işte turnuvalara katılmaya başladım. Şu an buradayım.
But look at this crazy move by Tianzi. I mean, a tad bit of luck, obviously. The fact that the piercing spears didn't get him. Oh my God.
Niall from Team Vitality says, for me, top jungler at MSC is TNZ. We just saw that proven pretty well in Game 1.
Şöyle karar verdim. O zamanlar yani daha yeni başladığım için tabii benden daha iyi oyuncular da vardı. Oyunu bilmiyordum.
TNZ is different in a way that he's always trying to win, like no matter the result, right? The Turkish region wasn't always so good, right? Like how it's right now. And even though he kept like pushing, trying to improve, going to every single tournament, maybe the results weren't perfect, but over time it's becoming better, right? And I think everyone can see it.
One of the most ambitious player I have seen in my life.
The one thing I like about TNZ is that he will listen. If what you're saying makes sense, he will listen to you, and he will try his best to understand and also like accommodate changes that needed to be done for the team. I think he's reached that version that he wants to be, you know, like he wants to be a very good jungler. Now everyone knows that he's an exceptional jungler.
In the current meta, I think micro-wise, TNZ is the most skilled jungler there is right now.
Gonna be next, chopped off, taken out, and Sanford falls as well. A double kill into the hands of TNZ.
It's Aurora Gaming advancing to the knockouts. What a story. Onyx, they're gonna have to work through it.
Kişilik olarak çok değişmedim yani. Kişilik olarak değişmediğim için buralardayım bence. Yani dediğim gibi baştan beri nasılsam şu anda öyleyim.
He's a fun kid. Like honestly, I believe he's a good kid at heart. He just doesn't know it yet.
Playing with TNZ, we're trying to be very perfectionist. We're trying to fix every small detail, trying to improve as much as we can, trying to be basically the strongest. Bu turnuvada birinci olmak istiyorum ben. Bunda başaracağımıza inanıyorum takımla birlikte. Bu kadar.
All right, well, LaFell still doesn't have his note card. He's been dancing the entire time with Briggs, so have I, and that's why I'm going to throw it to him in a second just to show you what we're going on. Again, we have one more piece before we see if he actually picks it up and uses it. Otherwise, he really is just doing this off the cuff. Thanks, guys. Okay, let's go into Onyx, because, of course, they've got a great story as well. Lutpi, Kyrie, Sands, Kidboy, and Kelra, who has received trash talk from multiple different sources, including Aurora Gaming, and now Team Spirit as well. Their coach, CW, had a chance to catch up with us before this match.
Hey, Turner here, and now we are with CW, Onyx coach. CW, we haven't heard from you just yet. How are you feeling?
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
What about confident? Are you confident?
Very confident.
Very confident. See, that's a mentality that we want coming into this elimination match. But speaking of mentality, there have been a lot of discussions out there, especially some podcasts that have discussed a lot of Indonesian teams. And I think when it comes down to, micro, macro mechanics, everything is like on par with the rest of the world. But sometimes mentality plays a huge factor. CW, do you think that Onyx has been struggling with mentality problems?
I think if we're saying Onyx, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, before like Coach Chip coming.
So when you were still a player?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now it's better?
It's better because I think Coach Chip taught us many like confident factor that we have to bring in the competition.
So Coach Yeb has taught you guys a lot about mentality.
Yes.
So how do you, though, as a coach, handle that now? Like, is it still Coach Yeb, or are you now, taking that role on?
Yeah. Probably, Coach Yeb is like my mentor, right? So I ask him a lot.
Oh, you ask him a lot?
Yeah.
Is it pressure for you, stepping into that position?
No, of course, before I was a player, right?
Yeah.
Right now, I will have a different learning into the coaches. So that's what I bring here.
It's It's a different journey for CW here. And speaking of journey as well, ups and downs for Onyx this MSC. What's been the big struggle? What's been the obstacle for Onyx?
I think many people would see this meta is like, it's like, you know, one day it's Eudora is good, the next day Eudora is bad, and the next day when you pick like something like Link, it's work, but another day it's bad. Like it's a unique. I think it's a unique patch. In this
Do you
kind
think?
of,
Is it because people just haven't really figured out the meta yet?
I mean, it's like who bring the most confidence with their strat in this meta. So you can play anything.
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 So there's no priority heroes in different roles right now?
Of course, there's some like priority hero, but if it doesn't suit the team, I think it's not working.
Okay, so that's the struggle that Onyx has been facing right now.
No, I mean before knockout.
Oh, before or the knockout. So now everything's okay?
Yes.
Yes!
We settled it.
You settled it.
Yes.
0 to 10 confidence level, coach.
9.9.
9.9, that's so high.
Because 10 is like, it's perfect score.
It's perfect. And
there's no one perfect in this world.
That's why he's coach. It's wise. CW, does it stand for coach? Like you're wise or wise coach?
Coach wise?
Coach wise. But speaking of, being wise and all that, were you surprised that Vitality got knocked out?
Kind of.
Kind of.
Because I think they are really strong. Especially, Nanail with the Assassin meta. Yeah.
Do you feel pressure now that you're the only remaining MPL ID team?
No, we just want to play.
They just want to play.
Yeah.
And if you want to play today, what do you want to say to your opponents today? What do you want to say to Aurora?
We are...
It's okay. We'll give you some time. Go ahead.
We are ready. 100%.
I thought it was 9.9%.
I mean, the ready is...
Oh, okay. So he's 9.9 confidence out of 10, but he's 100% ready to face you.
Aurora.
All right. Thank you so much, CW, for this interview. And we're throwing it over back to you guys.
Eterna stays trying to get him, man. He's trying to get him. I thought it was 99. What's wrong with you? What's really wrong with you guys? That's what I want to know. That's what Eterna's asking.
I'm not good at math, so I think I would make the same mistake, right?
Apparently nothing, though, with the math being on the side for the fans. 68% think Onyx is going to take this one.
1% off for Onyx to have a nice number.
Wow.
Now that's a disappointment.
I think it's still a pretty nice number. Lafayette, I don't know what you mean.
I'm a disappointment.
No, you're not.
Hey, thanks.
Either way, one up or one down, you guys would have made a joke about that number.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
I would have seen the hands flapping, or I would have seen... Oh, God. All right.
Hey, but that's a surprise, though.
That is.
What's a surprise?
The numbers. Like,
yes, it was.
Because you would assume that Onyx had really, really, really high numbers.
Yeah.
Favoring them.
And he does not shy away from being confident, but he does shy away from owning the regional impact. But I'm not going to do that because MPL Indonesia is looking for Onyx to raise the flag for that region. This is one of our MSC champions from 2023. SRG have gone out. Team Liquid, PH have gone out as well. And it's no shy conversation on the side of the other side of the bracket with Team Falcons Philippines saying, we are the last one standing for our region. I believe Onyx has that pressure as well. But when you look at their opponents in Aurora Gaming, they have been able to surprise, to stun, and to silence any of the doubters, especially with that man TNZ alongside Siggy Boom and the squad. Will Coach Midnight have them prep for this? You know it. It's just a matter of what's going to happen. Let's get game number 2, our second series, on the way.
Hearts, dreams, and keys were shattered in the first match of the day. And I'm not gonna lie, my heart was shattered too, but the show must go on as we continue with our second match of the day, where Onyx goes up against Aurora Gaming.
Very much so. I'm sorry, Rose, but that's the nature of competition. It means the better team on that day advanced, and in that sense, that was Team Spirit. And what a game they gave us, but as you said, we have to decide who faces off against them in our next semi-final. And it's two teams that both really have their own incredible story coming into MSC at EWC. So let's not dilly-dally. Let's bring out our first team. Please join me in welcoming Aurora Gaming! Aurora is their name. Domination is their game. A rematch was called not only to prove that they are the better team, but that the Kingslayers deserve a personal and regional run deeper than ever before. So when the sun rises tomorrow, it'll be a second after a resilient Aurora Gaming.
Now this is gonna be a match to watch because they are going up against a former champion here at MSC. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Onyx time! The Sky Kings return to the land of dawn to take a shot at reclaiming what was once theirs. Indonesia's last hope needs to fly higher than ever to take down Aurora. Can they successfully dim the northern lights when they are shining brighter than ever?
I'll tell you one thing, Rose. It is difficult to hold on to that crown, even more so than it is to have it in your hands in the first place. So let's send our teams in for it, please. Onyx, place your keys, take your seats. Aurora, place your keys, take your seats. An epic semifinal is upon us. And of course, captains, remember to shake hands. They wish for this rematch, and we are gonna get it. So let's get this game on the way.
Move on to the base. Can they finish it here? Another team crumbles. Another team falls.
We're in a very good shape. We can beat any teams here in MSC.
Onyx crumbled at the end of it all. Aurora Gaming can advance on to the knockout stage.
Of course, I want Aurora. Yeah, I want to take the revenge. Yeah.
I just want to prove that we can beat them twice. Like, they want to get the revenge. We just want to play our normal game and win.
Super Fritz tries, but Aurora Gaming made it happen. And Sigaboom did it too on the Ruby. What a game 3.
We'll punish them more than they punish us.
So when we beat Onyx, like, it proved to ourselves that we can actually win the whole thing and hope that we don't choke in the playoffs.
We kind of miss our tempo. We met them 2 times and then we win. And this time they win in the group stage.
Semua about in early sih. Dia kalau early-nya dapat, press-nya dapat, snowball, dia udah kuat banget, jago di early. Maka kalau dia nggak dapat early-nya, mungkin udah GG.
I feel like if they sometimes get the snowball in early game, then they can use it pretty much. Like when the gold laner can play the game, I think it's kind of hard for us to play. Whenever they struggle in mid lane, it's kind of over for them.
I was a bit surprised when they stole some of our heroes when we played our first match. So I think this time Onyx is going to be more ready. They're going to come more prepared.
They know they cannot play late game. They always priority the early until mid game heroes.
I think Pago now is the one of the best from EWC.
They have a very stable gold laner, and also like jungler, Kyrie and Kelra, those two. Big X factor would be the roamer, T-Boy.
I just take my revenge. For our group stage match, you also said revenge.
You wanted revenge earlier, you failed. You want a revenge now. Don't expect too much, right? I think we are aiming for like a 3-0 win or 3-1.
We just do the same things that we've been doing before, we can actually just win.
I hope we can show the full potential of our team.
One of the best group stage runs ever. TL then Onyx, are you kidding me?
For Pagu, my friend. Tunggu pembalasan dendam kita dan kita akan kalahkan kalian di knockout stage. Don't cry.
Aurora have just taken out 2 of the biggest teams in MSC back to back cleanly.
For T-Boy, I would say just hope you get your strong heroes.
It's the battle of the last and closest rematch that we had. Among all those quarterfinal rematches, this was the only upper bracket decider that went down to the final match. It's one of the reasons why Aurora was a final pick, and one of the reasons why they were actually going up against Onyx again. We were doing some theory crafting as well. We said if they had actually won, they would have had the fastest time. They would have picked first. And the question is, would they have picked Onyx again? Because the rematches went before them, they were forced into this rematch, but I think they're both happy to say, we want to prove we beat you for real, or to give Onyx a chance to say, we want to get our revenge.
Yeah, I can feel it. I can see it. And we, I think, would all agree that Onyx also want this rematch to happen just because of how things really went for the past series that they've been up against each other. And even Midnight was very vocal about how he was already surprised with how Onyx stole away a couple of the heroes that they were planning or expecting to use themselves, and he's just expecting that Aurora or that Onyx this time would be much more prepared to go up against them.
And here's the thing, I feel like it's warranted to be a bit worried if you're an Aurora fan here, because we saw how Onyx in their second game, first game, sure, they lost in the early game, but then come second game, they matched the aggression. Keyboy on that show was able to have a lot of forward momentum, and then they got a lot of kills in mid. So I feel like this time Aurora should not have an easy early game.
Which I think is something crucial to note in this matchup. It was mentioned that, at least for Aurora, they've observed that Onyx, everything crumbles, especially when things go wrong in their mid. But Onyx acknowledged that Aurora probably also doesn't want to play for late game.
Yeah.
So the drafting might be something that will reflect that, and whether or not they've already adjusted to these things that are probably a bit lacking from their playstyle.
I mean, here's the thing. If you want that to happen, you kind of have to take down Sigibum. But here's the thing. I don't see Sigibum losing any of his lanes. So, I don't know. So far, Aurora, in terms of marksman, they only use the Melissa.
Yeah.
I don't know if they have anything else.
I think that's another thing to take note of, because I think a lot of question has been put onto Onyx and their gold lane. Yes, he is indeed acknowledged as one of the most stable gold laners there is out there, but we're yet to see how stable he is when you're forced to put him on a fighter gold lane. On the other hand, though, Sigibum has been nothing less than stable, has been nothing less than consistent in terms of the gold lane, regardless of whatever hero you decide to put him on.
Speaking of the gold lane, Kelra, he's had 7 different heroes that he's played over the course of 7 different games. Hero pool is one thing, but effectiveness is another. And that gold lane matchup is going to come down to if they can figure out a way to get him flying. And on the other side of it, make sure that he has a chance to get to late game. The Selena was one of those conversations in mid, so was the Rafaela. The Selena banned early from Onyx. They're already taking away one of the plays.
And I'm really liking that because you gotta respect Rosa on the Selena. Unless you yourself want to pick up it on the second phase. But now Aurora, they kind of equalize the whole ground. They ban out that Eudora. I feel like for Onyx, they gotta open up the draft a little bit. But if you want to ban anything, I feel like Hirara would be a solid ban. But instead, they banned the Fanny. And yeah, that's the thing. If you ban out the Aurora, it shows your intention that you do want to have an assassin. And you being on first pick gives you the Hirara.
Yeah, they'll get their hands on that finally this time. But for Onyx on the other side, I would immediately assume or think of a Belleric, but this is Onyx, this is Keyboy. He was mentioned to be the X factor here for Onyx, but they still decide to pick it up. It's gonna be a safe option.
Here's the thing, Aurora, they first picked this Hirara. I remember before, it's a hyper Hirara where first item is gonna be that Sky Piercer and then basically all utility, including that Rafaela in the mid.
This could be interesting there. Aurora setting up for the opportunity to go an interesting mid. Valentina picked up as well, can copy the ultimate of a big roam or somebody who has a big impact on team fights. So warding away certain picks, still, things like the Uranus available.
I feel like Aurora should pick up the Paquito because that opens up a double fighter composition.
The Paquito is actually still open. Yes, a flex that they can eventually put onto Sigibum.
Yeah.
I agree. But aside from the Paquito...
I mean, like, even Barat's Paquito is already pretty strong. So they pick up the Barats here. And they pick up the Cho instead. And again, I feel like this is just them showing that they just want a lot of early game here.
And do they want to take it away from Keyboy, who had a really good performance as well?
Yeah, they gotta be very careful about their jungler here. There's just so much setup potential. And it's very specific. It's a lockdown type of composition from Aurora.
We haven't seen the Ling, and hearing from scrims, it looks like Ling has really fallen off. So, I don't know. The other junglers, Nolan is still pretty good. If you want to go for utility, which I guess you kind of can, but... Or the Harley. I think the Harley would also be okay-ish.
Yeah, there it is.
Go for the Harley.
I think this is better. Because if they went utility, it's still not going to have a great time.
Yep.
Even the Akai is just going to get chomped by the Barats. And any other assassin, because I think Kyrie's only used 3.
Yeah. So now in terms of the ban here, I feel like for Aurora, just ban I think betting on a Paquito already helps you out quite a lot here because I feel like for Onyx, one of their win conditions is to force Aurora on a traditional marksman, giving much more value for this Harley. And the Belleric.
There's a lot of marksmen that Kellera can actually still pick up if they really want to go for Shred.
Because here's the thing, Aurora, I think what's smart about them is that they have this choke. Meaning that
true.
They can use something like a carry. Right? Like having a choke really opens up quite a lot in draft.
You're in a standout from
And the
Aurora.
Rafa.
Yeah.
But it's Onyx picking next after this phase. So
Fun fact, Uranus and Rafa, they have a relationship together.
Did they really?
Yeah.
In the Land of Dawn?
Yeah.
Are you
like
lying?
Uranus is fond of her for some reason. Yeah.
Brigida can't believe it.
yeah, I mean,
Just play the hero.
You're spilling the tea.
Yeah.
Spilling the tea.
I mean,
Did they want that coming out at MSC or trying to keep that on the down low?
Well,
It's
now
out
everyone
now.
knows, yeah.
It's out now.
Nolan also abandoned his daughter,
Okay.
Nolan and wait, who's his relative?
Layla.
Layla.
Why'd you point at me? I didn't abandon my daughter, man. She was took her to breakfast this morning.
You're a great daddy.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate just dad.
Oh, even the juicing. Okay.
I think an Alice would be an okay ban as well, but they banned out the Lapu here, so I feel like they're just gonna have. It looks like they might go for a traditional marksman. Right?
This will tell us a lot here on the side of Kiboy picking up. We see the Zushin band, the Lapu Lapu as well, which is, I thought it looked amazing yesterday.
Esmeralda is there if Onyx wants that to deal with the Barats.
Yeah, they might just match
even,
the lane.
Even the Yuzong would be pretty okay here against Aurora.
My question is, are they doing something funky? I mean, that's my question on this. And I know it's going to be very clear probably after this that they're not. But Belleric EXP, I mean, it would be weird.
Yeah.
But if you get something that can win outside of that, that catches Aurora off guard, I'm just wondering if Onyx are trying to play this in a way where they surprise Aurora.
No, honestly, that's a good point because Belleric is not great if you're going up against a very fast EXP laner, right? Like a Benedetta, like a Lapu. But you're going up against a Barat, so you're equally slow. It makes it so that it's not a bad pick. So, yeah. Onyx can still flex the Belleric, honestly.
And you can pretty much say the same for the matchup in mid if they really want to rotate faster and utilize their advantage. Then maybe just put something alongside the Valentina that can just be as equally aggressive. But Aurora, pick up the Paquito since it wasn't banned. But the Luyi is the surprise here.
Actually, I really feel like if they pick up a Yuzong, they can win this matchup quite hard because it wins against the Barats. And then the bad thing about the Luyi is you have no dash. So once an EXP laner gets onto you, he's going to stay there forever.
Final pick here. Onyx, to me, could make a statement. Come out here, try to catch Aurora off guard. And they don't. They go Esma. That's a very safe pick. It kind of nullifies that lane.
Yep. And it can still jump on the Luyi. And one of the heroes that can use a Purify, which I feel like this is one of those games that it's okay for you to have a Purify.
Yeah, at the very least, they have a Harley. I think I will be okay with that. So they have ways to at least penetrate the back lines and go in for pickoffs because apart from that, the Belleric and the Esmeralda, they, as you mentioned, seem very safe. So let's see how Onyx play this out against this hyper-aggressive lineup that Aurora drafted.
Onyx knows they're trying to survive. They're not trying to lose early because if they go late game, they can get these fans at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet even hyper than they are to kick off this first game. It's time to begin our second and last series of the day. It's Onyx versus Aurora Gaming. And to call the action, we've got Naisu and Gideon. Fellas?
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Welcome, everybody. The series that everybody has been anticipating for. It's Aurora facing off against Onyx in a best of 5. Everybody's had their opinions of Onyx, but everybody has seen Aurora as a legitimate threat to the throne. But who is going to come up on top here?
Man, you know, today and the past couple days have been a whole lot of sweep action that we've seen, and hopefully this one goes the distance here because, you know, moving forward, semifinals next, you want to go ahead and see them bring it the distance, and the drafts
will have the distance for Aurora. I mean, the Louis Yi pick has only been brought up, what, one time? This is now the second time Louis comes through. Again, leave it up to Coach Midnight to make these drafts interesting, right? And sometimes that can work for you, sometimes it works against you, but we have seen some amazing setups with that diversion play.
Yep, some really great stuff across the board. And I want to see how creative they actually went through. We saw, Coach Midnight already talking very expressively to the rest of his players about what exactly may or may not happen, or certain mechanics. We're not 100% sure here, but really that diversion could be the difference maker. They're playing a double fighter comp, which is already pretty scary when you don't have like a dedicated scaler, so we know that Aurora are the ones on a timer in comparison to Onyx. We're seeing Wilderness Blessings, we're even seeing a Brave Smite coming out of Rosa, which is atypical for low Yis nowadays, because dear lord, like LaFell mentioned, once Lutfi is on top of him, it's going to be difficult for Rosa to get away.
I would say if you look at this for Aurora Gaming, one of the great things about the composition that can go against that setup from Lutfi or anything else is they have a ton of options to just set things up, between pick-off potential here. Looks like Tienzi's going to do a little bit of damage to Keyboy, but just keeps him at bay. And whether that's the kick, from Pagu with that Way of the Dragon, or, Lunar jumping in. I mean, how many times now have we seen the Barretts be placed into that XP lane? The amount of ground coverage Barretts has, especially with a flicker in Daytona's Welcome combo, is kind of insane.
It is. It's really good, but at the same time, right, there's still also the Valentina coming in from Sans. Now, this fight could be a make it or break it here, as we can see that they don't have first position, but here comes the TP.
Well, Pagu just trying to buy some time for that diversion. As Aurora comes through, there's the Daytona's Welcome. There's going to crash on the wall. Zanz is gone, but Kyrie will be able to secure the objective. And now Lunar going to try to fight it off here, but gets taken down. So Onyx winning the trade.
Really nice trade so far. It's a little sad for Lunar, but somebody has to take the damage, right? Really nicely played by Onyx side. This gives Kelra just a little bit of time to actually breathe for the moment. Listen to this replay one more time, right? Because Aurora understood one thing. We are going to fight for this neutral objective. Unfortunately, we don't have Pagu to actually open up the map any further. But at this point, trading out against them just isn't worth the time. We already got that one kill onto Sans. At this point, we just need to make sure that we're minimizing the losses, because unfortunately for Lunar, despite Lutfi eventually going to outscale him, he manipulates the waves really, really well.
Yeah, so probably with this kind of setup, Aurora, if they can't find plays like that with a diversion or the pickoffs that they're looking for, then what do they wait for? Tienzi to get stacks like we've seen before on this, like possibly the Sky Piercer for that Hirara. Sigiboom has probably been one of the better performing Paquito gold laners that we've seen so far throughout MSC. Again, I can't forget how he played it against TLPH, and that's one thing that can be said too, that they can utilize here throughout this game.
Yeah, and I think that that's going to be the main win condition, right? Especially since they're on a timer. They still have like about 6. Oh, hold on.
Whoa, that's a timer right there too. Kyrie's going to be able to get away. Taking out Pagu, man. It's just, again, all you have to do is play around that deadly magic once it's up.
Yep, and most importantly, wait, hold on. Gonna get a quick TP here just to open up the map and get a good idea of where Tienzi might be looking to hide, knowing that the purple buff is going to spawn in about 12 seconds. This next neutral objective is going to be difficult to contest for. Lutfi has so much of an advantage against Lunar because of the previous interaction by Turtle side, so I think this should be a no contest overall, but that depends on what Aurora is going to do with this, because I'm seeing members making their way up towards this top side, and Kelra, he's only got the Purify, so once BMI is down, he's sort of a sitting duck.
They just want to go ahead and trade it out, right? Objective for potential play across the map.
Oh, delivery service?
Yep. Diversion's going to be used right to that mid lane. Pagu this time, the difference here is he's actually got the kick available. Last time they fought for this, he was only level 3. Lunar's going to jump it. Daytona's welcome. Pagu trying to zone out Sans. Already using that Keyboy now. Half health gets kicked right to the team. Will deliver Keyboy up, and Lunar will secure the turtle. So Aurora fighting back, and now they're going to be crashing it down in the mid lane, pushing them back further. Lutfi has the shields and space to work with. Did pop the Purify, and will survive.
Good use of the Purify there. I thought Pagu for sure was going to get in, clapped on the third hit of G Kundo, manages to walk out of it to save his life. So not bad. It's 2 for 2. Not a real advantage overall. I think even when we're looking in the jungle sectors, right? Even Kyrie being able to steal away at least one of these turtles puts him slightly ahead of TNZ, while everybody else just doesn't seem to be on the back foot, right? Yeah. Lunar and Lutfi have evened out. Sigiboom actually has a bit of a lead onto Keller because of that double waving, and we're waiting for it to accumulate to maximum, a critical mass, as they call it. Oh no, Kelra, does he know?
Diversion used. Kelra Dive angle. He does still have the Purify. It's not popped yet. Kyrie's going to re-enter here. They go in. Wrath of Dry to follow up. Pagu already goes for the kick. They burn the flicker from Sands, but Siggy Boom comes in with a 1-2. Able to pick up one, and they'll eat another. Taking out Key Boy. Aurora finds 2.
They're eating good today. They're eating very, very good. And Kelra ends up missing the wave this time around. I mean, actually, 1 minion manages to slip through, but Aurora, they're not done yet. They're looking for mid-tier 1.
Yep, and Kyrie had to back off of this. So then Luffy just left to his own devices will get taken out, dissected from the team.
Man, you can tell the difference between a good Barretts and a bad Barretts, how they flickered their Detona's welcome, but the usage of the Rocket Jets to predict, hey, if you purify, if you flicker, this is the angle you're going to be in, and I can knock you right back into the fight, making these chases so much harder to leave. to leave.
That's right. Yep.
That's my king.
Coach Midnight, again, has been a key part of what Aurora Gaming has been able to accomplish so far through this time. Again, this draft, something a little bit different than what we've seen, but it's just this execution from Aurora Gaming that has been so well. Again, there wasn't a huge lead that they had until now. It's not that it's massive already, but it's 2.6K that switched on very quickly off of 1 or 2 fights. And so now Onyx playing on the back foot, they've got to be able to readjust this. This third turtle's coming up here. We'll see if they actually want to go ahead and approach this or just wait. Already half health on this turtle. Again, Daytona's welcome. Pagu looking for that follow-up. Raptor Triumph! There's so much damage in that central point. Siggy Boom won't be able to follow through the flicker, but there it is. TNZ will. A stack secured. And now he's going to be able to get away here so easily as they look for another.
Oh my God.
Oh no, Kyrie gets kicked. I know you're a wizard, Harley, but you can't get away.
Oh my goodness, Aurora playing out of their minds. The red herrings, they make it look so easy right now, but they're just not missing a single beat. They're not too tunnel vision. They're still open-minded to the way that these fights need to actually progress. Let's look at the replay one more time, right? Because again, this was an incredible catch here, spitting him right into Keyboy's face, making sure, despite the fact that Sans tried to flicker on out of there, dashed twice to make it all happen. The chase, the rundown from Aurora squad, it's difficult to beat. Once that major impact is landed and Keyboy doesn't have that Wrath of the Dryads, it's so much harder for Onyx to peel them away.
The unfortunate thing is once the Wrath of the Dryad is dropped down, that's also just a clear signal for Rosa to be like, okay, you want to fight here? I'm just going to go ahead and get these yin-yang interactions procced off, you know, and pump out enough damage. Everyone's centered around that Wrath of the Dryad setup anyway from Keyboy that the Luigi pick is actually a great counter into that.
And that's the thing. It's about finding the anchors here. So far, Aurora, Rosa has been generally untouched this entire game. And, you know, given the caliber of player, Rosa just doesn't seem to ever be out of position. And that's where Pagu comes in saying, I'm willing to die for the Thorn Queen every single time, if necessary, just to make sure that Rosa doesn't fall behind. On the opposite side, right, Onyx doesn't necessarily have a dedicated anchor. When you are pulling backwards, who do you fall back to if not Sans?
Yeah, that's why one of the things, again, if you look at what Onyx can do here as they fall further behind, man, 7,000 gold deficit for Onyx. You've got to play into the Claude, right? You've got to go ahead and let Counter get to that point, but then even so, if you already have the Trinity, you walk into those team fights, it's going to be the same case where you're just overloaded with that damage, that front damage that Aurora has to play around with, and this Lord is going to go freely over to Aurora Gaming.
Well, that's a really good point here. In just a little bit, Zipper, could you pull up the items? I mean, we need to know how far Kelra is from that Trinity as of right now. I think he should already be done with the Golden Staff based on the total amount of gold the team has, but I'm not 100% sure. In the meantime, though, Sigaboom, this is probably the strongest he is going to be throughout the game. He legitimately can 1v1 Kyrie, Sans, and Kelra if they just walk into a bush, and I think that's the big fear for Aurora. Opening up the map, especially with Keyboy, he's died 3 times opening up the map and fighting for that space. It's just really hard to get back up for him.
We'll see how they play this out. Lord slowly walking up here to this mid lane. They still have the Holy Defense Shields to play around with, but Onyx, again, with this kind of lineup, can they still defend this? 10 minutes into the base, the Lord charges in that mid turret. They're going to have to deal with this wave pushing in as the bottom also turret. Shield pops. Mid turret down. Aurora stays disciplined for now. They'll let them clear out the Lord here and see if they can get more.
I like it. I like it a lot. Onyx says, you know what? Mid inhibitor, whatever. We can deal with it no matter what. As long as it's not the long lane and we have to play this awkward Lord fight every single time, especially dancing around that pit, it's just not worth the effort. And Onic recognized that, right? It's the setup for the later half of the game to make sure that Kelra is in a good position, because so far, there's probably their only win conditions besides, maybe punishing Pagu, maybe punishing Sigaboom. And even then, you kind of need Kyrie +1 to make that happen. Let's look at the items, because finally, we see 2 already completed for Kelra. Kyrie actually opting to go for a more bruiser build this time around. He does not want to die randomly to either Sigaboom or even to someone like Rosa.
Yeah, he's kind of has to, We've seen it how it happened in the first fights. I mean, that first hurdle, it was just him being patient. He went in with a retribution, but every single team fight after that, you just see how quickly he has to go back in time to survive, and that brute force is going to help him a little bit. Few stacks here for TNZ. This is what we were mentioning earlier on. You're going to pick up that Harara, you're going to be able to get those stacks. You're a threat in itself. And honestly, if Onic puts too much to try to deal with TNZ, that's where, again, they're not paying attention to the rest of the side attack here from Sigaboom or even the diversion from Rosa. There's almost too many things that Onic has to be wary of in these team fights just because of the nature of composition that Aurora has.
Oh yeah, and I think that's going to be hard for especially Lutfi. As much as he wants to be in the faces, he needs to act as Peel. He needs to cut Lunar off from certain angles and force him to flicker. But as you can see, right, it's moments like this where Lutfi, he can't just stay in front of their face forever. He has to pull in and out consistently to maintain his health.
Okay. Again, at least some defensive items here being picked up now by Onic, even an immortality for Keyboy, just to get him there a little bit longer. Kyrie will pick up Genius Wand. Sans has been holding on to the Lua Yi ult, right? That diversion. Maybe there's some trickery that they can go with to set them out for this fight for the Lord, or potentially take it.
I think the winning play is if Sans steals the Detna's welcome, and he is able to combo with the Falling Star Moon to guarantee somebody gets locked against the wall during a neutral objective. That's my best guess. Because so far, I feel like Aurora are hyper aware of specifically Keyboy. They're like, Kelra, okay, sure, we got flickers, we can get out of it. He only has Purify, so after the BMI, there's no follow-up after that. The next problem will be whether or not we're too low and Kyrie is able to kind of clean this up. Considering his build, we're not going to get one shot. It's over a duration of time. So really just boils down to how Lutfi, Sans, or even Keyboy finds an out-of-the-box play.
The out-of-the-box play is going to have to happen in the defense, man. Again, with their backs against the wall. This Lord should still be able to be dealt with, though, given the fact that you're 10 minutes in. You've got pretty good clear with this. They can lock it down if they have to, if it's sacrificing that Wrath of the Dryad to go ahead and keep this thing forward away from that crystal. That could be a play for Onic. But just like them, Pagu's got his own immortality. They've got their defensive items to work with too. They're going to go ahead and push it in. They want to take this top turret down first while Onic deals with the Lord. They're going to go anyway. Daytona's welcome. Right on target. It's the tankiest member is going to get kicked away too. Keyboy dropping down the Wrath of the Dryad with the back line. TNZ is there zoning everyone away. It's a split fight happening here with already Keyboy buying so much time. Finally goes down. But now Aurora looking to cap out game of 1. Onic on this defense. They got to clear out these waves. They're still charged up. TNZ will jump in. Able to take out Kelra. And that's going to be it for game 1. Onic facing a tough loss against Aurora Gaming.
Beautifully played by TNZ. That's how you maintain your lead as Hirara. Just abuse the fact that a lot of her damage is directly tied not only to her items, but specifically from the level. So once you hit that level cap, it's only like 3 seconds before you get both of your combo abilities back up. That's why he's going in and out constantly, baiting those spells, baiting a reaction from Onic. And that's something that they're going to have to remember for the upcoming game here. Great game number 1 coming in from Aurora, at least for Onic. Now we see what the first set of cards are going to be. Let's see what the next combo is for game number 2, and I think a lot of it is trying to find that punish in the jungle.
Man, if they, again, when it goes to the draft, it's like there's always that one pick or that one curveball that you can almost expect from Aurora Gaming. And it's not that the Loi was that entire reason why they won. It was just, again, executing around the diversion that they had. Sigibum having a hell of a game in the Paquito gold lane. And just even Pagu, man, the amount of times that he was able to lock on the right target, get the kick, serve it up to his team, was hard to play against.
It's very, very difficult because imagine if you're Keyboy and you see Pagu doing moves like that. He shouldn't pose in front of your face. Do you go for the punish, or is he going to flicker a third hit of G Kundo on your backliner? Keyboy can only do so much. And the problem is that TNZ can do the exact same thing. It's a logistics problem that they solve with Rosa on this low Yi. But we're going to let our panel break it down for you as we throw it back over to Rain Day.
Somebody call Ip Man, because they need an answer to this Jeet Kundo in the gold lane. Paquito and Siggy Boom continue to dominate. No kills in that game, under 10 minutes. And Aurora Gaming prove with game one that they certainly are what we think they are. The new final boss. It's just a matter of can Onic respond. Welcome back to the desk. Rain Day here, Brig. LaFell.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, sure, we might see the telestrator later on, but here's the thing. Technically speaking, why Aurora has been winning, I feel like in that game has proved it, they're using two things, which is number one, wave management as well as timing. Because you're going to see after 5 minutes, they completely abandon the lane because at that point, Aurora is playing a draft that is strong off of one item. Right? You're going up like a Claw, a Hive that you need 3. They're like, no, we just need 1, and then we're going to end the game before you get a chance to build your items.
I gotta say, the fact that the Paquito was left open up until the second phase, the very last moments of the draft, and the fact that Onic 2 have revealed what kind of carries they were planning to go for in the first phase, namely the Harley and both the Claude, especially the Claude. I feel like it has always been a case of Aurora taking advantage of these kinds of scenarios and then revealing that Sigibum was eventually going to get a hold of the Paquito. Because you saw how they were able to clearly shut down that gold lane. Even the rotations towards the gold lane were not as successful. It was only the Paquito that was necessary for them to already pull it off. And again, Tianzi, everyone else, the rotations and farming patterns have been a bit too clear and a bit too free. Onic, I think what we mentioned before heading into the game was true. They were a bit more safer in terms of their gameplay.
And I think this is where the mental part starts to happen, because we heard Onic repeat to us, we said it about them, yeah, they get an early game start. When they do that, we could be in trouble. And then they get an early game start. So now what? I mean, you still got game to play, but you've already mentally spoken it out loud that if this happens, we're going to lose. So then that comeback seems a little harder to me, Brigitte, because they've already basically proclaimed that if they don't start well, it's over.
And they decided to reveal with which heroes are they planning to start the game with. They picked and prioritized the Belleric and the Valentina. We did consider that the Belleric might be flexed eventually later on, but I think they were just forced to settle with it in Rome. And the Belleric Valentina could only do so much if you're up against the Luyi, who I think even in the first few minutes of the game have shown us very unintentional yin-yang combos that really put Onic in a very difficult position over the long run.
I think this could be one of the stars. We're not talking about him enough. Siggy Boom has played phenomenally. I know Aurora Gaming are barely on screen because they're winning in 9 minutes almost every single game, but he has played phenomenally, guys. And I will say the Lu Yi, it's already come out once. They won with it once, make it twice now.
Yeah, honestly, I really don't get how Sigibum still gets the Paquito. I mean, despite his name, he's not a bum. He knows how to play that hero. Right?
Yeah.
You gotta back me up whenever I say
no comment.
I agree. I mentioned it. That was the first thing I talked about. How is he still able to get a hold of the Paquito?
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, this is just, it to me, I felt like Onic were really worried about what they were getting, not what they were taking away. But LaFell, it's very hard to take away a situation where Aurora Gaming are coming into it almost knowing they're going to have one up on you. They're going to have a double fighter. They're going to have a character you haven't seen before that's not quite in the meta. I feel like that's why Onic said, let's just get stuff that's good, and then hopefully we can win this and draw it out a little bit later. But what'd you see?
I mean, like, the problem is, I feel like even Team Liquid said the same thing, right? They were surprised that Aurora played that fast, and then they're like, we're trying to fight it by having late game. But TL did it, and it didn't work out. We see Onic trying it, also didn't work out. So you got to fight fire with fire. You come to me. I'm not gonna stand up.
Okay, here.
Hold posture, man.
Here's the
line
thing
test
that we got to talk about. What's important in the draft of Aurora is actually, yes, the Paquito, but also the Cho. Because here's the thing of what Aurora has been doing. They need at least 2 people, which is this, to open up the map. So that's step number 1. And then the interesting thing about Hirara for TNZ is that it's strong early game, but because TNZ builds the Sky Piercer, make it so that he has scaling, right? Coming to the late game, if he can delete you in one combo, you don't need a marksman because you can eliminate their marksman. Because really I would say the weakness of the draft coming in from Onic is surprisingly Claude, because again, he takes so long to actually do something in the game. And against Aurora, you need map presence. And we're going to see why. We're going to be looking at a clip here where the important thing isn't what's happening, but it's actually the time. It's 6 minutes into the game. Before this fight, we actually see Aurora, all 5 members rotating top, able to get a kill. And then look at the minion wave. They let the minions go inside the turret all alone. They're not destroying this turret. Why? For them to deny minions, right? So the longer the minions stay at that turret, the less gold that Onyx is gonna farm. And also again, we see how all members of Aurora here, 5 members, 6 minutes into the game, try to get this mid lane. And here's the thing, they keep on doing that, just different lanes. We're gonna be seeing like some action here. They're just positioning themselves in a way whoever is in front, they can punish. And that's why the Cho is there to open up the map. And then the Luyi is there kinda as a backup. If you're trying to catch any of our map openers, then we can deal with you. And this is something that I feel like yesterday Vitality tried to do, right? By having this barrage, you have basically gap closers. And I think that's the best way to express what Aurora is doing, early game and gap closers. Because when they engage into the fight here, again, the timing, 7 minutes, 16 seconds. At this point, if you're well fed, you have 2 items. But with 2 items, they really can't do much against the draft of Aurora because the front line of the Barats is just too much, and the damage coming in from TNZ and Sigibum is also too much. So I feel like if Onyx wants any hope of winning this one, they really just got to make sure that they step by step eliminate the heroes that has a very strong early game. Why did I pick this clip again? I don't even remember.
That's because you threw your note card away and you still haven't grabbed it.
Don't need it. But yeah, honestly, that's the important thing is that you have to realize Aurora, they're gonna spend the first 5 minutes just torturing you in lane.
Yeah.
Afterwards, they're gonna get out of lane and then they're gonna move as 5 and grab as much objective as they can. And by the time you try to fight back, guess what, buddy? You're not strong enough.
Yeah, I agree. You really can't play slow against this team. It's something that's proven time and time in every single series that they've played. And I can't help but go back to the point which he brought up earlier because it's very similar to how TL ended up losing against them too, I agree. And it's also reflected in the picks. It's all reflected in the matchups. And I think that plays a crucial role, right?
Yeah.
The fact that they really went for the Claude, revealed it earlier, and even the mid duo. So it's like you've already shown Aurora how the rotations are probably going to look like, the pacing you're probably going to play with, and who you're playing for.
Well, let's take a listen to what Pagu had to say earlier on because we had a chance to catch up with him before this game. Cho looked good in game 1. We'll see what he thinks coming into game number 2.
We are now here with Pagu from Aurora Gaming. Pagu, welcome!
Hello.
What did you say to me before this interview? Watermelon? What's that about?
Just testing the comms, right?
Oh.
So the sound is right.
Where did you get watermelon from?
My coach always says it. I don't know.
Is it midnight?
Yeah, it's all midnight. Always midnight.
Always midnight. Midnight. But, you know, going into this match, I think a lot of people are talking about your jungler. Tianzi has been popping off. I think people are saying that he's number 1 in the jungle position. But as a roamer, how do you support a jungler like that?
So, in this meta, because it's majority assassin jungle, right? So it's important that he's being protected and he can farm safely, right? So you have to provide him vision. You need to protect his Grim camps always. So and the blue buff majority of the games, right? So yeah, you just need to protect him at all costs, even with your life.
Okay, protect him at all costs. And what happens if you fail to do that? What does Tianzi do?
If I fail to do that, the game gets harder, first of all. And second of all, we have to be more aggressive to regain the green camps from enemy side.
Does he get angry?
In some situations. I mean, if it's our mistake, but sometimes it's normal. Just keep up the good mindset, right? The game is not done.
So how do you, keep him calm and nice and so on and so forth? Is there something that's special that you do, or you just have to protect the green camps?
If there's a mistake, we try not to repeat it so it doesn't happen again. Yeah, just learn from mistakes, basically.
Learn from the mistakes. We really like that. We really, really do. Is there something that we don't know about Tianzi, maybe?
So yeah, as you said earlier, when there's no green camps, he might make sure that next time the green camps are there.
Okay, so still about the green camps. TNC and its green camps. There's something about that relationship, but that's really good insight. Thank you so much. And we're also really curious about the rest of your team. Like, what's your team like? Because I feel like in interviews you guys are very like stoic. So who's more emotion? Like, where's the emotion come from usually from your team? Is there a certain player that's a little bit more emotive?
When we're talking like about hype, I would say Lunar is like the most one. In games, when he gets the energy boost, right? If everything is working out in games.
So Lunar.
Lunar, when it comes to energy,
Okay,
right?
hype, Lunar. Who's most calm?
Most calm for me, I think it's either Siggy or Rosa. But personally, I think Rosa, right? As a mid laner, just work for the team, right? Listen to the calls a bit.
I get the vibes. I get the vibes. What about most nervous before a match?
Most nervous? It can be me, honestly, sometimes.
Oh, really?
I mean, with the green camps, as I said earlier.
And you're more nervous because of your own teammate.
If you let your teammates play, then game is good, right? If they're having good match. That's a job of a roamer, right? Just play for your team.
That's true. That's true. You're a really good roamer. Is there anyone that's a little bit more like, does they tilt easy or they get upset fast? Are you gonna say me?
Green camps.
Green. Oh, okay. Okay. We got it. So coming into this next match, are you confident that you can win against Onyx again? Out of 0 to 10.
Out of 0 to 10, I would say 7. I mean, anything can happen. Maybe the draft will be like something crazy. Who knows? But so far, if we just play our normal game, I think we got this.
Okay. We'll take your word for it. But now, before we let you go, do you have a message to your teammates?
Yeah, guys, just keep up the good work. Let's play normal game, no tilting. I hope our green caps are safe and everything works out.
Okay. Thank you so much for this interview. It's been fun. And we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
I never knew green camps were that important. I mean, you could see Pagu sweating, thinking about, he has nightmares when he doesn't get the green camps for TNZ. But at the end of the day, Aurora Gaming leave us with a sentiment that we all felt, which is if they play their game, they're going to be okay. LaFell, what do you think about that?
I think green camps is great. Now I know, don't take it away from.
I knew you weren't listening.
I think this is why Mirko is mad at us. Sometimes we take his camps away.
Oh, you guys don't protect.
Sometimes it's fun.
Yeah, exactly. Do you play the game to win or to have fun?
Yeah, to win, for sure.
In this context. To win, you know.
Well, at least we had fun. Doesn't cut it when you lose in the knockouts, guys. I don't think it does as well when you're representing the last remaining MSC champion on the side of Onyx, who's still in this tournament. SRG and Team Liquid PH have gone out earlier. It's just Onyx from 2023 who remain. If they lose here, we're going to have a new MSC champion. We're about to make some history if Aurora keep going, but that's a big if. And I want to bring it back to now, game 2. What do we want to see adjustment-wise, especially if you're being on the side of, devil's advocate for how Onyx can turn this around? Where do you think they got caught?
First of all, for me, you know the story of the rabbit and the
tortoise in the hare.
Tortoise in the hare?
Yep.
That doesn't apply everywhere. Right here, you gotta go fast. You can't be like a turtle.
Slow and steady doesn't win the race always.
Turtle and a rabbit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, tortoise and the hare.
But hare is a different
hare
way to
is
say
a way
rabbit.
to say rabbit, and tortoise is a different way to say turtle.
Crocodile and alligator are different.
They are different, you're right, but
So are turtles and tortoises.
So you guys only heard of the turtle and the rabbit story, huh?
Oh.
And the tortoise and the hare.
Hey, the
rabbit wins. Just kidding.
It's a turtle.
It is still the turtle or the tortoise.
But still, it's just that you gotta fight speed for speed. That's like the main takeaway for this one.
Yeah.
Because if you lose by the first 5 minutes of the game, Aurora is just the kind of team that won't make a mistake that gives you that avenue to fight back.
Well, I think the problem when you get into a major tournament like this is there's a lot of people, a lot of chefs, a lot of cooks in the kitchen, and they all have an idea. You also have an identity as a team, which got you here. And if the identity that's working against you is not the identity that you know is your best way to play the game, it's difficult, Brig.
I actually agree with that because I feel like Onyx still just played with their identity. They played to their strengths, but it's something that's being exploited again and again by Aurora because, again, they have so many cards up their sleeve. They have so many ways to deal with what has been considered the meta and the strengths of Onyx for the longest time. We have a special mention here from someone.
Midnight.
It's a dinosaur.
Wow.
It's a dinosaur. Oh.
Speaking of dinosaurs, the Barat does seem to be quite a problem. It's just that, hey, I feel like the reason why Aurora keeps on winning, they keep on winning the side lanes, right? So stop that. Stop that. If you can't deal with the Paquito, hey, ban it out.
I agree. I think Paquito should be banned. It's not like it's prioritized by Onyx in a major way. And it's obviously not only a potential flex to gold lane, which we've seen that again, but it's just too powerful. And when you combine that with the Cho and the Barats, they have two literal solo ISO ults and moments to displace members on Onyx, and that's exactly what you don't want. You want to play steady, you want to play Onyx way, and so how do you do that? You eliminate the things that can disrupt you, and I feel like we should see not just a Selena ban, guys. I feel like Cho should be banned second phase if possible, and Paquito.
Or pick it up early, because again, Aurora, their draft always have good gap closers, so I feel like Onyx shouldn't be super, I would say, enthusiastic to have heroes that are long range, because somehow, some way, Aurora will find a way to close the gap.
And Onyx should take advantage of this blue side, because I think both of them really favor blue side, but they banned the Barretts instead, so
Atlas is up.
Okay, it's still gonna be Hirara for Onyx, but as you mentioned, the Atlas, even the Belleric, and the Paquito is still open.
What did they want from this? Are they trying to open up Paquito early? I mean,
I feel like for Aurora, because they battled the Valentina, they should be picking up the Atlas here. Atlas +1. The +1 is going to be the big question. I feel like it's not a bad time to pick out a Paquito.
Because he could... Oh, you're...
Oh, the Uranus.
Wait.
Uranus
and Belleric. Okay. That's interesting.
Oh, but here's the thing. Uranus and Belleric are very high sustained heroes. So in terms of marksman, I can see the carry doing quite well here.
Yeah, but are they baiting Onyx just to pick up the carry? Because if so, then they will no longer have a choice of a Paquito Gold. And that's something that Aurora can eventually consider still over to their side. So Onyx have to be very particular about their choices here, because the carry really looks good, but you also don't know what other range options would come out from Aurora. You don't know what Rosa's playing in mid just yet. So they will go for a Esmeralda. This is looking like a dead lane in the EXP, at least for the matchup. The gold ring is really what matters at this point.
We also saw the Atlas picked up, and it did not work. It was Vamos trying to do a lot with the Atlas, and they're actually going to go away from it. Zushin, and then the Rafaela right back. We see you, buddy.
Okay, Onyx, this is a problem. They don't have enough bans to take out early game junglers. I feel like maybe they can take out Nolan, because I feel like Nolan with the Belleric and the Rafa, I think is just a bit too much. That was a very fast Rafa pick, and I feel like it's going to be good to deal with all three members of Onyx here. Just the slowdown by itself, speeding up the Uranus, he's going to stick onto them, and here's the thing. They won't have enough damage early game to potentially deal with the Uranus.
Yeah, because you're already seeing the Juicin, that's that. But also it's just mostly the Juicin and Hirara, because if you're looking at them and the possibility of them scaling, then you might have to have another source for mid to late game damage, which I feel is something that's going to be very tough for Onyx, because the rotations are looking a bit too fast for Aurora. You're already expecting for them to pick up an early to mid game jungler as well. At least the Paquito's not there, but either way, I think it works out for Aurora. They'll have late game heroes as options later on.
Yeah.
I feel like Onyx need to pick something up like a high loss, something that can slow down Aurora here, because they're looking very fast with this Rafaela. Because Cho would have been the best option, but again, Cho gets banned out. Aurora has one more ban here, and I feel like Onyx should ban out something like the Nolan. But the problem is, we just don't know. Maybe there is a surprise pick coming in the jungle later on. They might still force a Ling for all we know.
But at the same time, if they go high loss, that's pretty much the same idea we saw in game number 1, where they're just going to play slow. They're going to be a lot more passive than we want them to be. And Aurora, they've been doing such a great job at baiting Onyx into drafting these kinds of patterns.
Yep. They've been fantastic with it. This has been a draft masterclass so far from Aurora yet again. You look at just those 3 heroes at the front on Aurora's side, it's going to be difficult. It's going to be an early game problem. And if you're looking at Pagu's pick here, but more importantly, the response that Onyx can have after the Hereth is shown, there's got to be a win condition on the side lanes. That's the issue that Onyx have faced. They have not been able to do their thing and get to late game. They have to figure that out here.
I feel they need a carry here.
Yeah.
They just need a carry.
Okay, I'm also looking at what Kiboy could actually pick up because I feel like AoE will really matter here if they want to slow
Minotaur,
things down.
maybe?
Minotaur is a great option. I was thinking of that. And you also have Sustain. So if Aurora actually go in for the dives, then they might have ways to last a bit more longer in the team fights. And if it's sustained team fights you're looking at, yes, you have the Esmeralda, but what is going to be the carry?
I really feel like Minotaur carry is going to be a good enough pick. Or Atlas is still open. It's just the gold lane here. I wonder if they want to go for a Brody. I don't think Brody is a good shot. Ranger is worse though, I think.
The only reason why I was iffy about the Atlas is because I feel like at this point in the draft, you're going to settle with pickoffs.
Rafa also counters the Atlas and Lucas.
Unique hero.
Lucas in the jungle. Or is this going to be like Lucas EXP and then Uranus jungle?
This is tough. This is tough.
I can see Uranus jungle as well. I think it is Uranus jungle. Oh wait, no, they change.
Wait.
All right, Lucas jungle then. All right, so
Uranus on the EXP.
I think Onyx, they might have overthink this because Atlas kind of gets countered by the Rafa with the speed up and slow down.
Yep.
The Granger, I think it's just because his Kelra's comfort. I don't think it's going to be good enough though. You can't really burst down Aurora.
And even if you do, there's a passive that Rafaela can utilize to just bring them back in action. So this is looking like a really good game for Aurora, honestly.
It feels like more of the same. The early game problem. Don't know if Onyx have found a solution, but this is the time to test their theories because they are only a few games away from getting knocked out. Aurora trying to go 2-0 up here over Onyx.
And the game begins. So far, the statement has been set by Aurora. Hey, we've already taken game number 1, and we're still going to be whipping out some new tech against Onyx. And look at this. Once again, we do see the Rafaela. This time paired up with 2 tanky boys, a particular Leonin who scales up very, very quickly and very, very deadly, and of course, the man himself, Lucas.
Well, I love this. Again, some unique heroes come through. Leave it up to Aurora Gaming and Coach Midnight to make this happen. I remember specifically, I think it was LaFell that was asking about the Lucas jungle, even back in the wild cards to going through. Well, finally it comes out in the knockouts. You can see that battle in the XP lane that we're so used to seeing. Of course, Lunar is going to struggle a bit there with that Esmeralda, but again, the idea here, the theory behind this draft from Aurora is you've got so much speed to work with, so much sustainability, the potential to bring someone back. Mind you, it's flying clouds as well. So that's a whole nother thing too. Just how quick Aurora can get back into the fights that Onyx is going to have to kind of keep notion of, because again, when you're getting all these heals through and you're this tanky for Aurora, you can't overstay if you're Onyx, and that might be one of the biggest problems for them.
I mean, let's not forget, again, most people have tend to kind of lean away from Lucas because he's so ability-driven, and his ult, again, you can wait for the full duration, or you can get into these fights like right now and see whether you can start building enough charge to maximize it as soon as you get it. And that's the issue, right? It's going to be a matter of spacing for both sides. You can see that even Sans has opted not to go for Wilderness Blessing and instead pull yourself together to make sure that he can flicker out of the way in case things get really, really dangerous, which I would assume will, as we see Lunar, he is having a tough time in this lane.
Yeah, they got to put pressure somewhere, and right now that's going to be on the Uranus up there in the XP lane for Lunar. Turtle's up though, so right now Onyx has favor to go ahead and get in position if they can. Keyboy doesn't have level 4 yet. He's given the information where TNZ is though, so that gives Kyrie a chance to go ahead and secure his buff, and then we'll see if this breaks out into a fight. A response though, they know Keyboy's here. Sigibum rotating up to allow this buff to be secured, but the fight for the Turtles already going to start up, but it's less than half health. Secured up by Kyrie. Let's see if they disengage here. Pagu too low, so objective secure for Onyx.
Oh, that's a bit of a waste here, and honestly, a pretty huge win because now Kelra at least gets some gold shielding here just to get a little bit of a lead against Sigabum at this point of time, and not to mention that I think that Onyx also recognized that, hey, we got to be careful. We cannot underestimate this Lucas. There's a very good chance that he can just power through a lot of our abilities, even if they do have the Fatal Links here. Keep in mind, anti-CC is going to be a big mechanic here for Tien. Oh, this is dangerous. Wait a second.
Oh, Pagu.
I don't know if they want to keep on doing this, but Onyx made the smart choice but to back away.
Hey, you know what? Hey, you can still say, Pagu, that wasn't a green camp. You know, that was a buff that went over in the hands there of Kyrie, but still kind of trying to maintain this jungle. Skypiercer is picked up by Kelra. That's kind of what we were thinking with that Granger being picked up here. Again, it is a comfort pick, but also if you can start to build those stacks for Kelra, obviously that's really going to help. And he has to play at range against this kind of lineup here that Aurora Gaming has. So off to a pretty steady start for Onyx, building up already a nice little lead.
And they don't mind not interacting in these early stages of the game until everybody's got their ultimates and they find the right position to do so. And I think as long as Aurora recognize this, hey, we need to fight on our terms and only our terms, there's a lot of things in the early game that actually don't matter.
Here in the mid lane, this is going to matter. Keyboy fallen. First blood to the hands of Sigiboom. What a rotate here through.
It's not over. It's not over.
Oh, Lunar's going to get thrown around. TNC, though, they're on this side. He wants this purple buff if he can take it from Kyrie. This is a bit of a risk, but they're going to go for it anyway. Loopy on this offside goes in with a falling Star Moon, able to find two. Pushes them back, but again, they just don't have that follow-up damage just yet. They'll bring back Lunar. Lunar might try to split things up, just sacrificing himself to keep the rest of Aurora up as Loopy will take Lunar down.
Okay. At least he gives that kill over to Loopy instead of Kelra at this stage of the game. But for now, you can see that Aurora, they can kind of fight forever. And Onyx also recognized that. Now, at least first item's already done. Turtle goes into the hands of Onyx. This is going great for them, but it's an ever-moving pendulum. Now, Sigiboom gets a catch up back on Gold. Gold here, he's got a kill in hand, but now that he's got the extra plating as well, he should finally have a slight lead against Kelra.
Okay. Didn't have to pop the Purify, just dropped down the Zaman Force, but yeah, as you mentioned, he got a lot of the extra gold off that turret. That's kind of what Sigiboom needed, but again, he did get that first kill too. He knows the Zaman Force is down. Kelra will go in! A quick kill. The killer instinct for him, knowing Zaman Force wasn't available. Makes a move, and now bottom side still gonna break out. TNC, Fatal Links into it, can't escape, and Pagu gonna be next. Talk about value for your Sky Piercer for Kelra.
Great knowledge from Kelra. He understood what the assignment was. Hey, no Zaman Force, you don't have a flicker, you can't run away from me, and I love it. If you want to just sit underneath their turret, I can harass you for days without anything left. I think at this point, Kelra is gonna be a much bigger problem to Aurora now that the game plan is starting to fall apart. Luckily for Sigiboom, he doesn't lose too much here because they still have the passive from Rosa to get the revives down. But Kelra, now building up on these Sky Piercer stacks, they need to cut it in half at some point in the game.
Yeah, you know when that setup happens and you don't have the Zaman Force available for Sigiboom, Onyx will take advantage of that. So a really good decision there. Pagu obviously need to pick up a little more defensiveness, gets a Radiant Armor locked in now for him, but it's just, again, Onyx building up on this lead very early on. It's going to be great for them. Turret going down up top side. It looks like Sigiboom should be able to get that one, but now Lunar could possibly be in trouble. The rest of the teams here, though, is tanky enough. Picks up a Dominance Ice, but this Turtle is up. Are we going to see 3 for 3 for Onyx in the Turtle department?
Probably. They're going to have to contest this, I suppose, but the lead isn't looking too good. And I think the real question is whether or not Kelra is going to be here for the fight. It looks like he is. They've already taken the tier 1s on both sides, both, again, losing lanes for Aurora at this stage, considering everything that has happened. But if they can find the opening, and here comes Lunar.
Yep, they're going to go for it. Lunar just blasted down, though. Has to pop the Consecration. TNC looking for his own opening. Wrath the Dryad locks down Keyboy. They get thrown out by the Lantern, and Loopy's gone. Kelra flickering defensively. They're going to fight it out. Kyrie able to get the Turtle. Taking out Pagu, too. It's a trade. And now with the speed, they're able to get some distance here for Aurora Gaming. They're going to go ahead and respawn, revitalize Pagu back up. They lost the objective fight, but it looks like Aurora still willing to take these fights.
That was beautiful stuff. Like, Lunar got a lot out of Onyx. Sans even using his ult as well, making sure that they got basically everything down. Kelra trying his best, but Pagu switches the role with Lunar to get right in front of Kelra's face to make sure that nobody else needs to die here. If one person dies, that's totally fine. 2 people, too much.
Ooh, Malefic Roar now picked up too. Again, a final. Well, Fatal Links, instant kill. Eventually, you're not going to be able to just keep respawning Pagu now. Whoa. Again, Sans up here in the front of it all. Rosa trying to get away too. This is a messy fight in between 2 turrets as they back off. Meanwhile, up top, Sigiboom, he's been dealing with a lot of pressure on this Harith. I mean, Onyx now is not letting up in the jungle.
Yeah, it's really tough for TNZ at this stage. Unfortunately for TNZ, in this matchup against Kyrie, on Hirara, I don't think it's very easy because unfortunately for TNZ, a lot of Lucas's moveset, it's one-dimensional. You don't have a way to kind of delay the timings of it. You don't have a way to kind of come from different angles. It's very straightforward. I run you down. I'm pushing you back either into my team or away from my team. But Hirara is so different, especially with the iframes as well. Oh, this could be a punish.
Pagu could be in trouble again. Doesn't have a flicker available. The rest of the team has to help support him up.
Oh, no.
They're going to throw themselves into the fight. Lunar trying to get away. And now Pagu on the disengage too. Loopy up in the front side. They call it off though. They don't want to overcommit to this. They see the purple buff is up. They're going to put some pressure here. Kyrie goes in and TNZ doesn't have the purple.
Yep, but that means that Kyrie doesn't have retribution. So far, this could be a forced fight here. They know that Keyboard doesn't have the Fatal Link, so they have a very short window to try and punish. But so far, Lunar has not been able to open up the map convincingly because of the fact that he's been
Oh no. Flicker forward, Wrath the Dryad, Lunar taking some shots, the Rapsy shots. Kelra gets a kill, Sky Piercer proc, TNZ gonna follow by Kyrie's hand and looking up to load up Rosa. A double for Kelra. They ignore the Lord, they go for Pagu. Pagu, where's the tree to run here, man? Being chased down by Sans and Kelra. Couple shots of the Rhapsody and boom, another.
Man, Sans and Kelra are playing out of their minds right now. Sans, hyper-aggressive, your really big punishes on TNZ, making sure, like, even though TNZ has anti-CC, doesn't necessarily mean he's safe, right? He still needs Rosa to bail them with the extra movement speed to help close that distance, because that's Lucas's biggest problem, right? TNZ jumps into the middle of this fight, tries to make something happen by pushing Lutfi out of the way, but unfortunately, the entire time, Sans is just building up the butterfly stacks on top of him. Rosa can try and bail him out of there, but once you are committed to the lightning, to the quick step, it's just too much to handle. And I think they just need to take a breath here. Think about it for a moment. So far, their main win condition is going to be Sigabum. The early game is done for Aurora.
Yeah, this is tough too, because meanwhile, when all that happened, there was a great kind of split push happening with Onyx. You know, Loopy taking out that top turret, that defense shield. You can see it here in the mid too, being down max stacks here for Kelra. Just so much value on this Granger. It's comfort for a reason, and now they're knocking on the base turrets of Aurora Gaming as the mid turret falls. Lord makes its way down bot. Lunar, half health already, even on this Uranus. It's gonna pop the Consecrate. All turrets are gonna be stripped out of the base of Aurora Gaming. But now with Onyx, a 10,000 gold lead. They dealt with this in game one, and now it's their turn. Keyboy looking for an opening here. Lord's gonna be worked on. Keyboy jumps on in. Final. Oh, Fatal Links comes through on 3. Still on the defense too. They got to hold it together. Kelra firing off the backside. He's got the space to work with. Siggy Boom. All the shields in the world. They got to go heal back up, but the crystals are already going to be locked on. TNZ up on the front side. Kelra gets another. Make it a triple. Can he get the Maniac? They line it up. What a way to take game 2 for Onyx.
A convincing win for Onyx. Sans, man! Gilak Sans is back! And not to mention, every side laner was winning. Kelra was winning. Lutfi won right at level 1. And I think a lot of this just boils down to, man, our laning phase kind of sucked, and what we need to fix here in the draft is to make sure one of these lanes need to win. And if it's going to be Sigaboom's lane, they better make sure that he has Flicker rather than the Purify. And that's something that you can't really control, especially since half of those spells are dedicated to this Atlas.
Yeah. And, you know, just as we saw how Aurora made things work for them in game 1, especially with the draft that they brought, this one stopped in its tracks. It's nice to see the Lucas, you know, it's nice to see a new hero come to play, but it just didn't work, Gideon. You know, this was a struggle from the start to the finish. Onyx really put the pressure on just the jungle, but then the rest of the map. I mean, it was really hard for TNZ to even secure his buffs that he needed and everything else, but also just really good positioning and fighting from Kelra here and the rest of the Onyx squad, because again, you look at all the room Kelra has here in these highlights. He has all the space to work with, and Sans was so good at playing that Jushin, bringing them back with the Lantern, bringing them, utilizing the beacon if he had it to. But I mean, look at this. Even in this, Kelra has all the space in the world to move here.
Yeah, it's just so difficult. Hopefully they figure it out here. We're going to be throwing it over to break it down even more with Rain Day and the boys, of course, Brigitte as well.
Thank you so much. I mean, this was the gold standard in action. Gideon and Naisu, you guys didn't have too long of a cast on that one either. It's been quick, decisive games on both sides of it. And now Brig and LaFell, or maybe I should call you both the boys. How are we feeling?
She's our boy, man.
Yeah.
You're one of the boys, Brig.
I can
We're Lagada.
accept that. Lagada? Do you approve of that thing?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Bell, whatever.
Yeah, it's your call now, right?
Yeah, no,
or
I don't
LB,
think so.
we're pounds.
Let's keep workshopping, and then we'll figure it out. Like Onic as well, who kept workshopping, and then they figured it out. I think this was a really great response. I feel like this is the chance that they needed. They took it. They finally answered back to Aurora's early game, and they punched them right back. And now Aurora, your move.
Yeah. The Rafaela coming out was something that really I thought was going to be terrifying, was especially terrifying for Onic and their potential early game. But it was very visible in that game, also mentioned by the casters throughout the game. They won out big on their laning phase, and that's what mattered the most. That's what prevented Aurora from actually maximizing the capabilities of this lineup. Because honestly, on paper, Rafaela, Lucas seem really scary.
Yeah, but here's the thing. This is one of those situations where especially Kelra can argue for a raise, be like, did you see my performance? Because honestly, this is, I would say, Briggs, is all the players. Because this is kind of like them, you know what? I spit on your draft. Screw the draft. As long as I'm better, I'm good. Dude, I'll show later during the... That thing where you hold the mic. Like, this is legit just like, I'm better than you. That's it. That's why I won.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, but I think that is selling it too short, because I agree that that's the case, but they weren't able to do that in game one because Aurora had positioned themselves so well. What went wrong in this one? I mean, how did they get to the point where it's like, yeah, let's have an even fight and I can just show them better?
They don't have Paquito. Right?
Really? You think that's that important?
Because Sigiboom lost that lane hard.
That's
and then
true.
we saw Lunar losing his lane hard. That's
right.
The big difference. And we talk about this in the previous one where like Aurora has been winning because they side lanes keep on winning.
Yeah.
Look what happens when they lose.
Yeah, and I think you see how that was the plan, the idea that they went from the start when they drafted this lineup, because even the execution tells you that they just really want to keep invading, they really want to keep fighting, because that's what their lineup is really strong. In terms of, that's where their lineup's really strong. It's in terms of fighting, it's in terms of just out-sustaining, always getting back into fights, because again, you have a Rafaela, you're on flying clouds, but also it's because of your mostly fighter lineup. But you don't really get to see them get to that point where you feel like they just rather would not, or Onic would rather not fight against them, because they actually had the damage to deal with them. Kelra stacking on those Sky Piercer stacks early on did not allow for Aurora to play the game that they wanted.
That could be the difference. They're not expecting that. LaFell, break down what you saw Onic respond here in game two.
Very elegant in the way that you grab the mic. So honestly, like, we're not going to be looking much at the draft here, because it really is on that execution, because I just want to show two big things here, right? Look at this. This is level 1 Lunar. Again, could you like lower it a bit? Just jatuh sikit. Okay, thank you. Like, Lunar is level 1 and then Loopy is level 2. You guys didn't catch it, but she just put it like so high. Anyways, level 1, level 2. This is already quite a big win, because again, the reason why we see Aurora doing well in game number 1, they got the Barats. Barats wins the lane quite hard. Now Lunar is getting bullied a bit, and this is also why I want to say that Kelra deserves a pay raise. He deserves a bonus, because look at the situation here. I mean, honestly, because he does have the flicker, so he is a little bit more brave to go for this trade. But look at this 1v1, straight up 1v1, going up against Sigiboom, and then he dies. And then look at the state of the minions as well. Even the gold card is almost dying. So there's a lot of gold on the table There's a lot of gold on the table that's being denied here by Onic. And then when we go into the team fights, just like what Gideon said, we got to look at Suns, because Suns is honestly destroying the composition of what Aurora is trying to do. And what Aurora is trying to do, all right, Aurora is trying to do is that they have 1 or 2 dedicated map openers. In this one, it's going to be Lunar. And every single time, I'm just showing you one clip, but Suns multiple times pick up the front line of the team, and then look at how all the while Kelra in the back, he has free range to keep on hitting, because look at all the HP being brought down by the rest of Onic here. And then all the while, just look at Kelra. Kelra is just waiting patiently. He just wants that final hit. And with the Sky Piercer, that's kind of all you need. Look at the positions here. Look at how Lunar is going to get gonna get targeted, and then later on, oh, I'm colorblind, I can't see this.
He gets chunked right there.
Yeah, he gets chunked a lot, and this just shows that both teams here, Reindeer as well as Brigitte, they are very high octane kind of teams.
Yeah.
If you get a 1,000 gold lead in the early game for both Onyx as well as Aurora, it's life-changing.
Yeah, I gotta say.
Life-changing.
You see it. Because it's both Sans and Kelra. They're very willing to just go for the front lines. It was highlighted earlier. Sans was lifting whoever just throws up front. And Kelra, being a bit too free, not afraid of trying to go for these heroes first because the damage was a bit too much. I particularly observed that during that one sequence you put there, highlight there, because I think that's where you kind of know that Onyx have already got the game.
6-0 in terms of his overall stats, but his difference in game one was really
12-0.
The moment. 6-0 in the moment of that fight. It ended up 12-0, you're right, and it ended up tripling almost his damage there, a little bit over 2.2 times from game one to game two, Brigitte. This is the gold standard that we were looking for.
Yeah, it's a complete opposite of what you saw from him in game number one, where again, the matchup was clearly a lot more difficult to execute. So I feel like it's a similar situation that Aurora experienced this time. You kind of thought that they were actually going to have the advantage, granted that they had such a promising lineup synergy-wise. They had all the mobility in the world. They had all the timings in the world. But once they lost on the sides, that changed the outcome drastically because you could not really rely on the mid trio to just pull off the idea of the draft alone.
It's been interesting because now where do we see the focus shift? It could be the mid that starts to become a little bit more important on the matchup. It's kind of been I don't know, taken not for granted, but we focus so much on the side lanes that where do you get your advantage now if Onyx have an answer for that?
Honestly, I feel like both coaches have been doing quite a good job on getting drafts that is very serviceable by the teams. Right now, it really is just personal mechanics, right? Between Sigiboom going up against Kelra. Sigiboom, can you beat Kelra? If you beat Kelra, we win the game. If you lose against Kelra, Onyx will win the game. So I feel like, yes, the coaches have to get lane-winning matchups for all the side lanes, but then Kelra just showed, like, if he's better, he's just better.
You know, I like that too, because sometimes when you get to a position like this and anything at a high level, everyone's about as good as everybody else. I mean, there's differences, right? There's moments of who steps up, who's a little bit better under pressure. But you just want to get yourself to a position where the players can decide the match based on how they play. They're not losing out the gate with their draft. So overall, it seems like Onyx and Aurora Gaming, they both set their teams up to win. We'll see what happens in game three. Before we do that, though, I want to send you to a little bit of a reminder about some new stuff going on with Mobile Legends Adventure. Hi, welcome back. The Indonesian powerhouses of Onyx just take a win over Turkey's representative Aurora Gaming. Big stakes on the line because Indonesia's last hope is basically going up against where the M Series will be hosted, which is in Istanbul. Both teams fighting to have a chance, not only in the end of this series year for MSC and MLBB, but also for this moment right now. And it is up to this game three to see who's going to take the lead. Rain Day, Brigitte, LaFell. Guys, we have a couple minutes before the draft starts again. I mentioned Indonesia. I want to hit on that even harder because it's 2019 they did it. 2023 they did it. It's 3 years apart. Can they do it again? Are they destined for this? We know that they are watching.
Yeah.
And this is a great start in game 2.
And it's not just Indonesia, I feel like. Onic as an organization and this lineup that they're looking at right now, apart from a couple changes here and there, have always been so close. They've had multiple instances in the past wherein their international runs have been great. They've made it even all the way to grand finals. I think that was also a couple years back. One of the most significant ones being, I believe, M5, where they were just one win away, literally in the grand finals, and they had a very unfortunate loss against Team Falcons, that we also have right now. So who knows?
I even remember part of the draft. They have the Boxy as well as the Eve.
Yeah.
That's the Eve just have some kind of curse
when it's best of 7.
Oh yeah. Well, best of 5 here means that this is a decisive blow. This is basically the end of the best of 3. We know they lost to a best of 3, but it did go down to 3. This is a repeat not just of that matchup, but of how that matchup went, where there was a response from Onic. It was Aurora who would finish it off and end up in that higher upper bracket spot. But now all's fair in love and war. We're right back. It's one game that separates who's taking the lead, except there's still another chance to respond, Lefel. So I'll question to you, what is Aurora's response here now that Onyx seem to have figured them out yet again?
I feel like they try to get the Paquito as fast as possible because, again, Onyx has proven both times now, the first time they met and then the second time, is that they can fight fire with fire. If you want to play early game, we also can play early game. They're from Indonesia. Indonesia is known as a very chaotic, very fight-heavy region. They love drafts that require no items for you to really function. So I feel like Aurora has brought back Onyx to their roots of saying that just keep on fighting. Whatever happens, happens. Just trust your mechanics. And that's what they did. And that's how they won. So going back to what you guys said in the second draft, you got to go back to your own identity. So Aurora kind of pushed them to go back to their identity, and now it works out well.
But wasn't that Aurora's identity too, though? It was, I guess, maybe a bit too much of their identity.
Who has the stronger identity?
Okay, that's
Brigida.
Okay.
Do you have a strong identity?
Maybe.
All right,
We find out here, though, who has the stronger identity between these two. Because the Paquito is still open. We mentioned it. I honestly would rather not see it because it just gives over so much advantage. But let's see if Onyx would rather let it open.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question that Aurora now are asking Onyx. Do you want to give us Paquito? And I don't know if it would be a first pick. It would be an okay first pick because you'd still wonder, is this Siggy Boom going to grab it? Or is it going to be something that Lunar plays in the EXP lane? Or could it even be something TNZ plays in the jungle?
I feel like either Barats or Paquito is going to be pretty good here because, again, both win the lane, and then that's kind of like what you need, right? Step 1, win lane. Step 2, win the game. And then they have Freya, and Freya can flex between EXP and gold.
Oh my, we missed this. Yeah,
because she's always banned, though. You can't blame us. We come in, they got the bans up. Okay, but
Stop blaming us, Brigida.
No, I blame myself.
You blame yourself?
Yeah.
Hey, don't.
No, don't blame yourself.
Okay.
Girls are never wrong.
Hey, okay.
Oh, wait, you're a boy. I forgot.
You're part of the boys.
You're part of the boys now. You're wrong.
Hey.
You're wrong,
I see what you
Brigida.
did there. I see what you did there, Lefel. Belleric picked up as well as Esmeralda. Paquito ignored for now. They could pick it up again. It would kind of maybe show their cards for the Freya, but it's the Barats.
Oh.
So that's looking like... Wait,
EXP Barats and then gold lane Freya.
Gold Freya.
Already winning the lanes, and then now with the Eudora as well. AoE crowd control, a lot of damage, much stronger opening for Aurora here.
And I feel like they don't mind the Paquito. And Onyx should not be pressured to pick it up even in this particular scenario if they really want to go for a different game plan. Because at this point, okay, they don't decide to pick it up.
I feel like it's okay because right now the junglers, quite a lot has been taken out. I feel like the Ling is not going to be serviceable in this game, so they pick up the Nolan and maybe even ban out something like a Harley just to make sure that Aurora does not have that early game.
Yeah, because at this point, I think they have very stable sides already, regardless of what the matchup is eventually gonna look like. So the only problems that could come out in the jungle, I agree, are maybe the Harley and What else did...
And I feel like Aurora ban out gold laners will be good enough here. Right now they ban out the Guinevere. Guinevere is also a good enabler considering that they have Eudora in the mid, making it so that she will have quite a lot of damage. And now the carry does get banned out. So yeah, I feel like Aurora, they just ban out gold laners and they should be okay.
Yeah. Because they're mostly going for fighters. We also don't know if that's going to be the option in the jungle even. Because we're yet to figure out what the roam is going to be. It's a Eudora, you definitely see it. But I think also the Cho is a considerable option for Aurora at this point. If you really just want to pair it up with the Eudora and whoever jungler you're going to go for.
That should be what Onic is thinking. I think maybe, do we ban this out? That way we don't have a kick into a stun, into a bite, into a slam.
Into everything.
I mean, it's just 3 characters and they already have way too much to deal with. So Onic, Coach CW, you're gonna have to see, do we really honor their Cho and ban it out? And it's gonna be the YSS.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Taken out instead. They are looking for a jungle, so that might make a lot of sense. Plus, we have seen YSS, I believe, in this matchup.
Yeah, TNZ has used it before and able to get the win.
Yeah.
Right now, Aurora, honestly, with the bans coming up from Onic, letting go of the Harley kind of signals to me that they're still considering playing double fighters here, right? They could pick up the mid here and then just see how the options look like. In terms of the mid picks, the Vexana, I think, will do quite well against Aurora, but hey, if you want, you can even pick up a Valentina. I don't think there's a good ult to take, so that's why I still prefer the Vexana. Other than that, yeah, Vexana, you know, Vex should be okay.
Either are safe, but it's just probably a bit more safer for the Valentina if it's just survivability that you're considering in the mid lane. Because I feel like there are just so many angles to play around with if you're looking at Aurora's first 3 picks, but they lock in a Farsa. What the Farsa?
What the Farsa indeed. Yeah. Was played pretty well earlier, I think.
There's a lot of burst here coming in from Onyx. So yeah, I think it's just like who has more firepower, right? Who has more damage, we will win. And now the Minotaur gets picked up as well as the Paquito. Is it Paquito jungle or Baraz jungle? Yeah, knowing Midnight, he might even throw Freya in the jungle. So we just don't entirely know the matchup here.
It's you can't tell.
I mean,
I think it's gonna be Paquito jungle though.
Just assume the worst possible matchup.
Why? But Sicky Boom played a great Paquito. Would you really force him off that if it's in? I mean,
what if Tienzi's better? Didn't think that one, huh?
He could be. He could be. We do for sure know it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be Barat's EXP.
Because I feel like even if you don't like win it out through the Paquito, the Freya is still gonna do a relatively decent job. Is it the Lapu gold or an Esme gold? Lapu gold!
Well, again, like this is why they don't ban out the Harley, because they're like, yeah, you know what? You want to fight fire with fire? Well, we got Suns as well as Kyrie coming in with the Nolan as well as Farsa. That's a lot of burst damage.
It's a lot of team fight. It's a team fight.
It's what the Farsa.
What the Farsa. And the AoEs too. Minotaur and Belleric. Just imagine what could happen when it comes to the team fights.
Siggy Boom will take the Freya in gold. Lunar will be on the Barats as well. It'll be a Paquito jungle from TNZ. Oh man, game 3 could be where things start to shift for 2 regions desperately fighting for a chance at the semifinal. The bid is on the line. Best of 5, game 3. Send it back to Naisu and Gideon.
The world has demanded for bloodshed, and today we are going to get here at game number 3. This is going to be spicy because both compositions want to get into your face. They all want to do one thing and find that first blood as we jump right into it. Aurora, for those of you tuning in, is going to be on blue side, facing up against Onic on the red.
Yep. I like that how they went through this draft. Whoa, Suns. Okay, Concussive Blast and that little jump through from Paku. Enough damage to send him back. He doesn't burn the Purify at least.
At the very least. Pure, but at least Pagu now gets to walk into enemy territory for free, and not to mention they're playing on their strong side. Lunar already generating a lead of his own, and Pagu takes like no damage.
Whoa!
Dead.
Holy moly. I think, you know, that is not what I was expecting that early on. First blood.
And all of that. Why? Because, unfortunately for Sans, he just took too much damage. And now they're going to start pressing their lead to the opposite side. This is the early game that Aurora is most well known for. And now that TNZ is on this Paquito, and he's already level 3, he does some real damage.
Oh man, they're not letting up too. Again, playing around this pressure. that Aurora Gaming has already secured themselves in the first couple minutes of the game. Trying to slow down Kyrie here a bit, but I think Onyx can go ahead and kind of readjust from this. Maybe even potentially. I mean, there's still 30 seconds for that turtle to come up. They can just kind of let that go if they have to, but knowing Onyx, they probably won't just give it up for free, even despite the pressure they're feeling this early on.
Yeah, absolutely not. They need to contest for this. I mean, this really depends on whether Sans actually hits level 4, right? Because he's the secondary win condition in this early game next to Kyrie. And even as we see this game progress, because of that early recall and the control we're seeing from Aurora, now Kyrie is like, man, this early game might not be in my hands.
Yeah, now it's Kyrie asking for the green camp control, man. You know, trying to protect these. Right now as Aurora doesn't let up. They do get the retribution out, though, so I guess that is going to be the decision by Onyx, especially since Kyrie's on level 4. Let's just give up this first turtle, give it to Aurora. They've won it by just how much pressure they put on. Oh, a big slam through into the wall. Loopy gone after Daytona's welcome. Keyboy could be next here. He's just going to be zoned out. Nope, the 1-2 punch comes through and Lunar picks up a kill.
The autopilot here. Let's not forget that Aurora just seems to be more well-connected overall, and it seems like Onyx, they needed to regroup, but unfortunately Lutpi just took the wrong path and did not want to commit his ult. I think moments like that gets really, really difficult for Onyx. Now, Sigaboom, he's more than happy. He unfortunately is in the losing matchup, but he doesn't mind as long as he's not losing out on gold or EXP. Kelra can try and lock this lane for as long as he wants, but if we do see that Sigaboom's rotating consistently, he should be able to get mid waves as well.
Yeah, and as you just saw, that's such a good kind of like a counter that Pagu has against that feathered airstrike, obviously with the Minotaur, you know, and if it's once he has the Flask of the Oasis and it kind of helps buff up that sustainability that comes with that motivational Aurora, you can then just kind of follow up with the mini jump, but then the ultimate, right, that he has that it just can set things up and stop Onyx's main game plan, which is playing around this Farsa's damage kit into a Wrath of the Dryad, into setting things up for the Nolan on Kyrie to follow through. We've seen the burst damage before, but even on the other side, the counter to that is Tienzi. This Paquito jungle, which most of us have seen in the gold lane. Hold on, Lunar, okay, he's going to try to get away. Feathered airstrike dropped down, but he's tanky enough to survive it just with the Daytona's welcome.
Didn't seem like the most optimal choice overall. I get it if Lunar didn't have the stacks, but once he builds up on those stacks, he's actually comparable to like 1.5 of Lapu, right?
Yeah.
I think that should be the ratios that should be in their head. I think they were assuming that Kyrie was going to do a little bit more damage, but he's already 2 levels down, right? He's basically the same level as Lutpi, and even Lutpi knows for a fact that he can't chunk Lunar for more than half of his HP, and even then, we're asking for a lot. Overall, this has been a really great start for Aurora as they've controlled the entire bottom side, and it's unlucky that it spawns back down to the bottom side once more.
Yeah, right now, Aurora Gaming is basically just kind of coasting on through this early portion of the game. Second turtle's going to be up here, though, so we'll see if this time Onyx wants to possibly fight both mid laners, picking up the glowing wands here. Again, this Eudora been such a mainstay in the meta currently, and you see why. You know, the multiple stuns that you can kind of dish out, the damage, the poke that you can do, that burst on such a kind of low cooldown is a problem. Tienzi also picking up a Sky Piercer now on that jungle Paquito. Turtle's up.
I don't think we can do this here. They're thinking about it, but he's leveled down onto TNZ, and I'm pretty sure that TNZ can just hold on to that champion stance.
Okay. Flicker forward. They're going to force this fight. Kelra on Sigaboom, though. Sigaboom trying to get away. Meanwhile, Lunar's the one to fall. The team fight's going all wrong for Aurora. Sans. There's the what the Farsa. 2 kills now, double. And that's going to be a turtle for Onyx.
A really nice play. A great interception coming in from Onyx here, making sure that at least they're dropping down their abilities on the right targets. Like, Lunar set it up pretty nicely. However, unless TNZ finds that trade onto Kyrie or even Sans, then it's just not worth the time. Oh, denial!
Oh, goodbye. Good punish there, because I was going to say, Kyrie could not get away with that after everything Onyx did, but mind you, that whole interaction has now stopped that gold lead that was building for Aurora Gaming. It was about 2,000. That's been pretty much dealt with. Kelra won't get this turret just yet, but he does do quite a bit of damage to it. Meanwhile, they got the bottom turret traded out, so Onyx now opening up the map a little bit here.
Kelra's doing a really good job. Like, first turtle, okay, Sigaboom walks out of it, you notice that he's only level 3, and that's when you know, like, okay, sure, he probably doesn't need to be there, but at the same time, you never really know what's going through Aurora's mind, especially what they're willing to risk. And I think that's the problem that Onyx has been facing these past couple of games. They're not 100% sure whether Aurora is willing to die for certain moments in these games to get a little bit more later on. But now that the Feather Airstrike has been used early, they are making the statement, you know what? As long as Sigibum doesn't scale, TNZ will eventually fall off.
Yeah. And that's one of the things, too, that I guess the downside... Oh, hold on. Kelra, he wants this turret. Aurora Gaming wants Kelra. Falling Star Moon, a bit of a burst of damage. Kelra be able to survive. Is there going to be a counter punch here from Onyx? They just make sure Kelra survives. They back up. Hold on. Daytona's welcome. Right on cue.
Nice.
Into 2. Lunar now going to be in trouble. The burst comes through. And Kyrie will pick up a kill. I didn't know if Aurora Gaming was going to continue to fight, but they decided to go for it.
They made a mistake there for sure. Kelra played it perfectly, using his Purify to ensure that they don't find the one-shot and sets it up for something more dangerous down the line. This is what I'm talking about. This is a game of boxing here. Let's look at the replay one more time, because as soon as Keyboy, this looked like a very good punish from Aurora until Lutpi says, you know what? As long as the damage dealer can actually go for their full combo, which they know that Rosa doesn't have, this should be a free pick on to Lunar. And they know for a fact that Bravest Fighter, it's on a short cooldown, so they can just drag this out and wait until Lutpi has it. Aurora trying to punish.
Lunar needs the stacks. Daytona's welcome, already used. Fighting off the turret. Pagu jumping in. Minoy and Fury to knock up 3. Keyboy's gone. But a Fettered Airstrike comes down from Sans. And now, Lutpi flickering forward. Trying to zone out Tenzi. He's swinging around here. He's going to fight off Sigiboom. This is a fight all gone wrong right now for Onyx. The 1-2 from TNZ. And there's again, fighting for the turtle. Kyrie trying to find space, but Rosa comes in with the stun. Turtle secured by Aurora, and Kyrie goes down as well. Kelra could be next. Everybody's here to clean them up, and Kelra falls. It all falls apart for Onyx.
Oh no. Worst case scenario for Onyx. Aurora able to find the lead back again, and worst yet, they're able to take out a majority of the members of Onyx, pulling themselves to the lead that they had before. Now, just an extra 400 gold on top of it, and TNZ is probably at his strongest at this point. Walking to take away these green camps. Don't worry, Pagu, nobody's mad at you this time, but let's look at the items, because we're at a dangerous state. They're looking to make sure that TNZ is strong enough to one-shot Sans at every point of the game, but TNZ, keep in mind, that's solely based on the Sky Piercer.
Man, TNZ has done an amazing job of just kind of farming up here. You know, yes, he's got 4 kills, but even with that Sky Piercer, and you see the gold lead that he's had, and a lot of that is supplemented because of the way that Aurora Gaming has played the map, you know, from the start to up to now at that 9-minute mark, which will set themselves up for a good Lord take. But Onyx has showed us that they're willing to fight. A lot of these team fights are kind of weird the way they play out, right? Because it's either going to be started up by Lunar. Oh, there's some good burst coming through. Divine Glaive was picked up recently by Rosa, but either Lunar was started up, or Onyx can kind of go ahead and choose to start things up. The downside of the Belric having the Revitalize is obviously you can't surprise anyone with that flicker combination we're used to seeing. So it's got to come from someone else, and mostly it's been from Lutpi flickering forward, trying to set up, or trying to just keep things split up in these team fights. And that's why they're so finicky with the way they play it out.
And that's why I say this is like a boxing match, right? As much as you want to throw your lead hand out with a big haymaker, you also have to keep in mind that Aurora could be throwing their own haymaker. Wait a second, Keyboy!
Keyboy, what's he doing? He's gonna get eaten up here. Rosa's gone though. Kelra now splitting up the fight. There's a stun right on the mark. Minoy and Fury to knock him in the air. Sans in trouble though. Can't get away from Sigiboom. And now in the Valkyrie form, he's going to be splitting up Kyrie and Lutpi from the fight while Keyboy's got nowhere to go. A proc on the Sky Piercer. Looking to clean up more under the tier 2 tower. A double for TNZ. More stacks for this Paquito. And now they take down the tier 2 turret, Kelra. He's tanky enough. He should be fine. He'll just clear out the waves.
Yeah, he is not worried at all, but the rest of his team does not have that same grace. And Sigiboom has been playing an amazing Freya, a losing matchup, and yet watch this, right? As they were playing this fight, they recognize, hey, no Feathered Airstrike. They also lost the Wrath of the Dryads, and that's when they decided to throw everything. Even Sans recognizing, hey, I gotta use the Purify to get away from a Flicker Enraged Charge coming in from Pagu, but it doesn't matter when Sigiboom has stuck on to the rest of your team, cutting you down one by one with with no way to stop you. The lack of CC is going to be a huge issue.
Oh, hold on. Daytona's welcome using a live cam. Counter going to be in trouble again. Minoan Fury not going to be in the air. Keyboy can't get away. Once again, Sigiboom leading the charge of the Valkyrie form. A big stun comes through from Loopy though. Able to stop them in their tracks, but he gets dropped back by the Rockets. But Onyx, they want to fight back. Kyrie trying to get away with Lunar. Not enough damage on the stomp there, that auto attack. Not going to be able to take out Kyrie, but man, what a fight in the jungle.
This is a beautiful game here. Despite being 5.6k ahead, Aurora lose out on Sigiboom in comparison to Keyboy. An upward trade for Onyx, but the economic damage is not done just yet. Another structure falls in the favor of Aurora. Another buff taken away from Kyrie. He's struggling this game. He's 1-4-4, and every single person he wants to go for the kill has some form of damage reduction, has some form of anti-CC, or worse yet, just raw sustainability.
Yep, really good play there from Onyx because of the fact that they took out Sigiboom in the last fight. They pretty much alleviate that damage that Lord push would have done. Again, you're just seeing, despite being down these thousands of gold, Onyx somehow is still able to actually go toe-to-toe in the team fight against Aurora Gaming here. And now for them, again, they have to look at what's their best angle? What's the best attack plan here for them? And especially when it comes to the jungle, because Aurora Gaming has not let up on this as they continuously try to take these buffs. Again, Daytona's welcome, throwing him into the wall. Keyboy, it's going to be, again, the focus. A feathered airstrike to follow through. And now Sigiboom on the back line. He's just everywhere. Sound's got nowhere to go. Forget the turret, forget everyone else. Aurora Gaming will just go for this fight, tossing everyone around. And they just go full-on wipeout against Sonic. And that's going to get Aurora Gaming this game under their belt, taking the series 2-1.
The one extra detail is what makes Sigiboom one of the best Freyas here in this competition. When he fights, he's already looking ahead of the map thinking, you know what, I can't 1v5, but if there's just enough minions, I will be able to sustain through the damage with my Descent of the Valkyries to have the extra AoE per auto attack, which is why you're seeing go from 0 to 100, 0 to 100 every single time. A dangerous game that Onyx is playing here, and one that they need to figure out right here, right now. There's too many holes in that draft. Last time it was missing that Atlas. Now, dealing with the Freya seems to be impossible. The ideas are good, but if Kyrie can't find that early game advantage, I don't know how they're going to play.
I gotta say, man, again, you know, now that it's match point here that Aurora Gaming is going into against Onyx, Lunar was a big part of this. The way he played the Spirits, the way that he was able to go ahead and lock down, sometimes it was just Keyboy, but his timings of the Daytona's welcome were just pivotal, but also Pagu. Again, this Minotaur hasn't been brought up too much, but you can just see how much crowd control comes into play for this, makes it happen. I mean, even something before this fight broke out, Sigiboom picked up the Corrosive Scythe, and this was enough to kind of, you know, slow them down a little bit so that they could follow through on this. Even going and flickering forward under that tier 2 turret just allowed them to collapse down. Almost every single fight after this looked like that. Lunar starting up, Sigiboom jumping towards the back line, putting enough pressure there, and then the follow-through where they just collapse around Onyx lineup.
Let's not forget the raw amount of CC that Aurora actually has to cancel out big abilities. There's so much to talk about in this game, but we're going to leave it over to the panel to break it down for you guys here in game number 3. Rainday, what'd you think about it?
Well, I loved it. I loved it because it set up another story that this MSC is bringing all of us, which is the title defense. In 2023, Onyx, the team that you see here, that organization was able to win at MSC. In 2024, it was SRG. They were able to take the crown again, and then they would go to another final, a grand final against the defending champions, Team Liquid PH. But as we have seen for the former two, they have been knocked out of the competition. Onyx is the last remnant of a championship that may be falling again. And with one more game, Aurora could put the final nail in that story's coffin. Here's a little bit more about the journey, about the stakes, and about what has happened up until this point for the champion defense of MSC.
Stormy! From the start of MSC in EWC, there's never been a back-to-back champion here. It started with SRG, Selangor Red Giants in 2024. They won it all, went all the way to the grand finals in 2025, but unfortunately had to suffer defeat against Team Liquid. They came in as strong contenders, looking to be the one to break the curse. The back-to-back was strong up until we saw the biggest downfall ever. The biggest upset in MLBB history. Team Liquid dropped out of the competition in groups without a single game victory. Now the question is, what happened to Team Liquid? Why is the curse so strong of no back-to-back?
I cannot tell what really went wrong. Pressure, or is it the mental aspect of it? Maybe some of the things were wrong. But as of now, all I can say is that that's definitely not the level that we usually bring. It might be the worst international run for us. Definitely not what we expected, but we will learn from and come back stronger.
We're so not prepared to the meta shift. We didn't think that it would affect us so much. There's a lot of people saying that I can't keep up with the assassin meta, and yeah, they were right. I will need to do better next time. It sucks to lose this early in the tournament. It's my first time experiencing this. I don't want it to happen again.
For me, it was a failure. I don't think anyone expected this to be this bad. Even now, I still can't believe that. From last year, winning all of it, and then now being the first team to be eliminated. We must recover first with what we're feeling right now and find that motivation all over again. Let's see where life takes us.
I think Liquid came in thinking that they were prepared, but it wasn't enough. They didn't cover a lot of their bases, especially with the new patch, with the new meta. From us, honestly, we just didn't care because we played our game. The biggest disappointment came from when they lost against E7. I don't know if they did this, but maybe they've underestimated all the teams here. That's the curse of being number one, and I think that's what happened. They just didn't think that people would catch up to them.
Team Liquid getting eliminated from groups without a single win, I'm just as shocked as the rest of the world is. It felt like I wasn't watching Liquid. Underperforming, I think, for the results of Liquid here is an understatement. It didn't feel like Liquid. It felt disconnected.
For me, Carl, I know Carl since I've been playing with him since my rookie season, which is season 6. I know him and I don't think that he would give up that easily. Yeah, I hope he would still try his best, and I really hope to meet him again in M8.
The PH team got shocked in some of the pocket picks of the other teams. We are not really familiarized on that hero, so we just got us good, and I think we can still adapt if they try pocket picks again.
This MSC at EWC has brought us tons of surprises and shocks. We set our sights to see, again, who can rise above and be the champions this year.
Well, it wasn't easy for the GOAT, Carl TZ, and Team Liquid PH to take that loss, but they've taken it on the chin. You heard it from Sanford, you heard it from Carl. They understand that there's more to do. They understand that they might have been in a position to look at this tournament in eyes that didn't work for whatever reason. It might have been lack of preparation. It could have also just been not being ready for that meta. It could have been mental, as Coach Aon said as well. We won't quite know, and there's no point in going too back at it, guys, because right now, you've got Onyx in a very similar position where they have reached this final, but they're in the knockout stages, potentially one game away from going out.
Yeah, one of the, again, you mentioned, few remaining remnants of a champion, MSC champion left here in this tournament. And they're currently up against Aurora, who are already at match point. So we are about to literally rewrite history here in MSC 2026 if ever the script does not flip in Onyx's favor. And the way we're seeing it right now, it's constant adaptation and Aurora being the better prepared team every single time.
What does it do to look at the rest of this tournament and how it's gone and apply that logic to we may see the remnants of a championship falling? Because to me, it feels right in line with what we've seen. We've seen a new meta. We've seen old players and new players struggle with it. We've seen dynasties already fall. I mean, wouldn't it be apropos, since we're in France, to see a new champion here at this MSC?
What I see during this MSC is that this is a new beginning, right? Because for countless years now, Southeast Asia has been dominating the MLBB field. But this shows, with the right tweaks of the meta, with teams getting used to the pressure that Southeast Asia usually put on tournaments, now we can see that this meta is an equal playing field. And just like what Coach Midnight said, I think it's not exclusively for TL. I feel like every single team, even if you're coming in here as the underdog, as a dark horse, you tend to underestimate your opponents. Be like, they're not that great. We can take them down. And now this just shows that MLBB is just in a state where everyone can win. And I think that's a very healthy spot for the game.
Yeah, and it's very timely because it's, I think, the first time we actually held a tournament in this part of the world.
Yeah.
And we're finally seeing the more newer regions really stepping up and being the quote-unquote final boss now, if really Aurora gets to maintain this kind of performance, which they likely will, unless Onyx get to pull out something and definitely reset out of what happened in that game, because it was pretty fast again. And it's always been the case. It's always fast games, and I don't think you really want to go up against or go through those kinds of games, especially in crucial moments like this.
They have shown a little bit of weakness, but it's the exact same. This is basically exactly how the first series went, LaFell. What did you see breaking down game 2? And then, of course, game 3 here that we just had that has put Aurora 2-1 up against Sonic.
Well, first of all, we got to look at Onyx draft here. The king and queen here, Nolan as well as the Farsa. This is going to be the main damage coming in from Onyx. Now, here's the thing. Nolan pseudo gets countered by the Minotaur and as well as both of these fighters. Just because they're tanky, it's hard to take them down, and the Minotaur heals them back up. So it makes it so that Nolan's damage is nullified. So then, the biggest problem is you got to take on the queen, which is the Farsa. Farsa is honestly able to win the entire team fight by herself, creating just so much damage, and then the rest of the team, they just got to clean up. So we got to look at how Onyx won in the early game, and then what changed that made them lost, right? We're going to be looking at the first clip here. So this is going to be pretty interesting. Well, we look at the early game, this is still what Aurora and Onyx, both they want to do. And we heard from Pagu, the green caps are very important. We see here that 4 members of Aurora just to get this one camp. This just shows how important the jungle really is in terms of getting gold for yourself as well as denying gold from your opponent. So that's something both teams have to look out for. And then we got to look at the laning phase here. Look at how Kelra, he has won against Sigibum, but this is not the important part. We see what moves on later on because we will see Sigibum and Kelra both going to the Turtle Pit. And this is where I really want to bring this up. The reason why Onyx has been winning these fights is because there's a good focus on making sure that Sigibum is not part of the fight. And the one that's doing that is Kelra. Kelra is doing an amazing man-to-man defense, making it so that Sigibum is not part of the fight. So why is that significant? Well, number one is that we're going to be looking at a team fight here. And this is what we see. We see Lunar engaging into the fight, able to get Loopy, and Keyboy is there. But look at how free Sans is, right? Sans is completely free here so that he's able to deal out a lot of damage and untouched. But more importantly, look at Sigibum. Sigibum has been stopped by Kelra. He has no more HP and Kelra is stopping him. So no damage to the damage dealers. And this is why we see Aurora is just not enough firepower in the fight. But then we see things start to shift just by this. Look at the different positionings here. Hold on. All right. So now you can see more clearly. Kelra is here, but he's against Rosa and Lunar. You don't see Sigibum there. Sigibum is all the way here, right? So even though he's half HP, he's not super healthy, but as long as Kelra is not man-to-man defense on Sigibum, look at how different the team fight looks. Look at all 3 members immediately jumping onto Loopy, and then look, more importantly, Sans and Kyrie. They're both clumped up together. It makes it easier for Sigibum to get on top of them, making it so that there's no damage in the fight. We see how this fight progresses. Later on, Rosa even able to stun up Kyrie, and Sans is just not able to do much in this game. So I would say the change that happened is that Sigibum knows he has to avoid Kelra. As long as Sigibum and Kelra are not at the same part of the map, Sigibum is just free. And this is why Gideon even said both teams are trying to throw haymakers. Yeah. Kelra has been blocking that shot time and time again. The moment Sigibum is free, there's just no damage coming in from Onyx. That's why they kept on losing.
Yeah, and I feel like it was just really Aurora being the more capable of team of adjusting on the fly, because their roles, I feel, were a bit more flexible in a sense. Yeah. Because yes, Esmeralda is typically a hero you see in the EXP lane, but it was flexed into gold. But at the same time, if you look at their composition as a whole, aside from being more flexible, their roles and their jobs can be very different. Aurora, they have so much more sieging power, so you maybe could assign different people to deal with wave management at the same time. And on top of that is the fact that, again, they can be more creative with their angles. You could say the same too for Onyx, but at the same time, it's coupled with really good damage. I don't think you could totally say the same for Onyx, who have sort of really opted to just build more defense, be more protectors rather than damage dealers as well. But on the other side, Aurora, individually, they're just players that you could really, or you should really be aware of.
I feel like Onyx, a quick adjustment is to understand who's the threat and making sure they're able to deal with it. The moment they know that they can't deal with it, then it starts becoming a problem. Because I feel like the way that Kelra played, I think Coach Yeb and CW are saying, like, make sure that Sigibum is taken care of. And I feel like just in the mid game, is just Aurora able to make sure that Sigibum is never get caught. So I feel like on the fly, they got to change the plan. Kelra, if you can't do it, someone else has to do it. As long as Sigibum is not in the map, they should be good. They just couldn't adjust.
Handling that problem with the Paquito is a tough one because you're letting it through the draft, so you got to deal with it. But if Kelra's the only one who can do it, the only game that they won, Kelra was 12-0 or something like that. Yep. I mean, he needs to go off. And if his role is just making sure that Sigibum goes 2-2, but he goes 0-2, I mean, that's not enough. You need a win from Kelra.
I agree. It's always
go back to your ace.
Yeah, it's always been the case for Onyx though. The carries have always really been Kelra, Kyrie, I think a bit of Sans here and there. Specifically in that last game, I think they really attempted for Sans to be one of the main ones because they've shifted Kelra into a role that was not so carry of him. But that too didn't work because again, the nature of the lineup that you were going up against was a lineup that could just keep diving in your face. And Sans had a very, what do you call it? It's a hero that just stays.
Yeah, he's stationary.
It's a stationary hero, so.
I mean, like yesterday we saw Falcons going up against Vitality, and that's the biggest problem where Vitality doesn't have a dive hero. And that's where we see the ultimate strength of the Farsa, right? Able to deal damage freely, but against a Freya, against a Lapu, against an Alice, against a Yuzong. There's so many heroes that the Farsa has to be careful of. It's just that in this game, Freya was there. If the Freya wasn't there, I could have seen Onyx winning that draft.
They played with it. I mean, they said, okay, here, we'll see what happens if Freya gets let through. It did not work. Freya and Paquito have been punishing, and it's not that every team is doing this. We're not seeing a Paquito gold lane every single time, but we are seeing it with Aurora, and I think Aurora should keep going for it until Onyx use one of their bans or they come up with a way to beat it.
That's a thing though. It's always been the Paquito showing up in the last pick for Aurora in blue.
How do they keep getting away with this?
Look, they're not banning it.
Yeah.
It's.
But I think, I mean, that's just a lack of, in my opinion, that's a lack of respect, but it's also a lack of acknowledging what is not working, because that's definitely a through line. The other question I think I want to ask you guys as we head into it is, how do you get Freya banned, Selena and Barats as well? How do you get Kelra for sure in a winning matchup? I don't care if it's Paquito. What does he need against the Paquito if it's going to be back up again? How do you get him winning?
Honestly, like Kelra is a marksman player. He's a traditional position 1 player because again, he's the ace. He can carry. It just seems like this is not the meta for it, but I feel like you got to force it out. They've already shown that they can do it with the Granger, right? So as long as whatever hero you pick up is viable in the early game, then you're all good.
Stick with it. Stick with it, maybe. And Onyx are
stronger identity.
Yeah. Just believe in yourself.
Believe it. You can tell that we're running out of things to say up here.
I mean, like, she's right, though. You got to believe in yourself.
Because we saw it work the first time when they picked the Granger, a comfort pick that we did not necessarily expect, especially in that scenario. But yeah, the Paquito is still going to be open here in this matchup.
But it wasn't, I think the other thing is there was pressure on the gold lane as well, which helped get the early kill. So that Granger accelerated, and that's where I think you need to look at Onyx. What has been our win condition? But the other thing that I'm excited about is we get to, that's what I'm talking about.
Because I think even they know, like, 100% is going to get stolen,
it's Sagan, so we're gonna grab it early. They get the priority. In some ways, the one thing I was saying, we haven't seen Onyx respond again. We saw them lose, then win, then lose, and this set was over. Now we get to see their response. Maybe they do have an answer ready for this.
At the very least, though, it's not both the Freya and Paquito open.
At least.
At least on Aurora's side. But if it's an answer to the Paquito, it's
is Melissa something that needs to come out a little bit more?
I think it's an option. I think it's an option.
Not a direct one.
Yeah, not a direct one, but it's kind of like not the worst thing, right? Now they pick up a Zushin as well as the Uranus, and now the Eudora. I think the Eudora is, again, just to shut down Kyrie because, again, the Uranus and Zushin, they don't care too much about Eudora.
That's a lot of burst damage you're already seeing from Aurora, though. And you see the vulnerable heroes from...
Hey, this is how you start an avalanche. You gotta go loud.
Yeah.
And all of the games, well, except for the second one, that was clearly an Aurora avalanche.
It's looking to be another one here if Onyx don't show us their answer in response to these heroes from Aurora just yet. The Cho's already being taken out. We don't know if they're going to resort back to their identity and just go for a Kiboy Kelra combo or hero synergy that works. But with the Cho taken out, I think that's less options for Onyx overall.
Unless they pick up a carry, I don't think they can play pickoff because Kalia is still there if they want to play pickoff, but their draft doesn't really look like it's centered around that. And now even the Granger, good respect here coming in from Coach Midnight.
Yeah. Uranus was picked up on the side previously of Aurora in the EXP lane. We've also seen Barats. We've seen Hilda. That was a loss, however. So forcing something different. The Freya also banned as well, saying let's just see if we can get a little bit of an advantage here. The Esmeralda also banned. So a lot of the EXP answers that Aurora have gone to, not available this game.
There is the Alice still if they want a front line that can kind of engage into the fight. We haven't seen a Terizla, but it could be viable. The only problem is that Zushin. So I feel like Alice might be the safest if they just want a front line in the EXP.
So if they go Alice, then that's...
Oh yeah, Esme ban, yeah.
So it's all the more reason for Onyx to at least pick up a source of shred or DPS. But you don't really want to claw against the Paquito anymore.
Carry, you need a carry. Or Moskov.
A Moskov carry is an option, but...
Melissa is also not bad. Yeah, going up against Eudora, it's very awkward to pick up a mid-range marksman.
Pagu on the pick, trying to figure out what's next for Aurora. They've caught Onyx by surprise. Really not too much. It's been clear what they've wanted. We expected Midnight to throw some crazy stuff out there. It's pretty much been double fighter, Paquito in the gold lane that's caused problems. And another Harith.
So it's not Paquito in the gold for Aurora in this game at least. So maybe...
It could be jungle or EXP.
Oh, wow. And they're still flexing that opportunity.
Yeah. So maybe Kelra could feel a bit better about picking up a gold lane matchup towards or into the Harith this time, regardless of how they want to play this. But Keyboy, his options in Rome have been limited as well. You need the information. There's a Eudora that's just gonna be...
I feel like Hylos is gonna be pretty good because you just need someone to absorb that burst, give a lot of space to the Uranus, as well as a good combination with the Zushin.
Yeah.
If they don't, I can see a Gatot doing okay.
Because it's dangerous grass, so I think it's all the more reason for Aurora to just keep going in for the surprises. But they go for Brody Gatot.
Yeah.
Oh.
Got a Kacha, potentially a little bit of counter engage with the ultimate if somebody gets in. Just the knock-up stun and have a chance to also move into that. So if he's caught out of position, maybe could even get aggressive with it. So the Gato might be a good idea.
Right now, Onyx, it looks like they have lane-winning matchups, or at least the possibility to win that lane. And knowing Kelra, I'm not going to doubt him. I feel like he could do it. So I feel like for Onyx, they try to win the side lanes and then go off of there. Because again, that's kind of like the story this entire series.
Yeah, and at least Kelra is going to have a bit more range to play around with. If you don't really want to walk up close to Aurora and get caught in by the burst damage by the Paquito and the Eudora, but the Hylos to wrap up the draft for Aurora.
You like it, Brig?
Yeah, it's a different hero that we're seeing on Pagu all over again, but I think it's going to help so much if it's revitalized, especially in just sustaining the overall team fights.
Hylos going to be in the EXP lane here. Pagu going Belleric on the roam, so this will be an interesting matchup, guys. It's going to be game number 4. Aurora has a chance to send Onyx home. This would be one for the record books as well, as we would see the Turkey A representative moving on to the semifinals with just one more game. We'll see if they can silence the crowd as we go to our casters.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. Once again, history being made here today. Turkey may have their one opportunity to make history and say, you know what, this is our best finish ever, and it can only go up from here. But on the opposite side, Onyx, the Sky Kings themselves, very understandably that most people will see them as the favorites, but it's tough. So far, we've seen so many good plays from either side, but Aurora keeps getting one over them just like this. But Onyx, this time, now forcing Rosa to take the early recall.
Yeah, little reminiscent of the last game, right? But that time it was Sans that had to burn his battle spell early on, or was actually pressured enough to go back to base early on. But luckily for Rosa, no death, right? So no first blood yet, but this is kind of what we expected to see between this early game already. Now, one thing I have to question though too is this Hylos pick. We were wondering what would pop up in the XP lane given the bans and everything else. Now, is this the right thing against the Uranus?
I think so far against the Uranus, it doesn't matter. It's not about the laning phase, it's about the team fights later down the line, right? They have a way to kind of slow Kyrie down, force him to use his iframes early on, and I think the Glorious Pathway is significant to try and slow down both Sans and Kelra from either chasing those kills or to chase them if the impact from Aurora's team fight is just that much greater. We'll see on the very first turtle here to see how that's going to play out, because level 4s, they're going to be extremely key for Aurora.
Yeah, you got to think about it this way too. The crowd control, once again, that Aurora Gaming has been playing around with is what's helped their lineups and execution so much. Sigaboom's going to be sent back to base here because, again, going back to the crowd control options for Aurora, you know, they've got that stun that comes with the Hylos. You mentioned with the Glorious Pathway, slowing them down too, or speeding yourself up, which can help even Rosa. Go for that stun on the Eudora. And then, of course, you have Pagu and the Belric, right? This time around, too, you've got a Flicker because of the fact that you have the Hylos with that Revitalize, kind of that sustainability to work with. So Pagu's surprise factor can be beneficial here. So Onyx, as they approach these fights, you know, they have enough crowd control themselves. They have sustainability with their own Revitalize. And, you know, that's why when you see these compositions come through and you see the Revitalize come to play, it extends these team fights, which can be favorable, again, to have a Jushin, to have Kelra's space here. Oh, a couple punches. Okay. Better to burn the Flicker than die there for Kelra.
I totally agree, but more importantly, that just saved Sigaboom his entire laning phase. And now there's a potential angle here, but as long as Sigaboom is able to, you know, get some help to break that freeze, it makes things so much easier because he was about to get frozen out and not be able to play the laning phase at all. Down by bot side though, I'm surprised that Luna was able to get this much pressure considering that Lupe is supposed to be the one who actually kind of maintains full control overall. Like his passive into the Ring of Punishment really just kind of doesn't matter. It's just a free stacks for him. Okay.
Little jump in from Keyboy. I mean, they wanted to make a play on Rosa. But Rosa holds on to the Flicker too, so that's a no-go there in the mid lane. A couple ultimates thrown out. And it's back to it, but Onyx slowly building up what they can across the map. Much slower pace, you know, than what we have to see because, again, Onyx needs to kind of slow this down in a bit, let Kyrie get to where he needs to be, and pressure where they can. Right now, mid lane, okay, San's still going to be okay. Much mana to work with here, though.
Yeah, again, at least Rosa is able to try and equalize the EXP just a little bit against Sans. Unfortunately, oh, hold on.
Oh, Sigaboom fighting off Kelra here in the 1v1. Taking too many shots, though. First blood in the hands of Kelra. Man, did he fight for that one.
Oh, predicted from Kelra as well. Anticipating where the Chrono Dash was going to be, and now they have to protect these green camps. Lunar is going to try, but that Retribution is a little too big for the side of Kyrie as they continue to take these small incremental leads and making sure that when they do the man-to-man defense, there's always just a huge tax that Onyx applies on towards Aurora's side.
Oh, Pago. Going to go ahead and heal up a little bit here, but okay, Onyx not going to follow through with that. They are just looking for those small wins. They're looking to compound the interest here. Gideon, as you mentioned, now Zaman Force dropped down. Kelra going in with a bit of stun there to work with. Torn apart memory. Not going to be enough. And Sigaboom will get his revenge. And now Sans re-engaging with the beacon. The rest of the team to follow through. Kyrie will be able to pick up a kill for himself. Now Tienzi off the wings alongside Lunar. Glorious Pathway drop down and Sans trapped, nowhere to go. Keyboy with a jump. Not going to be able to find the target. They're split up here. Now Tienzi waiting once again on the call. Lunar will go ahead and just force out Onyx from this area.
And that's officially Aurora actually winning out big time on that trade. Where was Kyrie? Was he not in position to try and trade for Kelra, or was he 100% confident that Kelra was going to win that no matter what? risky as it is, at least the flicker is back up, and more importantly, Kyrie already getting his own Sky Piercer. Let's see if they can snowball this, because unfortunately for Lunar, he's going to be a big problem for Onyx, especially on these neutral takes.
Yep, TNZ also got his. First item locked in for Rosa too. Both mid laners fighting for it out. Second turtle though, Glorious Pathway already dropped down, still half health from the turtle. They're gonna deal with Lunar. Again, a split fight happening here. Loopy able to get a couple resources out. Now Lunar trying to get away with that Revitalize. Still gonna reset this turtle, so neither team getting the upper hand just yet, but it will be Kyrie to hold on to this turtle. It looks like TNZ is just gonna have to give it up.
Yep, they don't have the health or the mana, and Onyx, that's what they want to do, keep taxing them until they can't afford it anymore. Once they go for broke, that's when Onyx can start fully taking control over this game. For now, at least for Aurora's side, they're looking for the first and second item power spikes to really turn these fights over, so having this 2k lead on Onyx isn't the worst thing in the world. However, where's the big conversions, right? Every single lane is winning here.
Wow. Okay, and I guess they just got the call too, you know, Sigibum, come join us. Give up that top lane, but they will be able to find Keyboy. So trading it out just to grab a kill, forfeiting the top tier 1 turret. Aurora Gaming is going to make that switch now, looking to put pressure on tier 1 mid.
And that's exactly what you want to do. These are the conversions that matter here, and Pagu instantly wants to cut off as many rotations as possible. Look at Luna right in front of Sans' face!
Yep, they're going to have to stop him down. Glorious Pathway to disengage, but Aurora Gaming got what they wanted. A kill, and now that turret falling in the mid lane. So this is going to be a battle. I feel like for game 4, what we're seeing, very different from the previous 3 games, is just this battle of attrition, finding these little moments around the map, finding ways to open it up, get that favorable matchup when you can, win this next objective, that turtle, and eventually the Lords come.
Whoa, hold up, hold up, hold up. This could be really, really dangerous. As Onyx forcing Lunar out of position, allowing Kelra to actually open things up. You can see the rest of the members are man-to-man defensing here. They understand what's about to happen, and I don't think they should take this right now.
All right, Conceal used. Little taunt there, Unbreakable. Gonna bring Pagu back. He goes in with a flicker, locking him down with the Raptor Dryad. Sand's gonna be okay though. Aurora Gaming on the back foot. They want to get away. Avatar of the Guardian will burn the flicker from Rosa. Still gonna be caught amidst it all. Against the wall they go. A burst of damage, but Sigibum is gone, and Onyx will win this fight. A double for Kyrie.
That's got to be upsetting here. Very, very upsetting. But even so, it's just not enough damage. The economic lead here for the side of Onyx being pressed against Aurora as they are starting to run out of breath. But initially, when you see this fight from the side of Aurora, maybe it could have been something more, and they wanted Sans really bad. They got the ult out. They also made sure that he doesn't have his flicker available. The problem is if they don't net themselves the kill, that's a lot of resources wasted on the side of Aurora.
That also, you know, when we saw it from the highlights there, it just looked like they weren't synced up the way they wanted to follow through on Pagu's setup. They were kind of in a weird position, and might have been one of those cases where, again, Pagu's just like, you know, I'm already here and I'm already taunted up, but Unbreakable and everything else. I kind of have to do something, and, you know, Aurora Gaming loses that fight. Now they lose themselves the space to work with. They're 5,000 gold behind, and Onyx has been in this driver's seat now for a few minutes. And the fact that you have the Sky Piercer that was picked up and we talked about minutes ago, Kyrie's now got a couple stacks on it, so that's great for him. And even looking at the build that Kelra has, he's going for the Rage Advantage, right? He already had that blade earlier on. That was his first item he rushed in. Then he got Malefic Gun, and Brody's already got great range advantage against a Harith. Well, now, even more so.
Yep, and I think that's the really scary part, right? Because Onyx, this is a really good timing to, you know, instigate fights, and Aurora recognized that. That's why you're seeing them clump up together a lot more, because they have to work with their secondary win condition, or main scaler in this particular case, in Sigibum.
Yeah.
Tianzi also understands that as much as he is the jungler, the neutral objectives are very manageable for the time being until we start getting into the Lords. So we need to see the tempo breaker here.
Right now, too, Lunar, even as tanky as he is, he can feel the damage being put out. This purple buff being fought for, though, unfortunately, Tianzi will not be able to secure it. Kyrie's been pretty unrelentless in this side of the jungle as he just continues to take camps, you know, from Aurora Gaming.
Interesting. I hope I saw that right. That was a Haas call purchase coming in from Kelra here. Wants to make sure that at least at the very bare minimum that he actually has some form of lifesteal. And not to mention that, you know, Brody naturally, the way that his auto attacks work, has so much more base damage than the regular marksman, all kind of put into one because he doesn't have as many consistent auto attacks compared to them. this case, he's going to get a decent amount of heal, so in case they try to burst him, the window has just gotten smaller for the side of Aurora.
Okay, with Lord up, Onyx with a clear advantage. They should have space control above this. They'll keep Loopy up there on the top side, doing his thing for now. They don't want to overstep this. One thing's for sure is if you're up against a team like Aurora Gaming, you still got to respect what they can do, even if you have this kind of lead that Onyx has built up. But they can go ahead and play the map this way. You know, keep Loopy there, play around the rest of the 4 members of Onyx. And Aurora Gaming knows this. One thing too, having this dangerous grass in tow, you can make some surprise plays. We saw the attempt from Aurora, but now Lutfi being spotted out, and the rest of Aurora Gaming, they don't have much room to work with. Conceal was already used. They're going to keep them pushed off the Lord.
And the pendulum swings again. Sigabum kind of the only person who has enough damage to deal with Lutfi. Rosa, as you can see, needs to put a little bit of work into Lutfi, start shredding the MR first, and then starts getting the empowered fork to lightning to ensure that he gets some permanent damage. But even then, Lutfi is in a phenomenal position. He's got plenty of magic resist. He's got plenty of health to work with. He's running Brave Smite as well. Oh, well, never mind. As soon as I say Divine Glaive has already been purchased by Rosa.
All right, it's locked in. Onyx might be looking to make that attempt here. It's going to reset though. Ice Queen Wand picked up too. By Sans, being dragged back. Flicker forward, not connecting the Wrath of the Dryad. Will get punished anyway. Kelra able to pick up a kill, and with that, Aurora Gaming has to give this Lord over to Onyx.
What a difficult job that Pagu is trying to attempt here. He sees the angle where he either has to pick Kyrie or Kelra. He wants to get both of them.
Yeah.
And I think it's starting to cost them here, right? I think he has to make a clean decision of what needs to get cut in half. So far, I think Kyrie should be the priority in this case because he's the one running Sky Piercer. That could open up some more opportunities, but it doesn't change the natural problem that even without a Sky Piercer, Kelra can finish off kills with torn apart memories from halfway across the screen.
Yeah, that range advantage is what makes Brody so deadly in this case here. And a POD picked up for Kyrie now. So maybe, yeah, Pagu just needs to go ahead. If he can catch Kyrie, catch one of them, might be better than what we've seen the past couple of interactions right now. They got to deal with this Lord up top. They clear out what they can in the mid. Where's Pathway drop down? They're going for Kelra. He's going to get stunned. I'm tired of the Guardian. Now Kelra's in trouble. Pagu will find him and just punch him in the face. Locking him down. Keyboy gone. Kyrie on the run. Loopy trying to get away too. What just happened to Onyx in this side of the jungle? They do shut down Tienzi. And now Sans looking for more. Burns the flicker from Rosa. Lord is still there. Sigibum's got to deal with it. But man, Aurora Gaming might have found a little bit of life and wiggle room in this game.
Yeah, honestly, that was pretty good coming in for Aurora. I'm pretty sure that Keyboy didn't have his taunt ready to go, and they recognize that Kelra still doesn't have his flicker for a couple more seconds, so they find the punish. Let's watch this one more time, because it felt like Kelra just kind of ate it. And Keyboy, out of position, uses the AOG to try and close the distance, but by then, it's already too late. The damage has already been done. Not to mention that also, you know, passive coming in from Pagu, shredding away at the little bit of life that Kelra actually has, but now he's got the Berserker's Fury on top of the Haas Claws. He's got some real damage in his belt right now, and unless Sans can keep him protected, they want the traditional front to back.
If Onyx didn't have that Lord that Aurora Gaming had to deal with, Aurora Gaming would have followed through in that fight. Seaboom knew he had to go back, clear it out. So, and they maintained the base turrets. Again, falling from this deficit, Aurora Gaming able to go ahead and find a moment, but I think that was just, you know, a little mistake from Onyx. Again, they still have a great lead. They still have Kyrie didn't go down, so he's, you know, his stacks that he's built up over this time has been okay. And as you mentioned, Kelra now has another item locked in here. Even Sans getting a little more defense locked in with that Bruce Force breastplate.
This is where things are going to be a little dicey all across the board here. And Keyboy already making sure he's able to slow down the auto attacks coming in from Sigiboom. Chastise Pauldron, a pretty important purchase in case that he just needs a sliver of health to survive. A lot of brute force breastplates across the board as well.
Well, they, again, to kind of help with this physical damage throughput, especially with Tenzi, the way he's built up. I mean, he's even got a little mix of defensiveness there with the Queen's Wings locked in. But it's just been, I think, one thing that really stands out throughout these, you know, even the group stage now and the knockout stages, just the way the teams have executed these team fights is so crucial. Harara obviously allows you to have a little more room to work with in comparison to a Paquito.
So Tienzi really has to not get kind of faked out. I feel like that's what happens with a lot of times when the Harara is across from you and you're dealing with it. You just got so much to work with. And that's why, again, the responsibility of Pagu so crucial here on landing these Rapid Dryads. Lootbeat going to be forced out of that brush alongside Keyboy. So it's a face-off for this Lord.
Just look at the way that they have to play, right? The only person who may be able to bait a reaction from Onyx is Sigabo because he's such a high-priority target. Now, Onyx, they don't have control over this, and Kyrie is ready to hop over the pit, but look at the mid lane. They get that first shove, they're going to reset this, and they're looking for an interception. Oh, are we going to get punished for getting knocked up by the Lord? Luckily, they don't.
Oh. Lootbeat, okay, he's still half health. They're going to bring back Lunar. Lunar dropping down the Glorious Pathway to cut off Lootbeat, but that's not the target you want to go for to Aurora Gaming. And now, couple ultimates expended here from Aurora Gaming. Lord will just reset as the space does.
At least they set the conditions. We used a lot of our ultimates, but we got a really good push down on that mid lane that Onyx has to respond to. Losing a free inhibitor turret is unacceptable at this stage of the game. And I think that at least for Aurora, they know they've hit the 43k mark. Their carries have the damage. Tienzi and Sigabom are ready to fight. The question is, can they get some value or discounts from Lunar or even Pagu?
They saw Tienzi up in the top lane. They wanted to blitz this Lord, but it resets anyway. So again, a good choice here to just kind of back off. Keyboy was there, gave them the information. Meanwhile, Onyx still looking to bait Aurora Gaming into a fight. Quarter the health on this Lord. Whoa, it's going to reset once again. Look at the positioning here from Keyboy.
Oh my God.
Consecration drop down. Pagu goes in with the flicker at the Dryad. Calra's still going to be fine though. Torn apart memory. Pagu goes down. Tienzi can't find an opening. He's trapped. Even with an immortality, Kyrie gets a double. Onyx with the team fight victory here will get them the Lord.
What an incredible read from Calra. What an incredible read. He reacted perfectly to the scenario. Winner crown just in time because Pagu, he keeps on doing this. Keep your eyes here. He sees it instantly. Winner crown to dodge the entire thing, and he still has the corrosive strikes to make sure that he can finish everybody off. He's marked them, he's tagged them, he's outplayed them. Got in the gold lane for a reason.
Yeah, what a move there. Again, it's a KK connection, just a different one for this. And now knocking on the mid turret. They're going to go ahead, force it down. Whoa, Keyboy taking a lot of damage here. He wants to get away, does with the Avatar of the Guardian defensively with a sliver of health. He'll regen it back up. They still have the Lord making its way here. So Onyx can go ahead and walk this into at least a base turret, potentially knocking down two. Aurora Gaming wanting to hold on.
Oh, some really scary stuff. Really, really scary stuff. And you can see that Aurora, unfortunately without the Glorious Pathway, it's a lot harder for them to go on the chase. For Onyx, they can naturally do it, right? They have many different ways of using iframes and immobilizing, trading with one another, you know, the push and pull from Keyboy alongside with Kyrie to maintain their presence. Keyboy, he wants it, but they're not going to give him that option just yet. Oh my God.
Rosa, look at the damage. Rosa's going to have to be careful here, half health. But again, I think Aurora Gaming is going to be happy with that defense. They keep up two base turrets. Onyx gets one. They play the discipline route, and they'll back off for now. Again, they don't want to push it too far in. Even with, again, with this kind of lead, the composition, they can't get caught in a bad state here under these base turrets. So happy with one. Still have plenty of time for that next Lord to come up here. But looking at the items again, you know, now that you've already seen the Winter Crowns come to play, the Immortalities, you're going to see some item swaps up to this point.
Dom Ice already complete as well, making sure there's some kind of anti-heal and anti-shield. Oh, wait. Interception angle potentially here.
He's going to get Unbreakable taunted. Should be able to get away. Good coverage there, though, by Aurora Gaming. Again, you can see they have to play together here. They're most likely going to get poked down, half health or so. Pagu finally gets into Immortality, though.
Oh, man, Kyrie. Man, Hirara is such a busted hero. So many cooldowns. It's like, it feels like she's got 6 abilities sometimes, but...
She's not Suyo.
Yeah, she's not Suyo. Even though she has more abilities than Suyo at level 2 compared to level 3, you know, no big deal here. I can't wait for 4 abilities at level 1. Eventually we're going to get there. But the scary thing about it is that Kyrie understands that he's allowed to actually take the first move. Because until we see the trigger being pulled by Lunar, they know that Aurora ain't really in it. Their hearts aren't in it to go for the all-out fight without that condition. And as long as Kyrie has iframes to play with, he can do this all day, all night.
Yeah, it almost feels like Aurora Gaming's... It's still used? Glorious Pathway? They're going right for Kelra, okay. They get an Avatar of the Guardian out, plus the flicker burnt from Kelra. 10 seconds for this Lord to come up. I would say that's value for Aurora.
That's a lot of value, actually. Wait, I want to see what Onic is going to do after this, right? Because now that Kelra doesn't have his flicker, Winter Crown is going to get purchased here. Let's see if they correct the waves, because unless they can correct the waves, bot side is on a slow push, mid is neutral, top side is getting corrected by Aurora. And I think that Onic, despite having a 6.9k lead, I don't know if Kelra has enough money to go for an item swap after that.
Yeah, this might be one of those cases where, again, you just delay this as much as you can here. If they can.
Okay. Lutpi having to use his ult. And Kyrie still dancing around. Yeah, they're not going to do much about this. And I think that Aurora recognized that, you know what? As long as Kelra ain't showing himself and he doesn't have that flicker, it's not that big of a deal. Take away our purple. We don't care about this. Look at that top side. It's already shoving in bot side as well. Kirara shows up and now Aurora takes the space.
Oh! Rosa goes in with a flicker, but Sans able to react in time. That setup not going to follow through. Now Lunar, unbreakable taunted. He's going to take a shot. Here, couple marks. They have to back off, though. This isn't the fight they wanted. Avatar to the Guardian, not going to connect, but it's Pagu. Immortality pop. This should be a kill for Onyx. He goes in with the flicker. Wrath the Dryad drops down. Kyrie gets a kill, but Sigibum fires back. With a crown already used. They're in it for now. TNZ, Immortality. They're going to chase him down. He has nowhere to go as Onyx wins the team fight and will start up the Lord.
Great reaction time coming in from Sans. If he died there, I think that could have been it. It could have been the turnaround that Aurora were looking for. But that's what I'm telling you. That glorious pathway is the key to everything right now. A beautiful rotation from Kyrie alongside with Kelra to open up a different angle and forcing Pagu into a pretty awkward position. But you can tell that Sigibum, Keyboy, he's eating so many shots from Sigibum. It takes way too long.
Well, they're in the pace. They took out Rosa. Now Sigibum trying to get some revenge here. Kyrie has an immortality. He's got enough work to room with. Oh, Sigibum! Nowhere to go. Double for Kelra. That is it. It's going to take us to a game of 5 in this matchup with Onyx in Aurora Gaming.
Are you not entertained? We finally get a full series here in our playoffs. Great job as Onyx pulls it back to match point 2-2. These teams are so equally matched in so many different ways. The slightest advantages in the drafts is a make it or break it. And I think Rosa is probably thinking to herself, man, if only I didn't have to recall at level 1, this could have been different.
It's kind of like what happened to Sans in the last game and how things fell apart for Onyx in game 3, but they made the adjustments and they executed well. Again, yeah, you said it, Gideon. It's so well matched here between these two. I mean, both teams have really surprised us, especially I think everybody when Aurora Gaming came through, swinging through, you know, the group stages. But Onyx themselves have adapted so well, not just in the draft, but in the execution here. You know, there's plays and highlights across the board with this lineup as we look at the highlights here from STC. It was just from start to finish. I mean, this is also our longest game throughout the series, I believe.
Yes.
You know, the 20-plus minute mark here. But talk about the team fighting prowess from both these teams.
Oh, so much. There's so much to kind of cover here, and especially with Kelra's overall performance, you would imagine that at some point, Kelra would have started to start struggling against the frontliners of Pagu alongside with Lunar, but their eyes are not targeted towards Kelra sometimes. Sometimes, when you're fighting these neutral objectives, you're looking at the enemy jungle, and moments where they finally put their attention on Kelra is when he doesn't have that flicker. Step 1, get his battle spell out. Step number 2, can we also catch Kyrie in these moments? And if we can, that's fine. Let's just take out Kelra, guaranteed.
Oh, again, there were so many good plays like this. That Winter Crown usage from Kelra, able to go ahead and cap out the torn apart memory, just the coverage that he had too from Keyboy and Sans. I mean, Keyboy's job alone was so difficult. I mean, it wasn't like he was landing all these Avatar of the Guardians, but he was still providing space for Kyrie and Kelra to move around with. You know, Loopy was doing the same thing, just not as flashy, obviously, on Uranus, but still providing so much value for these team fights.
But Loopy is literally the border of their territory. Wherever Loopy is, they cannot walk past him, and that's so frustrating because Sans can cover so many different angles at once. Well, I don't want to go further into this. I got to save it over for our panel as we throw it back to Rain Day. What do you think about this game?
Well, what else can you think when a crowd erupts here in Paris because Onyx have tied up our series, our first full-length best of 5, and what better teams to have it with. Aurora Gaming, potentially the new boss. Onyx says, wait, don't forget about us. Indonesia's last hope now has tied it. One game will decide who goes forward and if Onyx will have a chance to defend their 2023 championship, or if we will see MSC with a new champion crown later on. Rain Day back with Brig and LaFell. Guys, that was something worth talking about because that was our longest game. That was also a game that saw so many moments that still could have shifted towards Aurora, but Onyx finally tied it up. Brig, I said I would have loved to see what would have happened if we gone another game in that best of 3. Onyx seemed to have an answer. Every time Aurora strikes back, they strike them again.
Yeah, I wonder if Onyx have ever played the game where you just have to like catch these falling sticks and collect all of them. At least like all of them, like there were
That's a good question.
Because like the reaction times that they had in this game were ridiculous. You saw the highlights, you saw that one Winter Crown play from Kelra, and buy and sells everywhere from both of these teams.
Now, honestly, that's a very good point because that's the point that I was gonna make because Onyx is known as the Sky Kings, and the reason why they got that moniker before is because of their incredible reaction time, right? We've seen multiple clips coming in from Sans where an engage came out of nowhere, right? In the bush, and he was able to react to it. And I gotta say, this is where all 5 members of Onyx understanding that we were selected to be a part of Onyx because of our reaction time, and they utilized that to the fullest against Aurora here. So talk about going back to your identity. They just go back to their unfair advantage that they were born with.
And the Gatakacha also kind of opened things up towards the end. I think they gave themselves enough engage and counter-engage there alongside the Uranus to open things up for Zushin. The Harara looked better, and Kyrie was getting some big moments. Brig, you felt like you wanted to answer on that as well. And Kelra also on the Brody, it worked.
It's comfort on top of the fact that they just really stuck with their strengths. And it's something we've been asking for them, and now you see it to its fullest potential, brought to us by Onyx here through their sheer gameplay. I loved how they individually were able to really shine in terms of what you really want to see from them. They've made things a lot more difficult for Aurora too, I'd say, because naturally, if you look at their heroes, you really want to go for either Kelra or maybe even Sans, probably the squishiest heroes, especially if you're Rosa on the Eudora, but Sans, a pretty tanky hero himself, and even Kelra taking advantage of the range and maybe doubling down on it because it was also a relatively early pickup on the Malefic gun, I believe, that he decided to go for, so that just granted him a lot more room to play around with, less threat because he could just keep attacking from a distance. And so you saw Rosa having to really commit to the flicker a couple times if they really just wanted to go for a pickoff, but even that wasn't a guaranteed kill because a lot of times you had to deal with the reaction time, and the reaction times again were ridiculous. They always had a way to come back from these attempts that Aurora wanted to do, and man, Onyx fans, they're all happy. They've, as you mentioned, erupted here after we got the secure Game 5.
It was a really fun moment to be in this building. It reminded me yesterday of Team Falcons, PH taking the win. Those fans erupted as well. We had vitality in them going back and forth here at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. But when it comes to Onyx, there's just something special about the way that this team is operated. And I feel really strongly that both teams now, there is no advantage in the draft that they're giving away. There is a difference. There are strengths and weaknesses, but it feels like both teams have been able to play, and it is coming down to those mechanical things, those small moments, LaFell, and moments that Gideon and Nice were trying to focus on. You were watching as well on stage. What did you focus on that helped Onyx tie this back up?
Well, honestly, this is going to be very technical, but Onyx really utilized the map alongside with their unfair advantage of having incredible reaction time, because we'll be seeing clips later on of how Onyx, they decide where they fight. And they fight around the river, which is an open space, where they try to bait out Pagu, right? Like, we're going to be looking at a telestrator here because looking at the draft, there's really not a lot to discuss here because this is not simply just about the draft, but really how you utilize it, right? So the draft is just showing up here, but this is something that we see Onyx has been doing over and over again. We're going to be playing this clip here. We're going to look at Pagu, flicker, and then initiate. But look at every positioning coming in from Onyx. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look at how spread they are. And they've been doing this the entire game because going up against Aurora. Midnight, as the coach, probably taught them the Ube strat, which is the ultimate bonding experience, which basically means you're clumping up together. You know, someone is going to start a fight, and then everyone follows up. So how do you stop that? Don't clump up. We will be looking at other clips here, and this is just to show again the positioning of Onyx compared to the positioning of Aurora. Look at how they isolate Pagu, and then Pagu forcibly tries to start a fight, and look at how everyone just disengages. And here's the thing, this draft, Rainday as well as Brig, not everyone can use, because Brody, by all means, should have been caught multiple times, but because this is Kelra is just special. This is the moment where we see they do not have an open space. We'll be looking at how
they try to catch him right there.
Exactly, because by this time, they understand the timers. Because if we look at Brody here, Kelra, he does not have the flicker. And this is why I say not every person could use Brody in this capacity, because he doesn't have a lot of escape tools. Once he goes in here, see, this is the positioning that Lunar was waiting for, right? We see that Kelra is cut off. You can see that this area here is a very close area, making it so that it's very easy for Aurora to hit their abilities, but more importantly, not a lot of space for Onyx to escape. This is where we see they just go all in. The moment they got Kelra, there's not much that they can do. This is the rare time that we see Onyx clumped up, and that's why they lost. And then again, look at here. We see that all the focus is on Kelra again, because he is supposedly one of the easiest members of Onyx to catch. And yet, when we zoom out, we see that even though they engage Winter Crown into flickering out, and then eventually we even see the Gatakacha ulting on top of Kelra just to provide him that heal. So this is what Onyx did. They understand habits. Aurora has a habit where either Pagu or Sigibum or even Lunar, depending on the draft, one of them will start the fight. In this one, it's pretty obvious it's going to be Pagu on that Belric. So as long as you're able to spread out, you bait out the ult, they can re-engage. That's also another thing that we got to talk about the draft. Having the Zushin, the Uranus, as well as the Herrera, one of the best things about them is that they can get out of a fight and they quickly go back in.
Go ahead. I mean, what were we going to respond to that with?
No, I think, if you look at it, at first it looks great. At least Aurora are always, based on that, if you observe, on the same page.
Yeah.
They know who they really want to prioritize and target, and they don't have as much disconnect as I think we've observed from a lot of teams here at MSC. But there should be like backup plans, and there should be other angles that they play around with. If that Pagu flickered Wrath of Dryad combo has been read out multiple times already.
But the problem is, I feel like they understood they got to get Kelra. But again, this is why Kelra is the gold standard. This is why his name was also mentioned as one of the best that the game has ever produced. Like, by all accounts of logic, he should have died many times. Right? That's how you become champions, right? You got to define the logic. You got to define the expectation. Just because my character dictates I can't do it, if I'm using this character, I'll find a way.
That's how you become bigger than the draft and bigger than the character, the hero, the game itself. You become somebody that obviously deserves these superstar fans as well. But speaking of superstars, we've got the junglers going head to head. It is an amazing day to witness some matchups that you cannot get anywhere else. TNZ and Kyrie, we talked about them. TNZ, phenomenal on Aurora Gaming. Kyrie having a great response, however, and actually winning, not only in turtle kills, but lord kills, damage dealt, and of course 8-0-4 in this last matchup. And the Herrera against the Paquito, it makes me wonder, LaFell, if it's not just a Paquito, it is really looking at, well, maybe we need that Paquito in gold, maybe EXP.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you in gold, because this is the last chance.
Yeah.
Someone's gonna go home.
Yeah.
Right? Both these teams are showing grand finals performance.
They are.
So I feel like for Aurora, win or lose, you gotta get Sigibum on that Paquito if possible, because TNZ is a great jungler, but we can definitely see Sigibum on that Paquito is something else.
Yeah, it's a really good comfort pick that I feel like wouldn't make Kelra as comfortable supposedly.
I agree.
Because earlier into the Harith, I feel like Keller is just so
He enjoyed
aware
that.
of that matchup already. Yeah, he already knows how to play around the Harith, and he also himself masters the Harith well enough. But Sigibum on a Paquito is a different beast.
And Freya.
On Freya, and that too. So the fighter matchups, having Aurora get that, and maybe seeing Tianzi on a different, maybe not the Lucas, if it's not really something that they
Just
could
assassin, not a
work, just
fighter.
an assassin.
Could be interesting.
That's maybe them playing to their strengths.
Okay, we'll have to wait and see. Draft coming up in just a moment. Until then, we want to send it over to an announcement about Street Fighter. They're actually playing Street Fighter at EWC right now on the Alliance stage. However, in-game with MLBB, you have a chance to play Ryu, Ken, and a cool Street Fighter matchup in your games.
Round one.
Thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler won. You're done.
Raw energy. Half and blow the house down.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Well, above the clouds, there's Onyx. You could hear the chants coming out, and you could see the fans just resetting. Rafael?
Yeah, we can hear the atas langit ada Onyx.
We're here, we're here.
Onyx, Onyx, Onyx.
They feel it happening.
Di atas langit ada Onyx. Here's the thing. I feel like for both teams, in terms of the draft, they got to stick to their guns.
Yep.
Kelra has to stick with the marksman. Sigibum has to stick with the fighter. And then this small adjustment might be too, how do I say, too risky, which is what Aurora has been doing is trying to target Kelra.
Yeah.
But time and time again, Kelra has been outplaying them.
Yeah.
So either double down and make sure Kelra will never escape an attempt, or avoid him altogether. Shut down Kyrie, shut down Sans, and hopefully that's enough.
Shut down someone else if it's not working against Keller anymore. But yeah, I agree that maybe and hopefully we get to see them just stick with the heroes that have been working out best for them. But I'm also worrying because at the same time, I think it's going to be Aurora in blue this time.
Yeah.
Not unless they decide to go red. Because
Most likely in
earlier it was Onyx on blue, but every single time they went for blue, it's not like they go pick up the Paquito first.
Right.
They don't really go prioritize that hero despite it being open in first pick. There are a lot of other options which could be left open still. The Hirara's still there. The Freya potentially even might be still there, but that's also something that could work out for them, honestly. So
Yeah.
I think the sides are really going to be important. There you go. Aurora does go to blue and the Paquito is still open. So that's a question mark for all of us right now. But the trend says, okay, never mind. Let's just take out all Sigibum's hero, you know?
And that's smart. I mean, we knew that was going to be something Aurora valued. And now it does do two things. We could see, and we're not even going to go into it. It's Aurora first pick from Aurora. So Onyx have a chance to respond. Beleric available. Barat's still available.
Yeah.
Zushin not available here, banned out. So that won't be a factor, which has been played 2 games in a row by Onyx.
Yeah. I think they're going to opt for those power picks still. Safe picks and, as you've mentioned. But the Belleric Plus is supposedly the way to go, at least.
That's a good pick.
Oh!
And a Fanny.
Take the Barats as well as the Fanny. Barats is one of the counters towards the Fanny. Now, I want to see whether Aurora, in terms of gold lane, Melissa and Moskov can deal with the Fanny, but if you want to go fighters, maybe the Ruby.
The Ruby's the next one.
Probably Ruby, but the thing is, Ruby has been changed so that she is only really strong when her HP is low enough so that she has a lot of heals. But if you burst her down so that she can't heal fast enough, that's kind of GG's.
Could be risky there. Does that feel like the right trade?
That will mean putting Sigiboom on a marksman though, so they just don't reveal their gold laner altogether. They go for the Cho and this time the Uranus. I think at least the matchup will be kinda guaranteed for Aurora in the EXP lane.
Not gonna lie, I'm liking Onyx opener a little bit more here.
Yes.
Because even though Cho, on paper, in theory, can catch the Fanny, we've seen the reaction times of the players of Onyx.
Yep.
I feel like it's gonna be difficult. I really feel like it's gonna be difficult to catch this Fanny. So he might have to target someone else.
And that someone else could be either Pelra or Sans, but I don't think you could even count on them to be the best targets. If Sans gets his hands on a high mobility mid laner, which I think a couple are still out there, we still have the Valentina, I was supposed to mention it, yep, does get picked up. So it won't make things any easier now for whoever you want to target as Pagu on the Cho.
This might sound crazy. If anytime Aurora brings a fighter mid, this might be the game. Bring either Ruby mid, or they bring out the Rafa or Matilda this time, because Matilda does have the damage to deal with the Fanny and able to lock down as well. So Aurora, if there's any time to bring out a surprise, this is definitely one of them, because the heroes that they have right now doesn't necessarily answer the questions that Onyx is showing. The fact that they have the Valentina can steal away the Way of the Dragon from the Cho, makes it so that they can kick this Uranus, they can kick the Herrera, maybe even whatever hero Sigiboom opts for later on will get caught as well. So,
I mean,
Onyx has a good opener here.
I know that this hasn't necessarily been the hot pick, even though they kind of started off with this tournament as bringing it into the meta with Eudora. I feel like a kick into a stun is pretty guaranteed if you're trying to isolate this fight. We saw the Fanny with Arrow 404 earlier series, Team Vamos. He was fantastic, but they still lost that game because they basically made the fight about everything but the Fanny until the Fanny showed up. And so if you can isolate someone very important with that show, capitalize on it. We know Aurora likes that. Maybe there's an answer there, and they just deal with the Fanny whenever she shows up.
That can be. Hopefully just a bit not too much of a reaction just towards the Fanny pick if they really go lock down the Eudora and the Cho combo together. Because if you do decide to go for that route, that might be the safest, yes, because the fighters in the middle lane option that we talked about previously is something you really have to consider, because if your ultimate is a big ultimate, then I think Onyx would just equally benefit from that too, because they have their hands on the Valentina. So if we, let's say, consider the Ruby in mid, then I think Onyx would be just as happy with that to layer it together with the Barats and whoever Kiboy would eventually pick up here in the draft. So Aurora have to be very particular with this.
The other thought is, how much pressure are we putting on Barretts? We know that when Lunar can win that EXP lane, it helps them win very early. It's possible that we see a lot of pressure there.
Yeah, but I feel like Barat should win against the Uranus. Like, even if you don't win, you're able to get out of lane faster. And I feel like that's going to be the determined thing. Onyx, they pick up a Harif. Technically not a marksman, but a traditional gold laner here. And now they answer with a Claude as well as the Eudora. This looks like the most standard draft Aurora has shown in quite a while here. So I think this one, they realize it's not about the draft anymore. Like, there's only so much the coaching staff can do. Now it's 100% on the players.
Gotta make sure the execution goes smooth for Aurora this time, going for a very standard draft. But for Kiboy in Rome,
Gato was good. I like the counter.
Yeah, Gato can be.
Minotaur's banned. Atlas banned. Belleric still available, right? That could also be an option.
Honestly, yeah, Bellary can still be an option because for now, I feel like for Onyx, almost any pick in the roam can really help them out here. And there you go. They pick up the Bellaric. Also kind of good going up against the Claude, Uranus, Cho. So
who do they want to pick up? Who does this Cho work against on the side of Onyx? Who's the priority?
No one.
No one. So that's
if you can catch Fanny, great. But
wow,
I don't know about that.
At best, probably just disrupt. Because
Yeah.
Onyx will just go all in the team fights.
Who are you leaning towards, guys? Final game.
I'm leaning towards Onyx.
I have to go for Onyx.
Onyx. Wow. Indonesian champions in 2023 trying to go back and win in the semifinal. Aurora trying to prove that they deserve to be on the main stage. It's one game away that decides it. A best of 5 turned into a best of 1. Aurora Gaming versus Onyx. Turkey versus Indonesia. Let's send it back over to our casters, Gideon and Naisu, for game 5 at MSC.
Two teams walked into this arena at the Esports World Cup thinking that they could make some life-changing money. Now they put it all on the line as both teams have pushed it to match point. A single mistake, a single good play could be the difference between a lot of cash here. But now let's jump right into this game as the Land of Dawn has already blessed us with a beautiful series.
And even this draft, Gideon, for game 5 brings us, I feel like, back to the fundamentals, you know, for the most part. Even if you look at Aurora Gaming lineup, our panel talked about it. There's no more things surprising yourself in the draft. It's pretty standard. There's only so much that the coaching staff can do. It comes down to the execution. Onyx on the same foot. Pick up some of their best heroes across the lanes here. Again, to see potentially Kyrie on this Fanny and Kaura having the Harith here, there's something that can be said for the movements, the way they move around the map alone can set things in pace.
Let's set the stage here because so far Aurora, you can tell that top side is definitely going to be their strong side. Lunar playing a much better game this time around, not having to deal with the Esmeralda, but against the Barats, it's going to be a lot easier to kind of outmaneuver and control this lane better, especially since it's a no-go lane. Nobody's going to die here. There's nothing to worry about. But on the bottom side is where it gets interesting. And I was wondering in the draft whether or not, you know, this Cho was going to be the difference maker.
Yeah.
Both sides had to take Purify in this case, so it's a general neutral lane. But knowing Sigibum, he's played this matchup against the Harith many, many times before in the previous year.
We can see this pressure already on these green camps of Kyrie. Pago takes some shots here. Quarter of the health, he's going to have to get on out of there. This is one of the difficult things for Pago to deal with. You know, when asked the question, who's the best target for those kicks? Who's the best person to go for? And it's honestly, it's Kyrie, but as mobile as a Fanny is, that's a tough task to take here. First turtle up for grabs. Onyx going to start it up. Lunar kind of gives that information, but Tienzi's not anywhere near it. So first objective, turtle, going to Onyx.
They're just uninterested. There's just no reason to fight for it as of right now. Not until they have that kick to start developing a dedicated lead. And Onyx recognized this, right? Sans immediately takes away the dragon on their side in case they can find a moment to snowball this even further. The mid duos have been doing really, really well and have adapted a lot throughout the matches. Now they're going to go down towards their insurance policy. Carol getting a really good freeze here onto Sigibum. And this is where it starts to get dangerous, right? If Sigibum unfortunately uses his BMI too early, there's a chance he gets run down by Kelra with the Zaman Force.
It's almost to me on the other side. Loop using the flicker. Daytona's welcome into the wall. There's the follow through. Nice kick from Sans into the turret. First blood for Kyrie. They find 2. Now they're looking for a third. Luna trying to get away here. He's got a sliver of health. Jump back in. There's the counter punch. Taking out Kyrie and Pagu with the G Kundo. Will be able to get away. No follow through damage. It's a trade. The 2 for 2.
God, that was hot. Pagu, what a, wow. Let's look at this one more time because again, the play coming in from Sans was good, right? He flickers on over to guarantee the kick to the right side, but that third hit of G Kundo, breaking it up at just the right time, allowing Lunar to survive this, and also using his Purify. He probably should have used it slightly earlier, but it doesn't matter. He got the damage off of his shield, and even for Onyx side, they don't mind this trade at the end of the day. So what if Lunar gets it? We'll eventually be able to deal with it later down the line. So for now, those who found the kills have the money to go even further. Tianzi and as well as Kyrie dead even right now, but only a slight lead, 1 level lead for Tianzi.
I wonder how many times Sans will try to replicate that, you know, take the kick, take that way the dragon from Pagu.
utilize the kick himself, or does he take something else? You know, between Rose's ultimate, that Thundering Wrath can be beneficial too. So Sans will have his work cut out from him, but like we just saw, pretty good here. Skypiercer now picked up for TNZ, the second turtle coming through.
All right, TNZ has to play for cleanup here. They can initiate, walk back, wait for a little bit, and then clean up later. Kyrie, he's got the Heptaseas already ready to go, and he wants to make sure that when he gets on top of a target, that target dies straight away. So now you can see that at least from between Onyx and as well as Aurora, they're constantly trading. They're constantly trading the HP.
Okay, again, Way the Dragon held on by Sans. There's the Daytona's welcome. You know, right on the mark. Kyrie coming through. Consecration already going to be used. Quarter the health on the turtle. TNZ will secure it. Fight breaks out. Blazing duet, not enough. Keyboy will fall, and then another trade. Kelra has some space to work with. A whole lot of battle spells used up as well. And TNZ will get away with the iframes here on that Hirara.
He's dancing around here. Kelra playing a dangerous game. And you can tell by that positioning, unfortunately, the Zaman Force might not be enough there. Onyx now trying to set something up. They want to see Sigaboom, but they don't notice him just yet. He's hiding in the bush, and the denial of information has caused Onyx to give up on the dive.
Okay, they're going to get forced out of there. They wanted to make a play, but luckily Sigaboom has that protection. Pagu, there's the kick right on cue. Purify's still available. Now it's Pop. Kyrie joining the fight, swinging on through, gets stunned, Thundering Wrath down. Pagu trying to get away, burns the flicker. He will survive. Neither team falling in the exchange bottom.
You can tell how antsy both sides are. Sigaboom luckily doesn't get his recall canceled, but that will mean that bottom tier 1 is under threat. They are willing to trade topside, but at least from Kyrie's POV, easily is able to dodge out of the right ability. Sans, does he get the turret? Oh, it's almost. One auto attack. It's as good as gone.
Yeah. Take a little bit longer to take that one down, but pretty much Onyx just trying to find what they can across the map here. It's really neck and neck in Game 5 so far, Gideon. Again, this is exactly how you want this series to pan out here. Neither team really pulling the switch just yet. Pedal to the metal, but right now it's going to be a tier 1 that falls on our side. Whoa, already some pressure there. Rosa burning the flicker to survive. Actually, Sans burning his flicker, and now trying to secure that purple buff. They do just that. Pagu forcing himself out of sight of the jungle. So this is just a battle for buffs and just tier 1s.
And you know that Hirara generally has a bit of an advantage in these moments, especially with slight leads on their sides. Best part yet, the iframes making it even harder, especially since you can control the timing of when you decide to drop down that falling maple. In the meantime, though, as we can see Aurora alongside with Onyx contesting for the space at this point. The main contestant is having control over this mid lane. If we see TNZ make a mistake here, luckily he doesn't walk into the lane, goes for the Lethal Wanderer instead and lets Sigaboom actually absorb this wave. Onyx miss out that opportunity.
Okay, waiting patiently here too. Last turtle of the game. 1 for 1 across both sides for this objective. Onyx will play it a little bit slow. Keyboy waiting, he's got a flicker available. Conceal going to be used. You're going to force the fight for this third turtle anyway. They get stunned in their tracks. Kyrie jumping through, takes the turtle away. Daytona's welcome. Into the wall he goes, and Rosa's gone. Now Pagu, nowhere to run either as he's collapsed down by Onyx. They got the objective and the kills.
That was a hot play coming in from Onyx. It felt calculated beginning to end. The timing of Keyboy utilizing his Wrath of the Dryads, not to mention just an amazing flicker Detona's welcome right onto Rose's face. Nothing they could do at that point. They reached, they grabbed, and they caught the ball out of the air from Aurora. Let's look at this replay one more time, because as Kyrie makes this play, it catches afterwards, but it catches just enough. With Rosa already down and TNZ having no combo points to actually go into his iframes, literally nothing you could do there.
And that's the thing too, the fact that it's broken walls and you have this fanny, you can utilize a little extra opening on these turtle pits or eventually the Lord pits, something that you can do here. So Kyrie can kind of just swing on through into those fights, following through the Wrath of Dry. They're going to do it again onto the tier 2, already forcing the fight, and Sigaboom is gone! Where did he go? And Lunar to follow, a double for Kyrie. And now TNZ waiting for the rest, rather Dry, puts the taunt, lines him up! Triple kill for Kyrie! Making a possible maniac on the fanny!
Woo! A statement being made by Onyx right now as they're looking to crack open bottom side tier 2, and they've evened out this score. 3.2k lead in their hands. Things are getting extremely dangerous for Aurora. Sigaboom, he's got to be careful here. That BMI is literally his only lifeline. Just watch, as soon as the BMI drops, you see that Kelra said, hell no, we dive in this. We're sending the goon squad to take him out.
And they lined this up so well for the whole team, but for Kyrie just to make those plays again on this Fanny. How do you keep track of them? I mean, we've asked the question all darn MSC. How do you keep track of Aurora? Well, when you put the Fanny in the hands of someone like Kyrie or any of these specialists, this is what you have to deal with too. It feels like its own iframes.
It's tough. It's really tough. Kyrie has been playing a really strong game here. Those cables have been ultra accurate at dodging some key abilities from the side of Aurora. Even Lunar, I think he can't be that frontline that they're hoping that he can be right now. He hasn't won his lane hard enough. And with the 8 extra assists, well, technically 5 extra assists that Lutfi has been able to gain for himself and to chastise Waldron, he is so thick. Luckily, Lunar is able to get one of his own.
This Lord is being started up here, holding it at half health. Onic with a clear lead. They have control of this. They might be able to just go ahead and secure this. It looks like they are going to do just that as Tienzia is up top. They have the information, and Onic will play around now with this first Lord secured.
Mid trio has been playing a phenomenal game here for the side of Onic. And unfortunately, for the side of Aurora, they've missed their window to develop their snowball even further, with the Maniac being given over to Onic's side, resetting them from all that early game pressure that they were applying. Now they have to hope that Sigaboom gets the right items at the right time here, because Tienzi can only do so much. He's so close to finishing the Golden Staff.
So close here. Lord slowly approaching that bottom side. Again, with this kind of lead, Sigaboom just needs more time. He just doesn't have enough firepower here. And if they take out Rosa, so much damage of this profile for Aurora Gaming is expended. And they slowly walk this one in. This Lord coming down to this bottom side. Keyboy popping the conceal, looking for a potential flicker play. Lord's going to charge into the base turret. They already pop off some damage, trying to keep them at bay, and Lunar has to disengage. They just want to clear out this Lord. They want to hold on to these base turrets. Kelra jumping in with his Almond Force, pushing him off the turret just to secure it. And now Onic will go ahead and call it off. They look for more space turrets. Up top, Kyrie. Tienzi holding it in bay. They hold on to 2 base turrets for now.
Onic right now just aren't falling for any of the typical tricks. They're going to lose another shielding here. Yeah, that's pretty much everything. Onic have set this up for a final push with the next Lord. If they can... wait, do they have the ults? They do!
Charge in. Loopy jumping in, and they still the Wrath of Dry. They're going to force the fight anyway. Loopy gone, and Sigaboom too. Kyrie still going. They're cut off from each other. Pagu trying to get away. Kelra, a couple shots, still has the shield. They're so low though. Aurora Gaming might want to punish. They're still following through. Tienzi has mobility, but they will rely on the conceal to get away.
And Sans, he's ready to intercept every single time. Onic, they are well connected right now. And Aurora, they've tried a couple of feints here. Yep. They've tried a couple of motions where Pagu is trying to bait a reaction out of Onic, but they're just not flinching anymore. And I think that confidence is starting to build up. It's surmounting to some real damage in Kelra. He's not dropping the ball. Same goes for Sans.
Look at the disparity of damage dealt by the key members here of Aurora Gaming. Tienzi there at the bottom, Sigaboom there at the bottom, and look at the difference for Onic. Such a big difference in terms of damage, and that's just because of how these team fights have played out. Onic has all the room to work with, especially for Kelra, provided by this team that Sigaboom has just been trying to catch up. And we know this, Gideon, when you are delayed this much on that power spike for the Claude, it's really tough to get back into the zone in this one.
It is hard, but at the same time, they've got some decent wave clear on their end between Tienzi, Sigaboom, and as well as Rosa. They should be the ones who are proactively trying to work together to clean these lanes, while Pagu and Lunar needs to delay lanes. On the opposite end, Onic, very happy to be in this position. You know, they still have access to those steel cables, and Kyrie can do whatever he wants. Go to top side, set up the wave, reset the Lord again. They can do this all day, all night.
They got to clear out that bottom wave here. They do just that. Half health on this Lord. Onic has control. Looking to see if they can bait something from Aurora Gaming. Doesn't happen. So objective secured. We'll have to see Aurora Gaming's lineup if they can defend once again. Already losing a 1 base turn on the last push. They maintain it 2.
Are they in a position to withstand another push-in?
Aurora decided not to. So now that they decided to, you know what? We're going to let the Galore come in. There's a pretty good chance that they lose all their inhibitor turrets. And that's a dangerous decision to make because all of this is so that they can get to the 42k mark where they have an option to maybe try and get a good team fight down to turn the tides. But I don't know how they're going to get neutral objectives. And until we see a full wipeout on Onyx end, I don't think Aurora necessarily can push through just yet.
Keyboy walking in on that bottom side here. Lord already in the base. Still has a flicker available. The Lord's actually going to go down very quickly from Aurora Gaming, so they maintain that they still have some waves pushing in. Onyx might look to take down one base turret. This mid lane as Kelra jumps forward. Already, Rocket's going to force the flicker route now. They're trapped under the turret anyway. Rosa's gone again in Pagu, trying to buy the time off the kick. Kyrie might chase him down. The rest of the team's going to force the fight in the base. Kyrie joining them now. Sigiboom with the blazing duet to clear out the lanes. They just want to stay in the game, but Kyrie keeps them together, and now they'll disengage. They still have this wave, but Onyx too low.
Oh my goodness, the item swap right at the very end there. Sigiboom, holy cow. Holy cow. That was a dangerous moment. If it wasn't for that Rose goal, he would have died to the cutthroat coming in from Kyrie. They are out to get him.
Yeah.
The checkbox is simple. Wait for the stun to come out of Rosa. Once Tianzi is down to only one combo point, then it becomes very easy to get on top of Sigiboom, especially since so many times he walks up to try and dish out damage to specifically Lutpian as well as Keyboy. I think that's where you see a lot of the vision starts to narrow down. He's got to open the mind back up here. He's got to look for different angles. His main concern really is going to be Kelra and Kyrie. Once those go down, there's a good opportunity that Aurora can win the fight afterwards. Win a crown purchase from Kelra to make a play of his own here, but I'm trying to figure it out. Can Rosa actually find a good opportunity to stun someone? Because Kyrie never shows.
That's such a tall task here for Aurora Gaming. Playing on the back foot the past 10 plus minutes, or essentially this whole game. They're looking for a way to potentially turn this over in their favor, but there's just so much they have to do. They're gonna go ahead and scout out. I think the main point of contention is, do they actually try to contest this Lord when it comes up? You know, it's not gonna be evolved just yet unless for some reason Onyx delays it enough to go ahead and go through that, and I fear that if it is an evolved Lord, it's gonna be tough. But look at this pressure already up top. Immortality swapped in by TNC. Rapid Dryad used as well.
Wait.
So an attempt here, but now Onyx, what do they want to do?
Look at the coverage. Look at the coverage for Lutpi as well as Sans. Beautiful push and pull here. Tianzi able to bait out the Wrath of the Dryads, and honestly, Onyx, they don't mind. They're like, okay, sure, no Wrath of the Dryads. We want you to come to us, actually. We want you to come just when Wrath of the Dryads is about roughly 8 seconds, maybe even 12 seconds, and then we're going to dance. We're going to keep on dancing because unfortunately for you, super minions are always going to be knocking on your door, and we like to keep the porch clean.
And they got a Fanny. They can play the long lane if he wants to, right? Kyrie can go ahead, put pressure there if he needs to, but he's going to wait for this purple buff to be up. They know this Lord is up. They can delay it a little bit further if they want to. Aurora Gaming looks to go ahead and try to get in position here. I'm not sure if this is exactly what they want to do, but it just might be one last-ditch effort if they can. TNZ swinging around. Onyx knows it. Oh, the flicker forward. TNZ making his way to this fight. Can he turn it around? Pocket with the kick. It's on Kyrie. Immortality are going to be popped. Kyrie's going to get out there. TNZ also trying to buy space, but Pagu falls, and now it's all falling apart. Winter crown with the blazing do it from Sigiboom, but it's not enough. Kelra gets a double. Aurora, they still have TNZ up, but Lunar on the disengage. This fight might just be over. Kyrie joining the fight, cabling on through. He has what he needs. He's going for TNZ. He's got the immortality till he doesn't. And now Onyx will clean it up. And Lunar can't do anything. Onyx will move on forward with the hope of Indonesia as they douse out the lights of Aurora Gaming.
One hell of a game. And Onyx, no disappointed smiles. Everybody knew that this was going to be one hell of a game, and they find it and they break through. A crushing defeat for Aurora. God, that's the nature of competition. What a sweaty game.
What a series. 5 games for this one. Again, we wouldn't have it any other way, and man, was it a battle. And big respects here to Aurora Gaming.
on the innovation they brought throughout the group stages, up, down here to the knockouts. And unfortunately, as the nature of competition, someone has to go home.
They push the meta forward. Was it truly their destiny to make it to the end? Onyx take that spot. Just another light snuffed out. The Sky Kings are getting back into position for a potential grand finals here. Oh my lord. Every moment of this game felt calculated. Every moment down to the beat. Aurora looking for many different opportunities, but once they couldn't get the reactions that they wanted from Onyx, it started to become just hard, just really heartbreaking.
Oh man, again, seeing these highlights here from STC, you saw how much of a dominant early game to mid game that they had, especially with Kyrie on this Fanny. There was only so much that they could do. I mean, Pagu, he even got a couple kicks on him, but the rest of the team was just scaling in their favor, and they knew how to play this composition to, you know, the best ability that we saw here. Even Keyboy on a lot of the Wrath of the Dryad flicker combinations he had, and even Sounds having his own kicks half the time. You know, there was just so much that was utilized here, and even down to this last fight, they just knew with Kyrie swinging on in, there wasn't much more that Aurora Gaming could do in this instance.
With two great teams with amazing chemistry, it really just comes down to who has more experience, and Onyx take it this time. We're going to be throwing it over to our winners up on stage, which Milos and of course, Keyboy.
They've done it again, Onyx to the semifinals! What a matchup! We all need a moment to breathe after how close that match was. Keyboy, few questions for you before your key crushing moment. Now, this is not the first time, of course, you play Aurora here at MSC 26. You lost in the group stage, you won here in knockout. Why? What was the difference between those two games?
I think in the group stage we're not ready too much because they are so aggressive and the hero is good. But now we already know how they play and we got it.
Well, you got it, but there was a lot of frustration. There was a lot of effort to win that game. What do you do after game one? Because I saw how the reaction was on your faces. You went back with Coach CW. How do you reset and get back into the game?
Yeah, we just think next match the team spirit, right? Yeah, we just focus team spirit and yeah, just enjoy and reset for the next.
You have the reset for it then, and you know, you've made the knockout stage. Last year, you of course were here as well. It's semifinals again, 2 years in a row. The question is, are you ready to go deeper than that? Does that add to the pressure, the fact that you're also playing a non-SEA team that wants to get to the grand final as well?
Yeah, for us, yeah, we want to get the champion again, and we are ready to EWC here now.
Keep in mind, there's now Zara Egoist on the other side on Team Spirit. It's not the first time that you play against them. You knocked them out last year in quarterfinals. There's also Sawo on the other team. That's your counterpart in position. I mean, what's going to change compared to that last year? Are you going to finally take them down here at MSC?
Same like Aurora, we want to take the defense first, and yeah, we are ready to fight Team Spirit. Just ready, Team Spirit.
Ready for Team Spirit. I have a lot of questions for you, but a question to the Onyx fans in here. What time is it? It's Onyx time. It's key crushing time. Onyx, gentlemen, come on over. You'll get to relax plenty right after this. Now let's all go to the back. Come along. Let's go crush that Aurora Gaming key. We waited so long. What a great match that we had. Incredible best of 5. Now you get to celebrate, Keyboy. Go ahead. Go ahead, gentlemen. Come on in. Last year, Onyx made it to the semifinals. This time, they've done it again. Goodbye, Aurora Gaming. Good luck in the next one. And as the fans are cheering, and as you heard them say, thank you for letting us know where the airport is. Onyx victorious on to the semifinals. They'll be playing gatekeepers to yet another Western team, non-SEA. What happens tomorrow versus Team Spirit? We won't know for sure, but our panelists, they're gonna break this match down for you.
The gold standard crushes the golden key of Aurora Gaming and sends them home one last time. As MSC continues, our semifinals are booked. And speaking of tickets booked, Aurora Gaming, yes, we'll have to get those tickets booked for the airport. It's tough to say. But at the end of the day, competition can sometimes be brutal. This one for Turkey was tough. We will see them again, and of course we will see Turkey again in Istanbul in the M Series M8 later on. But the beauty of this moment, a best of 5. Both teams have to hold their head up high, Brig, after that performance. But Onyx, man, that was fun to see.
Yeah, I was just talking to LaFell, like, this is the only match that made me post again on my social media account. And that's just the beauty of this full best of 5 series that we really got to see between Onyx and Aurora. The development they've been through, Aurora, especially entering this competition strong, but Onyx too, they've been a bit shaky, but you see their tears of joy. You see how happy they are with the small adjustments that they did here and there.
That could be a relative.
Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing. Aurora has been winning by basically outplaying the early game, but like Keyboy said, enough time has passed. They figured out how they move, how they draft, and even game number 5, first 2 picks, the Barat as well as the Fanny. I look at Brig look at me, and I'm like, this might be GG. And we definitely saw, even at the end, you asked us, like, who's going to win this one? It's like, this on draft, Onyx won hard for that one. So yeah, this is probably a heavy loss for Aurora because, again, they were set up to win the entire thing, but then at the end, Onyx just outdrafted them. So this is a pretty heavy loss. And the only thing I can hope for is that moving forward in this MSC, I hope we get to see more matches like that.
Yeah.
Other games is like, we outdraft you and then we win everything. I don't want that anymore. I feel like at this point we should have all full series.
Yeah, because it feels so much more heavy because you see the attempt and the effort to really shut down certain players and heroes on Onyx side. You had a Cho, you had a Eudora, but even you asked us the question before entering the game of, who do you really try to target? Who do you try to go for? And we couldn't even just confidently say Fanny nor Kyrie anymore because you saw how they were just forced to play defensive a lot of times in that series and that they just had to scramble and find whoever they can just afford to, given how messy the team fights get, and that's really in favor of Onyx.
18-minute game. Well, when you look at that, it's probably on average the time Aurora spent in 2 games leading up to this. 9-minuters are what they were known for. And now, kind of shocked. Definitely a favorite coming into this. But against Onyx, it was tough to call them a favorite. And the little things, that was the theme of today, make a big difference. And the fandom, the fan bases, not just from Team Spirit, but also for Onyx, might have been that little thing, that little bit of confidence in an even match.
No, it's 100%. I mean, like today, the team with the better crowd won the game.
Yeah.
And yes, both teams are amazing, but yeah, sometimes that extra support, just to give you that self-confidence that even Brig was saying, like, you just got to have more self-confidence in this matchup. And then who had that just ends up winning it all.
Believe in yourself, and I think Onyx did. Eventually, I mean, in the beginning, there was a bit of a test to try and go out of comfort. You saw that?
I mean, here's the thing. It's rare that we see Onyx being this happy because most of the time when they win, it's a stomp. This is one of the rare times they had to really fight for it. And I feel like this is refreshing for them as players. Like, now there's actual competition. We have to try hard this time.
And they didn't have answers that were guaranteed. We said it came down to those moments mechanically from so many of the players. Buying and selling, winner crowns, little things that made the big difference. And it was sometimes a Cho pick or a Barat's pick or a counter to one of those ISO choices, sometimes an ultimate, sometimes a flicker. That would be the difference.
Yeah. I want to...
That's got to be something.
Yeah, their wife and husband.
Their husband and wife.
Husband.
Yes, that's Coach Yetz.
But
which one is which, Brig? Which one's the husband? Which one's the wife?
How do you know so much about their relationship?
We're friends.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Denver Miranda. Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Can't forget about that last sequence too. Keller was just looking at the fans. You were talking about the fans, and he was just telling them to keep the energy. Just keep going, continue, and go cheer it was a moment that you saw how Kelra was very locked in and how satisfied he was after winning that game. Same for Keyboy, and they were just right next to each other. And the entire crowd too. I could see like a lot of the members of the Onyx crowd just probably being very anxious about what's going to happen, and probably like they're not as capable of saying anything anymore because the fight was just that close. So congratulations to Onyx for really putting on such a great show, and Aurora, it's been so close. I feel like they've gained at least...
I feel sad for them.
Yeah, I feel like they've gained at least thousands more fans.
Oh, yeah.
Like after this.
And they gained prestige because I think coming into this tournament, they certainly set the tone. The Eudora, for the first few days, the group stages, the way that they introduced the Rafaela, the Selena, which was banned out every single game, by the way, was not able to be used by Rosa, set the tone of MSC. They have left their mark, and it feels weird that they only top 8. It feels like a top 4, maybe top 3 team. But Aurora is out, and we had a chance to catch up with Midnight in an exit interview on how he's feeling.
We are now backstage with Coach Midnight. Very valiant effort. Nice try, Coach. What do you think happened in that whole match?
I think Onyx played a good game. They were really prepared coming into knockouts, and yeah, that's just it. You know, when they catch up, they're a good team.
Was that something that you weren't expecting?
We expected that it would be a tough series, but we knew that we could win. But I guess, you know, we just lost.
So did you think it was them just being the better team today? Or was it some errors on your part? Was it maybe draft, execution, something along those lines?
Yeah, there were a couple of like mistakes from our side, even drafts. Like we tried to be creative and we pushed the boundaries of the meta, but I feel like Onyx synergy was just, you know, very hard to break considering that they played together for a long time. So, yeah.
I mean, you made waves around MSC, so many crazy picks, so many things happening throughout. But at the end, did you think that that was just not enough? Did you think the meta was a little bit pushed in a certain way?
I'd say it could still be pushed more, but again, this is where you see like the difference between top teams and other teams. The synergy is just at a different level. Even though we played a close game against Onyx, I just feel like, you know, they just performed better as a team today.
Okay, so they performed better as a team. The synergy was a little bit too difficult. But Coach, what are you going to tell your players after this?
I mean, that's just the nature of the competition, you know, and the job's not done. We still have a lot of tournaments to look forward to, even M8, and I feel like we're in a very good place right now for the team, for the players. So yeah, we just move on with life and look for the next thing.
How is everyone handling the loss?
Very normal that, you know, everyone's disappointed a bit, you know. It's a bit sad, but it's just what it is. It is what it is.
So we're assuming that you are going to be staying with Aurora after this. You mentioned the other tournaments that you're focused on.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, we're very excited. We're very excited what you guys can do, because it was only this MSC and then you were able to do this and you're able to come this far. So Coach, do you have any message to anyone out there who supported you from day one?
To all the Aurora fans out there, I know there's also a lot of Filipino fans, Turkish fans, everywhere. Thank you so much for the support, and I hope you give all the support that my players need for our upcoming tournaments, because we're not done.
It was an amazing journey. Thank you so much for your participation. We are excited to see what you guys have in store for the next, because now we are going to throw it over back to you guys.
Well, the day certainly set the tone for what you can expect over our next 2 days, because we've got our semifinals booked. Team Spirit will move on as well as Onyx, and we will see them match up tomorrow. Actually, may not be tomorrow. We might see Falcons PH and Yangon tomorrow. Actually, we'll see everybody tomorrow. We'll see everybody tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Here's the answer to my question. Team Falcons PH, Yangon Galacticos will be first. Team Spirit and Onyx will be after that. You know, both of those games are going to go crazy with the fans. You do not want to miss it. 12 CEST starting time as well. There's one big name in there, Team Falcons PH, from the club championship perspective. I do want to dive into what that means. Oh, look at these guys. They're looking good. I just got to say, they
look like they just won a best of 5.
They look like they just won a best of 5 and told me to be quiet. I didn't do nothing. Wasn't me. All right. Speaking of implications, the club championship is on the line. We got a quick update with our own Chris Tunn and Glitter Explosion.
I've escaped to the Totem to come chat with Lauren. New game going on this week, one that we talk about in Warzone, of course, but real big implications when it does come down to the Club Championship. We got a lot of hot contenders in there.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on over on my side of things, but we are constantly getting games where we have a lot of CC teams in the lobby. And if we're talking about storylines and how that could potentially change things this week, we've got a lot to dive into. First of all, we do have Twisted Minds in this lobby, and they are the defending champs. However, they've been pretty inconsistent over the last few lands, so there's a very big possibility that they're not able to take this one home. But then if we're talking about hometown advantage, this is where things start to get a little bit crazy, because we do have Gentlemates here, and we saw how insane it was the first couple weeks when they were here and local, and I think that hometown advantage might be big for them.
And as well, I mean, Paris and France in general loves Call of Duty titles. All the time we see them really show up for it. I remember those Gentlemates fans being loud in Riyadh, never mind when we were in Paris.
Exactly, so it could be even crazier. Hopefully it gives them a little bit of a boost, but then finally, we of course have Falcons, the team that needs the win for CC, and this actually could be the game they get it in. They've got Hisoka, the best player in the world in Warzone, and they are definitely a favorite to win the whole thing.
Yeah, it should be really interesting. I think especially when it does come down to Falcons, faltered last year, didn't play to their potential, but this is a big opportunity for them to get the win on the board. Lauren, I'll be checking in within the next few days. We've only got a couple more days, but I'll be getting as much as I can out of you by the time we finish things up. Thank you very much, Lauren. Guys?
Talking some Call of Duty. Those both know what they're doing. Big shout out to Lauren as well. Been fun. Haven't seen her since week 1 of Apex, but she's been doing a great job alongside Chris, keeping us updated. Here are your Club Championship rankings, powered by Aramco. Thank you, Aramco, for setting us up with this. Nada Sincere still in the lead. These will potentially change a lot. Obviously, Street Fighter's got some great representatives going on. We've got Falcons still alive here. You see, they were actually at, I think it was 1,200. They've jumped up a couple hundred points. They're still in 6th place, but looking at the way that Vitality is no longer in this, Aurora Gaming just went out. They were hoping to get some more points from this. Team Falcons got to be happy that they have a chance to move up this leaderboard with tomorrow's game. That'll be the first game actually that we see tomorrow, guys, so that'll be exciting. Brig, LaFell, as we see Hugs, Kiboy hugging a most likely partner there, dear friend, sister.
Not sister, I think.
Somebody that he loves. Maybe not. Hold on, maybe not. Okay, I think that's...
You can't...
I don't know.
I mean, I guess you can kiss your sister like that.
You sure can. Shout outs to my sister as well. She just had a baby. So congratulations. New Rainer in the family. Shout outs
to the gender
Robert
that can
Brooks.
dish out babies.
Huh? Yeah, dishing out babies. MLB, that's what it stands for. Right?
Yeah.
ML babies.
ML babies.
MLB babies. Yeah. A new league coming out. Get them ready. I think it's too early for phones, though, by the way, guys. Final thoughts, Brig, LaFell. It's been fun hanging with you on the second half of the day.
I just hope we don't have the same pattern of our first series being a 3-0, because I don't think Falcons Spirit should end in a 3-0. I hope we all get game 5 tomorrow.
We're at the final stretch. It doesn't get easier after this, because at this point, all the teams, they're at max potential. So hopefully every single team is able to show off all of their efforts for months going into this point, because just a few days from the grand finals.
Indonesia is still alive. You've got
Philippines still alive.
Is it Myanmar or Malaysia? I'm sorry, Yangon.
Myanmar
for Yangon Galastico. You've got Europe still alive. You've got Indonesia. You got the Philippines. You got everybody ready to throw down MLBB. It's looking like a heavyweight fight from all of us here at the desk on the production side, of course the EFG side, and the Esports World Cup side. Thank you for watching. And you MLBB fans, you know where to find us tomorrow. We'll be live for the semifinals. My name's been Rain Day, and as always, remember to never give up, never stop gaming, and we will see you all for the semis.